All of you, welcome back to your first ever most advanced ISO DApp project, which will allow you to sell your cryptocurrency. You will also have your own dashboard. From there, you can able to control the entire smart contract, see all the transaction. So you can easily able to take the price to the next stage, withdraw the token, transfer the token, manage the token. So tons of feature we have included in this particular DApp. So let me give you a complete walkthrough that what are the feature we have and how you can launch on the mainnet. So when the user will come to your application, this is what exactly they will see. We have this stunning interface where we are providing all the details about the project. The first section we have in our application is top notification bar. There we are displaying the details about our current pre-sale which is live. The next section we have is the header section where we are displaying our mega menu. So we have the logo, we have the name of our brand, and here we have the mega menu. So user can over it and they can able to have all the important links which they can click and they can read about the project. So this is the ecosystem, this is the resource, and this is the explore section. So this is the mega menu section we have. The next one we have is the light and dark mode controller. So user can toggle between light and dark mode. It looks absolutely fantastic on the light mode as well. But I like the dark mode very much. We have the dashboard section. User can click and they can redirect to the dashboard section, and they can click on this connect wallet and they can connect with the wallet and they can perform the transaction. So this is our mega menu header section. The next section we have is our hero section. There we are providing all the details about our project. So currently this is the name of our brand. Currently the pre-sale is live and we are on the first stage of sale. And from here user can able to control their wallet and they can purchase the token. So you can see we are fetching the balance of the contract without connecting the wallet because that's the model we have followed. Currently we are on the first stage. This is the current price of our token. This is the next stage price, and so far we have sold this much pole token, and this percentage is dynamic. It will automatically increase based on the token sell. Currently the price of one token is itna pole, and I have deployed this particular contract on Polygon main network. So all the transaction which I'm going to do on the main network, you can see that's what we have activated. So the balance I have in my wallet, I can simply give the pole balance and how much token I will get as an output, which I will show you every single thing in practical and performing the transaction. So this is the hero section we have. The next section we have is the detail page of the project. So you can simply highlight all the details, all the feature which you have in your project. So we have this proof of intelligence, we have the artificial intelligence. That's all the details we are providing. So this is the information section, and here we have the call to action. The next one we have is the brand collaboration. So you can see these are the brands which I have collaborated so far, and it looks absolutely wonderful. You can simply replace based on your collaboration. Here we have the feature section which we have included in the project. So we have the poll consensus, artificial AI framework, governance, meme coin, decentralized governance. So that's all the feature we have in the token. That's what we have included. So that's what we have. Here we have the roadmap section. So user can simply click and they can go back to the entire roadmap and then can see what are the feature we have, what is the plan of our token. So they can simply read about the roadmap. The next one we have is the tokenomic distribution. So here you can able to highlight that what distribution model you are following, how much token you are giving for your staking, pre-sale, liquidity, team, treasury, and marketing. So you can easily able to highlight and you can design your image. Then we have this further details section about the token distribution, about the total supply, vesting schedule, and utility. The next one we have is the FAQ section where we're displaying all the details about the project. So user can simply toggle and they can read about the project. If they have any question, they can simply read about all of this project. We have this calls to action, so user can click and they can go back to the contact page. Here we have the footer branding, which we are highlighting, and the final thing is footer section. User can simply join the email group and they can click and they can go back to different resources in the application. So this is the entire home page. User can click here and they can come back on top. So this is what exactly they will see. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply connect my wallet to show you all the transaction. So I'll simply click here, connect wallet, and it's going to give me this pop-up model. I have MetaMask installed, but you can use any model and it will work absolutely fine on mobile device because we have used the advanced model for wallet connection. So I'll simply use this MetaMask and it's going to open MetaMask. Just a moment. And here I have to simply connect. And right now you can see I'm connected with the mainnet. So if I show you my MetaMask, I am connected with the mainnet. So here it will fetch out the balance. I'm connected on the mainnet and this much fund I have in my wallet address. So I have one USDT, and this much pole I have, which is enough for performing the transaction. And this is the token which I'm selling. So what I will do, you can see I have got the balance, this much balance I have in my wallet. I can simply give the quantity. For example, if I give one pole, I'll get 100 token, but you can easily able to control the pricing of your token. So if I want to buy, I can simply click on this buy and it's going to make a call. And here I have to simply confirm the transaction. You can see I'm paying the transaction, I'm buying 100 token, and I have to click on this confirm. Once the transaction will complete, the token will be come back to your wallet address. So just wait. Here the transaction in the pending state, we are giving one poll, and this one is going straight away to the admin address. So finally the transaction is completed and we have bought the token. And we have bought the token and it's went up to 9. In the same way, if you want to buy any other quantity, like if I want to go in decimal, I can do that. If I want to buy 10 token, I can simply click on this buy 10 and it's going to make a call, and I have to simply confirm the transaction. And the transaction in the pending state, I can come back here, I can see my MetaMask, and here we have the transaction which is in the pending. Once the transaction will complete, you will have the token in your wallet address. So I can simply click here and you can see I got the token back into my wallet address. And here the transaction is successfully and it went up. So this is how user can control and they can buy the token. I hope you can understand that what exactly we have here. This is how user can purchase the token. You can see we are fetching the balance and it's looking absolutely great. Now let's come back to the dashboard section. So I'll simply click here and here I am on the dashboard section, and there you will find all the details about the project. So this is the global dashboard which user can see. And right now you can see we have this nice beautiful background animation. We have this bubble, we have the dashboard. This much token is left in the ICO. This is the total supply of our token. You can see the current price and how much money we have raised. User can click and they can go back to a different section, and here you will find all the transaction which you will do. That's all you will find. So this is the general dashboard. The next one we have is the user dashboard, and from here you can able to monitor all the transaction which you have done. Your wallet address, here you will find the overall stat. So this much token balance you have. This is the poll balance. So far you have done 3 transactions, and this is the latest transaction you have done at this time. Here we have the recent transaction which we have done. If you come back to the assets section, there you will find the assets you hold. So this is the token which we are selling, and this much token you hold in your wallet address which you are connected, and this much poll balance I have. If I come back to transaction, here you will find all the transaction which you are doing. That's all you will find right up here. So this is the user dashboard. The next one we have is the token documentation, and there you will provide all the details about your token. We have the overview, we have the tokenomic, we have the roadmap, we have how to buy, we have security. That's all the details we are providing. The next one we have is the token sell. You can click here, and from here user can also buy the token, and here you will find the details about the token. So this is the name of the token, symbol, total ICO we have provided, this progress bar is dynamic, and here you will find the current price, next price, and so far we have raised this much fund, this many token we have sold, and this is the remaining token is available in our contract. You can simply click here in calculate token, and you will have this calculator, and you can select that how much money you will spend and how many token you will get. So from here you can able to control that. Got it? Now close this one. If I want to purchase the token, I can do the purchase right from here. So I can simply give my one poll and I can see how much token I will get. I'll simply click on this buy with poll and it's going to make a call, and we have to simply confirm the transaction. So just wait. Here I'm confirming the transaction in the process. Once the transaction will complete, you will find the token you have purchased successfully. So just a moment, the transaction is happening, and finally the transaction is completed and we have bought the token perfectly. We have bought the token. You can check your MetaMask and you have received the token. So that's how you can buy the token straight away right from the dashboard. You can come back to the transaction section, and there you will find the transaction which you have done. Recently you have bought 100 token and you give one poll. That's the transaction history section. The next one we have is the token transfer section, and from here you can able to transfer the token to any wallet address. So you can give the token address, you can give the recipient, and you can simply give the quantity of the token which you want transfer. You can simply provide the token address, and it's going to fetch out the balance, that how much balance I hold in my wallet address, and you can see the name and the symbol. And here I have to provide the address where I want to transfer the token. So I'm going to transfer to my ICO contract, so I'll simply give that. This is the address of the ICO contract, and I want to transfer, let's say, 1000 token, and click on this transfer token. It's going to make a call, and the token would be transferred to the ICO contract. You can see the symbol, you can see the name. All you have to do is to simply confirm the transaction, and all the transaction which I'm doing on the mainnet. All the transaction is happening on the mainnet on Polygon. So this application is absolutely ready to launch and sell your token. You can see, you can click here and it will take you to the Polygon Explorer, and you have got the confirmation that you have successfully transferred your token to this particular address. Got it? That's how the transport work. The next one we have is the contact us. Click here. From here user can able to contact you and send email. So I can simply give my name, I can give the, let's say, email ID, I can give my subject, and I can simply, whatever message I have, I can simply provide that one. I can click on this send message, and it's going to simply send the message, and I got the confirmation. And this message will be received in the email ID which you have provided. So this is how user can contact you. We have the Twitter, we have the Discord, or you can add other social media platform. So this is how the user can contact you and send email. So this is the global menu which user can simply see and perform the transaction. And this admin section is only available when you are connected with the admin account. So you have deployed the contract, and if you are connected with the same account, then you are able to have this particular menu. So it's absolutely dynamic. You can come back to the admin section, and from there you can able to see the smart contract stats. So this much token we have left in the contract, this many token we have sold, this is the address of the contract, and this is the admin address, which is you. So this is the overview section. The next one we have is the admin function. And from here, you can able to control the entire smart contract. So if you want to change the price of your token for the next stage, you can change that. And here you have to simply set the token which you want to sell. So after deploying your contract, you have to set the token. So from here, you can able to control the smart contract. The next one we have is the withdraw token. And this will allow you to withdraw the code tokens which you have provided in the ICO contract. So currently, this is the supply we hold in the ICO contract. So if I want to withdraw all the token, I can simply click on this withdraw all, and it's going to withdraw the complete token we have in the ICO contract, which is this one. So this is what we have. It's 100% dynamic and every single thing is looking good. If I simply come back here and if I change my account to different account, you will find that every single thing will be changed. So this admin thing is gone. Now, if I come back here to account number 1, which is the admin, it will be available and it will be back. So this looks absolutely wonderful. User can simply come and they can purchase the token. We have the light and dark mode. You can simply disconnect your wallet, and this is how it will look when the user is not connected. You can simply click here, connect wallet, click on connect MetaMask, and here you will have simply click on this confirm. And you are connected with the application, and you will have all the details with all the transactions which you have done with your wallet address. So every single thing is looking good. Now let me show you the responsiveness of this application. So this is how it's going to look on the mobile device. It's absolutely wonderful. This is the dashboard section. If you go back to the user dashboard, this is how it's going to look. We have the slider. You can go to different tab and you can able to have the details about the assets and overview. We can come back here to the tokenomic, and there you can able to read all the details about the project which we are providing. Now you can come back here to the token cell, and we have all of these details, and the starts user can simply buy the token right from here. And we have this one, we can simply close this one. The next one we have is this transfer token. We can able to see all the history of the transaction which users have done. The next one we have this token transfer, and from here user can able to transfer the token and see all the stats. The next one we have is the contact us, and from here user can able to send the email. Looks absolutely wonderful. Come back here. The next one we have is the admin section, and that's how it's going to look. Admin can have the overview, or they can simply click here and it's going to simply leave a reload, and it's going to refetch the entire data for the smart contract. Got it? The next one we have is the admin function. So we have this nice tab system. User can simply toggle and they can control the smart contract. The last one we have is the token withdrawal, which absolutely look good. So you can able to see it's only called by the admin. This is the supply left in the contract. They can call the withdraw all, and it's going to withdraw all the token from the contract. You can come back to the home page, and you will find this is how it's going to look on the home page. It's very much responsive, and we have this nice drop down. You can toggle between light and dark mode. You can open the menu, you can close it up, and you can simply slide it up, and we have the sticky one. Looks perfect. That's how it's going to look. User can give the enter amount and they can easily able to buy the token. Nice feature we have. So if you check this roadmap section, user can click and they can open it up. So we have different styling for desktop. We have different styling for mobile version. We have this nice stat section, and we have this FAQ section which you can open, and that's all we have. So I hope you have understood that what are the feature and functionality we have included. Every single thing is 100% dynamic and looks absolutely wonderful. So I hope you have understood that what exactly we're going to develop and what are the feature and functionality we have included. Now, I hope you have enjoyed the complete demo of the project, that what exactly you're going to develop and what are the contract feature we have included in our DApp. Now let's start coding this particular project. So the very first thing we have to do is to create a folder, and I'm going to call this one. Let's call this ICO DApp. Make sure to give the exact name in your case as well. And this is the folder you have to open in your VS Code. So let's click on this VS Code. I'll click on this open. Then I will come back to my desktop, and I have this drag simply in my project. So right now I don't have anything in this particular directory. Now I have to clone the starter file. So I'll come back to my browser. I'll simply type the blockchain coder, or you can simply click in the description. There you will find the link, and from there you can come back to this particular section. So come back to the source code section. Make sure to create your account. Then you can able to have this option. So let's click here, click on this recent project, and you can simply scroll down all the way right up here. So click here. in which you will find all the startup file, all the project assets which you need to develop this particular project. So click on this startup file. It will take you to GitHub. And here you can able to understand the complete architecture we have utilized. So I'm going to simply clone this particular repository. I'll simply come back here. I'll open my terminal and I'm going to call git clone. I'll paste the URL and I give a space and give this dot. I'm going to clone the entire repository in this particular directory. I'll hit enter and it's going to do the clone of my entire repository. You can see we have done the cloning of the project. Now let's me close this one. Let's open the big screen. Now I'm going to simply delete this one, select and delete this one. We don't need that. Now let me give you a complete walkthrough of the full and file structure we have designed, because this one is a very important part of the DApp development. If you have the right environment, then you can able to develop the application. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of trouble when you go to make the switch between the versions. So this one is a very important part in terms of architecture design. So the very first folder we have is the component, in which you will find all the component we have designed for this particular application. So we have the admin. We have the admin overview, we have the contactors, we have desktop, we have global, we have homepage, we have the token calculator, we have the token documentation, we have the token cell, we have the token transfer, we have the transaction, we have the user dashboard, we have the withdrawal. So you don't need to make any changes. Like, this is all the component which I have already designed. So you don't need to design it. And we should not spend much time building this particular architecture. So this is the entire component we have. The next one we have is context, in which you will have the ABI, including with the files. So if you come back here, this is the predefined ABI is given to all of you guys, but you can able to generate your own ABI. I'll tell you how you can deploy the contract using the Hardhat environment, Hardhat, and also you can use Remix ID for deploying the contract and generating your ABI of your contract. So this is what we have. If you'll find right now, we don't have it in the Toast context utility and Web3 provider. So we're going to write all of this code. The next one we have is the pages. It's going to have 3 pages. Ultimately, it's going to have 2 pages. We're going to have our app.js, where we're going to do all the context management setup, including the wallet setup. So that's what we have here. And this is going to be our starting point. Whatever styling, whatever component you're going to apply in this particular file is going to be visible in all the places throughout the entire application. So this one is a very important file where you can able to manage the state constantly throughout the entire application. Close this one. The next one we have is the dashboard, where we can allow the user to have the control over the smart contract and call the respective function. Then we have the index file, which is going to be our home page. So this is our pages. The next one we have is the provider. Here we're going to build a custom Web3 provider for getting the signer object for provider object, because sometimes what happened that you need to have a custom model where you can interact with the custom RPC URL, custom environment, which can able to fetch the balance without connecting the wallet. So you can do all of that thing when you're going to build a custom logic. That's also we're going to discuss in detail. So we have the hook, we have the wig configuration for our wallet. Close this one. The next one we have is the public, in which you can keep all the important assets. So I have already given all the important assets which you will find right up here, but you can simply play around with this value. I would suggest you to follow the complete project the way I'm doing it. After that, do all the experiment from your end. All of this assets is already given. Just keep it as it is. This is the thumbnail which we are using. You can simply use your thumbnail. It's absolutely fine. We have the avatar, all the images which we are applying. If you want to provide your white paper, you can simply provide that. So all of these assets will have here. Close this one, close this one. The next one we have is the style, in which I have given all the custom slides. So we are using Tailwind CSS in this particular project, and we're going to use the custom model as well. So this is the global configuration we have done, which we're going to apply in our entire application. So don't need to make any changes, just keep it as it is. Close this one, close this one. Now come back to the most important thing, is Web3 folder. And here we're going to do all the magic, including the development of the smart contract, testing, deployment, and doing the setup of the entire environment. So we can easily able to have the development of the contract in a proper, and we can easily able to toggle between different networks. So you will have this artifact. So when you will compile the contract, this file will be generated. So just keep it as it is as of now. We have the contract in which you will have these 2 contracts. So we're going to write the custom contract for our ERC20 token, but this project will work absolutely fine if you already have your token on the chain. So I'll show you both the method, that how you can use the existing token and how you can create your own token and deploy and use that. So we're going to write the custom contract for our token. We have the TokenICO. Here we're going to write the huge contract with all the functionality. So this is the 2 contract we're going to code. Then we have the script, in which we're going to write the complete script for deploying our contract. So just keep it as it is. Close this one, come back to the environment variable. And this one is a very important. You have to understand this. And right now I'm going to do all the testing on Ethereum host key network. But this is the same strategy you have to apply to every single blockchain. If you want to deploy to Binance, if you want to deploy to Ethereum, Polygon, All you have to do is and write environment variable here, and I will tell you how you can get those and make those changes in terms of network configuration. Just follow the complete project, you will understand every single thing. So we're going to provide the custom RPC URL, the private key and the wallet address, which we're going to use for deploying the contract, and will become the admin of the contract, which will have the control and is going to receive all the fund when the user will buy the token. So that's the configuration we're going to do it. Close this one, come back to the Hardhat config file. And here I have already done all the configuration for the Hardhat optimization, because we have a lengthy contract. So we have to compress that contract using the ARM model. And here you will find that right now I have done the configuration for two different networks. We have the Hardhat configuration, we have the Polygon main network. All you have to do is to simply switch the network right up here, give the network name. If you are deploying to Ethereum, call it Ethereum, provide the Ethereum chain ID. I'm going to deploy this to Ethereum hostly, so I'll call it hostly, and I'm going to provide the hostly chain ID. This is the only change you have to do, and the rest of the variables will come from your environment variable, which we're going to do it. So close this one. We have the package.json file. So no matter when you are building this project, after 10 years, 20 years, as long as you use the exact version, exact model, so every single thing would be working absolutely fine. So let's close this one. So this is our Web3 folder. We only need this folder, development of our contract and deployment. Once we're done with that, then we can simply move to our front-end environment, because we are using two different ecosystems. The front-end environment will work in totally different ecosystem, and we have the Web3 folder in which we are following a specific ecosystem which will allow us to build the contract and do the testing and deployment. I'll talk about those ecosystems, so just follow the complete project. Then we have the front-end environment variable, and here you have to provide all the relevant information which we're going to provide. So predefined configuration, but as we develop the project, we're going to make all the changes in the environment variable as well. So close this one, come back here, just keep it as it is, don't need to make any changes. This is absolutely fine. Come back to the next config file, don't need to make any changes, every single thing is perfect. You have to just keep it as it is. Close this one, come back to the package.json file. So we are using the most stable version. So this will work absolutely fine with the latest mode model, and you can see we are using the next latest model, and we are using all the latest packages for Wing, Vue, React Icon, Toaster. We are using Rainbow Kit for multiple wallet providers, Wing. So all these popular libraries which we are using in our project. So it will work absolutely fine in mobile device as well as in the desktop. So let's close this one. Come back to the post CSS. This one is absolutely fine. Just keep it as it is. If you come back to the readme file, there you will find all the details about the important links which you can simply explore. If you want to have a control over the node version, you can simply watch this video in which we have talked about that how you can use a specific node version in your operating system, how you can install NVM, and how you can downgrade or upgrade your node version. So this one is a very important video. I would suggest you to watch this, but let's just follow this one. And here you will find all the other details which I have already provided, all the important links. So RPC URL for Acme, we have forms pair which we can use to get our email ID. We can get the wallet connect API key. We can get the Pinata API key. So all the links is given already right up here. So let's close this one. Come back to Tailwind configuration, and you will find that we have done the predefined configuration for our branding. So just follow the complete project. After that, you can do all the changes. So I hope you have understood the complete architecture of the project, that what are the things we have and how we're going to develop it. So I have divided this entire project in three parts. In the first part, we're going to develop the entire smart contract. We're going to write the two contracts. We're going to build the entire ecosystem for the deployment. We're going to deploy the contract, generate the API, and we'll do the setup in our local environment, in our Web3 directory. After that, we're going to build our wallet connection, because we have to allow user to connect and support multiple wallet. So user can perform the transaction properly in the mobile device as well as in the desktop. And we are using Wing provider for that. So that's going to be the second section. Second section, which also include the entire context management, where we're going to build the connection with the smart contract so user can call the smart contract function. And in the third section, we're going to build the front end part where we're going to connect all of the function with the contract so user can perform all the transaction and buy the token. So this is the entire strategy we're going to follow it. Got it? Now let's start working on our smart contract first. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here, open up my terminal. And right now you can see that I'm in the main directory, ICO DApp, and I have to get in this particular directory first. So if you want to get in this particular directory, you have to simply type cd web3, hit enter, and you will come back to the specific directory, because first we'll start working on our smart contract. And if I show you my node version, this is very important. I'm just showing you the entire setup part, that what setup you need to have when you are interacting with a specific directory. So if I check my node version in this particular directory, by default, I will have the latest node version. So I have the latest node version, but in this particular directory, in our backend, where we are writing the smart contract, we have to use a specific node version, which is 18.17.1, because we are using Hardhat for deployment and compilation of our contract. And by default, Hardhat is not compatible with the latest node version, which is this one. So you have to use the specific node version, which is this one, which I have already explained in detail, that if you really want to downgrade and upgrade your node version, how you can do that in this particular video, and why you have to use this specific node version. So we have to use this specific node version. And if you don't know how to control and downgrade and upgrade, and you can simply watch this video. This will give you a complete idea that how you can downgrade and upgrade your node version. Only in this particular directory we have to use this particular node version. But in the front end, we're going to use the latest node version. There is no problem in that. Got it? Let's close this one. Now, if I show you NVM, I have already done the installation. NVM stands for Node Version Manager, which help you to control your node version. So I have already done the installation, which I have already explained in that video, so you can follow that. So I will show you both the way. If you don't want to use this Web3 folder, you can use Remix ID for deploying your contract, and you can get the address from there. I'll show you both the way. So if you want to use this one, it's good, or you can use Remix ID. Both will work absolutely fine. But it's better that you have to know that how to do and set up different environment in your project. So if I want to downgrade my node version, I can simply type NVM. This is the extension I have to give. Then I have to call this use, and I have to give the version name which I want to bring. So I'll say 18.17.1. If I do that, it will automatically downgrade my node version as well as the NPM version. Right now, I have the desired node version. If I say npm-v, and this is what we have. So this part is clear. I hope you have understood. Again, I'm going to repeat this again when I'm going to do the interaction and deployment of the contract. Again, I will cover it so it will be fixed in your head. So, okay. Now let's close this one. Right now I'm on the main directory, because whenever you will delete the terminal, you will come back to the default main directory. So first, forget about the directory, open this particular folder, and now we have to start working on our smart contract. So click here. Now we're going to start working on our first contract, which is TokenICO. This one is the most important contract where we have to build all the logic, so user can perform all type of transaction and buy our token, and we can receive the fund. So let's start working on our contract first. Before we write the entire smart contract, it's better to have a proper architecture, that what are the things you have to cover in the contract, how you can optimize the gas, what are the strategy you have to follow while developing this particular contract. So first we're going to build the entire structure. After that, we're going to build the entire logic. So let's come back, and this is what we have imported. I'm using this SPDX license identifier, which is MIT. You can use any other version. There are multiple ones. So what we have to do is first we have to build the entire structure, the layout. So I'll simply come back here. Let's give this comment, in which we're going to write down the comment that what are the things we have to implement. So first thing is going to be the title, that what exactly I want to call to my contract. So this is the actual architecture we follow in the industry when you want to write the actual contract for your client. So let's call this title, and let's call this TokenICO. Then we have to give the name of the developer. You can provide any information, but I will go with the simple information. I'll say a gas optimize ERC token ICO contract for token sale. Come back here. Then we have to lay out the entire feature which we want to implement. So I'll simply come back here. Let's call this features. It's going to have the following things. So first, configurable token price. We have proper handling of token decimal. Second one is going to be have direct ETH transfer to owner, and we'll have a gas optimization for mainnet deployment, because sometimes you have to keep the thing in mind when you are writing the code for the test network. When you are writing the code for the actual main network, there is a difference between the gas optimization. Like sometimes the transaction will happen very quickly in the devnet, but when you're going to do the transaction on the mainnet, there is a delay, because there is actual transaction is happening, multiple transactions happening at the same time. So the price of the gas can go up and down. So you have to take that into consideration. Okay. So we have the gas optimization. Then come back to the next one. Let's call this token rescue functionality. And the reason why we're going to include this particular logic, because sometimes what happened that there is a fund in the contract and you can find out there is something wrong in the contract. So you can simply call this one and rescue all the token. Come back here. We have a protection against direct ETH transfer, because we don't want to allow user to transfer the ETH directly in our contract, because every single thing will happen when the user will buy the token. So when the user will buy the token, he or she will give the ETH, and that ETH will go straight away to the admin wallet address. We are not keeping the ETH in the contract, and we're not going to add the feature to withdraw the ETH from the contract, because we don't want to keep the ETH in the contract. I hope you can get the point. Now come back here. Let's call this contract has been audited and gas optimize. You can give your description, but this is the general layout we follow, and we have to provide the date. So we'll say latest updated, and I'm going to give the this year, April 2025. This is the time I'm locating. Got that? Now this is the simple description we have given about the contract, that what exactly we're going to follow. On the base of this, we're going to develop the entire smart contract. So when you will have this kind of structure, it will help you to simply review the structure, and then it will help you to simply build the contract. Now we can simply come back here. We got this license identifier. Let's format this one properly. Now we can start working on our interface, because we're going to deal with the ERC20 tokens. We can come back here. Let's build this interface in which we're going to have all the feature for the ERC20 token, like transfer, balance, seg, decimal, like decimal, symbol, all of this. So let's come back here. Let's build the structure first. Later we're going to add all of these features. So this is the interface in which we have to add the function. Let's come back here. Let's create the contract, and I'm going to call this TokenICO, and in which we're going to have all the function, the variable. So what I will do, I'll first create the event. So let's come back here. Before we take the state variable and declare all of that, let's declare the event first. First, build a structure. So let's call this events. We're going to have 3 events. We'll have called token purchased, in which we have to pass the argument. The second one is going to be, let's say, event. This will be called price updated. Third one is going to be sell token set, and this 3 event will trigger when the user will purchase the token, when we're going to update the price of the token as an admin, and when we're going to set the token in the contract. That's why we are having this 3 event. Let's come back to the error handling, because we have to focus on the gas optimization. So I'm going to build a custom model for handling gas, for handling error. So we'll come back here. Let's call this custom error, and we're going to have a lot of error function. So let's call this error. We'll call this only honor, because there are going to be few function in the contract which can only call by honor, like update, price, set token, withdraw. So we have to keep that things in mind. The next one is going to be, let's say, error invalid price. Third one is going to be invalid address. Fourth one is going to be no ETH sent, and we have sell token not set. Then we'll have error token transfer failed. We'll have error ETH transfer failed. Then we'll have no token to withdraw, because we are allowing user to admin to withdraw the token. We'll have the another one. We'll say cannot rescue sell token, and we'll have no token to rescue, and we'll have another one called use token function. So when the user will try to send the fund directly without calling the function, we have to throw the error message. So this is our custom error model. So what we have done, we have taken our license identifier, we have built the structure, we have our interface, we have the events, and we have our error handler. Looks absolutely fine. Perfect. Now we can start working on our modifier. So let's come back here. Let's take this modifier in which we have to check the honor. So we'll take this only honor, and we'll build this particular function. Just build the layout first. Then we have to build the constructor. So let's come here, call constructor. In this, we don't need to pass any argument. We have to only update the admin address. So we have the constructor. Now come back here. Now we have to work on the functionality we're going to include in our smart contract for the admin. So let's come back here. Let's call this prevent direct ETH transfer. Obviously, we don't want to have someone can transfer ETH directly. We want to make that transaction fail. So we have this particular function called receive. We'll say external payable, and in this we're going to write the logic. Now we can simply come back here. Let's add the admin function. So first one is going to be the update. So you can see every single thing is looking good. Now we can come back here. Let's call this function update token price, in which we have to simply pass the new price. We're going to focus on the logic, and I want to make it external, and only owner can call this particular function. The second function is going to be our set sell token, in which we have to simply pass the address. So it would be external owner. The third function is going to be withdraw all token. This will also call by the owner. We can come back here. Let's call this user function. It's going to have one function, the buy one. We'll say function buy token external payable, because user going to pay the money and is going to buy the token. Then we can come back here. Let's build another function called rescue tokens external, only owner can call this one. Now we can have a view to get the information about the contract. So we'll say view function, and we'll call this get contract info. It's going to be external view, and we have to return the data from the contract. So we'll take this return, and in which we're going to define the entire data we want to return. So this is the entire architecture we have to follow. This looks simple, but it has a lot of things going on which we have to keep in mind. And I want you to pause here and try to understand the logic we have implemented. So make sure to pause it and try to understand the structure which I'm following. So let's start working on our interface first. I'll come back here. We have all of this. Let's have a final look. No problem in it. Now we can come back here. And let's write down all the interface function for the ERC20 token. So we'll come back here. Let's call this function, and this will be called transfer, in which going to take arguments. So first is going to be the address. Data type is going to be the address. And I hope you are familiar with the smart contract development. And if you really want to master complete blockchain development, I would highly encourage you to take this particular course. This will help you to master complete Solidity programming language, and you will learn all the required technology which you have to know to master Web3 DApp development. You will be ready absolutely for the industry to build any type of project, master every single thing. So whatever you're going to learn in the smart contract development, that's what you're going to apply in the real world project which we're going to develop in this particular course. So make sure to check this one. So let's come back to the smart contract. Let's call this recipient. Then we have to take another UNT variable, in which we have to pass the amount, and it's going to be an external, and it's going to return a Boolean value. When the transaction will complete, we'll return the Boolean value whether it's a true and false. And based on that, we have to throw the message. Let's take the second one. Is going to be, let's say, balance of. This will allow us to check the balance. So we'll take the address, and it will take an account. So if I want to check the balance of a contract of a token, I can simply call this function and pass the address, and it's going to give me the balance of that particular account. It's going to be external, and it's going to return a UNT variable. So it's a view because we are checking the state variable, and we can simply return the UNT variable. Then we have to take another function in which we have to take the transfer from. It will take three arguments. So first it will take the sender, then it will take the recipient, and the amount. It will be external, and in which we're going to return the data, which is the Boolean. Then we'll take the two more function. So this one will be symbol. We'll say external, and it's going to return the string value, memory. I hope you can understand that why I'm using this view, because when you will want to look at the state variable, you have to use the view. So there are two keyword, view and pure. Let's take the last one, which is going to be the decimal. And this particular function will help us to calculate the fee which we have to charge when the user will try to buy the token, because we have to convert that into a way, then we can able to perform the transaction and charge the accurate amount. Let's call this one external view, and it will return a UNT, which is a number. So this is our interface. Looks absolutely fine, but it's really powerful. All of this important function we have. Now we can start working on our state variable. So altogether we're going to have 4 state variable, and the rest of the thing is going to be dynamic. So we can come back here. Let's call this state variable, and it will be an address, public, owner. And the reason why I'm using mutable, because I don't want to change the ownership of the contract. I want that only one address can control this as smart contract, and this is the strategy we follow in the industry. So let's call this owner. Then we have to define the address of the token which we want to do. So you can predefine it or do a hard code, or you can simply do with the function. But I generally like to go with the function. The next one is that we have to define the price of the token which we want to charge. So let's call this ETH price for token, and you have to provide this in ETH. So this is going to be the price which I'm going to charge for one token. So if the user will buy one token, this is the amount they have to pay. You can set any price to your token. That is absolutely fine. You can simply play around with this number. Now, the next one we have to take a, this will allow us to simply calculate that how many token got sold. So we'll say token sold. So this is the only 4 state variable we need. You can go with the hardcode data or you can go with the dynamic data. It's totally up to you, but just go as it is. I'm telling you. Now we have to work on the events. So in the purchase event, we have to pass a lot of data. So first is going to be the address, and we'll call it this index because the buyer is going to be the unique user. So we can index that data based on the buyer address, the amount, and what quantity like he or she bought. Okay, it's a very simple logic. So what we are passing the buyer address, the amount he paid, and the token he received. The next one is the price update, in which we have to pass two, means the old price and the new price. Both is going to be UNT format. Then we have to pass the address of the token, index, token, perfect. And this is the 3 events we have. That's the only thing we have to add it. Simple logic, not that complicated. And we have the address. Now we have this. It's absolutely fine. Don't need to make any changes. Every single thing is good. Now we can simply start working on our modifier. So this is the one which we have to work. So here we have to check an if condition. So whenever the user will call the function, we have to check the condition that who exactly calling the function, because we have the data about the owner stored in the state variable. So we'll take this if message.sender, means the person who calling the function, if it's not equal to owner, which is owner, then I have command to throw this error message that only owner can call this function. And that's what we have here. This will automatically throw the proper error message. For example, you can see this is the state variable I have, which is the immutable. And that's what I'm comparing here. If it's true, means the person is calling the function is an owner, then I want to simply continue the function. So I'll give this particular notation. And that's the only thing we have to do in this modifier. Now, this is the function I have, update token price. So for example, I want to call this particular function. So first it's going to execute this function, only owner, and it's going to check this particular condition. If it's true, then we're going to call this one and it's going to execute this function. Hope this makes clear. Very simple. Now come back to the constructor, in which I have to simply update the owner address. So whoever will deploy the contract is going to be the owner of the contract. So we'll take this owner is equal to be the message.sender. Means whoever will deploy the contract, that address is going to be the owner. Perfect. That's the only thing. Now we can come back to the receive, and here we are going to throw the error message because we don't want to receive the fund. So I'll come back here, call this revert, and I'm going to call this particular hook which we have already developed. So we'll take this use token functions, and it will automatically display a proper error message. So this is the receive we have. Now we can start working on our admin functionality like update token price. So come back here. This is what I have, and I noticed one thing that we don't need to call this particular function because we are not receiving any argument in our modifier. So simply remove this one, remove this one, remove this one. If you are receiving any argument, then you can have this. Otherwise, you can simply remove this one. Now look perfect. Now we can come back here, and I want to receive the new price. So let's call this UNT 256, and it will call new price. Now we can come back here, and we have to check the price first. So we'll take this if new price is equal to 0, then we have to throw the error message that the admin need to provide the valid price. So we'll take this revert, and we'll say invalid price and call the function. This is the one which we have. If it's a valid price, then we have to simply update. We'll take the variable called old price, and we have already stored that right up here. So this is the one, simply copy, and that's what we have to call it here. Now I can simply update with the new price. So I'll simply paste here and call this new price. In this way, what will happen, whatever price we're going to pass down into the function will be updated with the new price. And now we have to initialize the event. So we'll take this price updated, in which we have to pass the old price as well as the new price. That makes sense. Perfect. That's the check we are doing. Throwing the error message, Then we are simply updating the new price and initializing the event. That's what we have. And here we have the event. Perfect. So that's the first function. Let's write the second function. It's going to have the similar structure. So first we have to receive the address of the token. Then we have to simply check the address which user is providing. So we'll take this dash token equal to address.0. This means that we are not taking the zero address. We need a valid address. If it's a valid address, if it's not the valid address, then we have to throw the error message with invalid address. But if it's a valid address, we have to simply update that into our state variable. Now we have to simply initialize the event. Cell token set, and we'll pass the address of the token. Perfect. That's the only thing we have to do in the cell token. Now we can come back here. This is the withdraw function. Is going to be a little lengthy. So in which we don't need to receive any single thing, because the admin can call the function and it will be withdraw all the token from the contract. So I can come back here. Let's call this, let's take a variable called address. We'll call it token, and we already built the interface and we already have the cell token stored in our state variable. Then we can come back here and we have to check the balance, that how many token is available in the contract. You can simply skip that part, but it's always good that you can check the balance. After that, you can simply perform the transaction. So we can come back here. We already have the interface 20, in which we can simply pass the address of our token. So this is the interface. Whatever address I'm going to pass, I will have the access of all this feature, which I can use it and call on the token. And I can have the access. So this is the feature function, I can call it. Now I can come back here and I have the interface. I can simply pass the token and I can simply check the balance of, and in that I can pass the address this. When you type this address this means that you want to check the balance of this particular contract. This address this means the contract, your contract. So it will give me the balance. Now I can make the check. I'll say if the balance is equal to 0, means the contract don't have the balance and we have to stop the transaction. And we'll throw this revert and we'll say no token to withdraw. Perfect. Now if we have the token, we have to simply perform the transaction. So we'll take the interface, we'll pass the token, we'll call the transfer function, and we can simply have the owner and we'll pass the balance. So it will automatically withdraw all the token from the contract, and we can simply call this token transfer failed if anything goes wrong while performing the transaction. So this is the withdraw function, simple but really powerful, which allow you to withdraw the token from the contract. And this is what we have. Okay, let's have a look. Looks fine. This one is also good. Now we are done with this withdraw all token. Perfect. Now we have to work on the buy token function. So in which we have to receive few things. Buy function. So we can come back here and you have two options to execute this particular function. One you can do based on the quantity, and the other one you can do based on the price which the user is going to pay. So we're going to do based on the price. So we can come back here. We'll first check the value. So whatever the value user is providing, it should be not 0. It should be a valid amount. So we'll say 0. If it's equal to 0, then we have to throw the error message that no ETH sent. Then we have to simply get the token which we want to transfer. So we'll have the address, we'll take this token and we'll say cell token. Same thing we have to do. Then we have to build the condition. Token is equal to 0, means it's a valid address. If it's not, then we have to throw the error message. Cell token not set, or cell token is not valid. You can add one more class, but keep it as it is. Then we can come back here. This is fine. This is the two check we are doing. Now we can come back here. Well, calculate token amount according to token decimal. As I told you that you can do based on the quantity and value. So when you do based on the value, you have to calculate the appropriate decimal and point. So let's come back here. Let's take this particular one interface, in which we can call this token contract, and we have to simply call the interface and pass the token address. Once we have the entire token contract, call this method. So we'll come back here. We'll take this UNT8. We have to get the decimal point of the contract. So we'll take token contract dot decimal. In this way, we can able to know that what is the decimal of the token. Then we have to check the token amount. So user will send the money in form of message.value. So we'll take that. And we're going to simply do the multiplication here. Just multiply by, give a double, multiply by decimal, and we have to simply divide by the price. That's how. If one token, then this is how you have to do it. Simply provide the price. So this is the price. Divide with that, and it's good. So I noticed one thing, that it's in the small t. So let's make it capital T. Capital, copy this one and make the changes here as well. Change here and here. And you can also do the changes here. So make it capital T. Perfect. This is fine. We got the token amount. Now we have to simply perform the transaction. So we can come back here. Let's call this process token purchase. So here we have to do a small check. We'll say uncheck, and we have to simply increment. We'll say token sold, whatever the quantity, we have to simply add up on top of that. Then we can simply come back here and perform the transaction. So first we have to transfer the token, then we have to transfer the fund to the admin address. So we'll come back here. We'll say transfer, token transfer. We'll say if token contract dot transfer, we'll say message dot sender, and we have to pass the amount. If the transaction is successful, then we have to go on, otherwise we have to throw the error message, and we already have that token transfer failed function we have. That's the first check. The second, we have to transfer the ETH. So we'll say ETH transfer to honor, and it's a very simple one. We'll take this boolean success. There are multiple methods, but I'm going to use the honor.call method. We'll call this value message.value. This is the amount which I want to transfer, which user going to provide. I'll just call this function. It's going to return either success or fail. So if it's false, means the transaction failed, then I'm going to revert the error message. Let's call this ETH transfer failed. And we can simply initialize the event, the purchased one. In that we have to pass the three data, like the buyer and the value and the quantity. Very simple. So this is a complete function which allows us to buy the token. This is the three things we are passing. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We are done with this one. Let's have a quick look. So first we are checking the balance. Then we are checking the token, that whether it's a valid address or not. Then we are checking the decimal and calculating the exact amount which we want to charge and transfer the token. And then here we have the calculation. Then we are performing the token transfer and then ETH transfer and then initializing the event. So it's absolutely fine. Now we have to work on the rescue. This one is the emergency feature if you really want to withdraw and something went wrong. In that case, you can simply call this particular function. So we can come back here. Let's start writing this one. In that, we're going to take the data. So it will be address. We'll call this token address. Inside that, we have to check. We'll say if token address is equal to the address which is set. If not, then we have to throw the error message. We'll say cannot rescue cell token and call the function. That's the first check. You can also check the address, whether that address is valid or not, but it's not necessary. So we're going to simply take the contract. So we'll take the interface, we'll take the token contract, and we have the interface in which we can pass the address of the contract, address of the token. Then we can come back here. We have to check the balance, that how much balance is left, and we can do that very easily with the help of the interface, and we can pass the address of the contract. Now we can simply, if its balance is equal to 0, we have to throw the error message. Same drill we have to do. No token to rescue, call this one. But if the token is there, we have to simply perform the transaction. We'll take this token contract transfer function and we can transfer to the admin, owner, or you can call it admin. If anything goes wrong, we have to throw the error message. We got it, failed. Perfect. Now save it. And that's the only thing you have to do. In this way, you can able to rescue and withdraw all the token, whatever left, the address you're going to paste. So fine. Perfect. Now we can start working on the view. This will allow us to give us the details about the token available and all the transaction got performed by the user. So we can come back here. It's not going to take any argument. We have to simply return few things. And you can come back here. First thing is going to be, let's call address. We call it token address. Then we can call it string memory because it's going to return the name of the token. So let's call this symbol. Then we have to return the decimal, which is a UNT variable. Then we can call this token balance, that how much token is left, and then we can also return the ETH price and that how many token we have sold. So this order is very important. You can call whatever you want. Right now you can see I have called this address. So whatever you're going to give the name right up here, and when you're going to call the function on the front end, this is what exactly you will have. So you can easily able to access the variable by calling this name. So you can simply call whatever name you want, and you have to give the data type which you want to return. That's why we have taken this address, uint variable, string. So this is the thing you have to keep in mind. Now all we have to do is to simply return the data. So let's come back here. This is fine. Come back here and let's return the data in the exact format. So first thing, we have to get the token interface. So we already have the address of the token, which help us to access the interface. So we'll take the token contract, we'll take the interface, and we'll pass the address of the token. Now we can simply access all of this detail one by one. So we can come back here. Let's take this return. And first thing, we have to return the address. So we can say token. Then we can call the token contract, and we can simply get the access of the symbol. Then give this comma, we'll take this token contract, we can access the decimal, and let's format this one, replicate this. This will be our balance, and we'll give the contract address, replicate this one, and actually remove this one. Here we have to display the ETH price, and here we have to display the token sold. So this is the data we are returning, and here we have to give the comma and save it. So we are done with this, and I can see few problems. Okay, it's a problem related to capital. So this one is small, and here we have the capital. Copy this one, and we have to paste here. This one is fine. And now I have to do here as well. So it's a cell T. It's a T is a capital one. I guess I have used somewhere in small. Okay, this one is small. So let's make it capital. Make it capital. So this will fix the issue. Let's see what else. So this one is good, no problem right now. And here we have one more problem, and here I have to simply call this one. So this one is fine. There's no problem in the function name. Let's double check it. It's fine. I can simply return this one because the return keyword is missing. And that's the entire smart contract for this one. I hope you have understood that how we have designed, how we have structured, and what logic we are following. So we are done with this entire contract. We have the interface, we have the state variable, event, custom hook, modifier, receive, functions. Looks fine. We are not having any issue. This one is a buy, huge. We have the rescue, and we have the token contract. So we are done with this. I hope you have understood and you have followed. If you have any confusion, make sure to rewatch it. Try to understand that why we are building that particular logic. So you can easily able to come up with more customization. But this one is already most customized and industry ready contract we have developed. So let's click here. We are done with that. Now we have to work on the token contract. So this one is additional. If you have your token already, you can go with that. But I can also show you that how you can create a token. So let's click here. And I have already done with the import. Now we can simply call the function. So let's call our constructor. And I can call my token name. So I'll say link to. I'll take the interface of the ERC20 token. I'm using OpenZeppelin. And all I have to do is to call the constructor and pass the argument. So we can call this uint variable. And I'm going to have a like fixed supply, constant supply. So let's call this private constant. And it's going to be an initial supply, let's say like 10 billion. So let's give me this. I'll go with this supply, but you can pick any supply to your token. Let's provide that one. Now I have to simply initialize that and call the constructor. So let's call this constructor, and I will take the interface in which we have to pass the name of the token and the symbol. So I'm call this link to, and this is going to be the symbol L2, and in which I have to simply call the mint function. So I'll take this mint, and in which I'm going to take two arguments. The signer means the user who will receive all the token. You can set the hard code, or when you call this message.sender, it will automatically be the user who will going to receive the token on the wallet address when you will deploy the contract. So let's call this message.signer, and I'm going to call the initial supply. Okay, initial supply, and I have to simply handle the decimal because it's going to have a 18 decimal point. So let's call this decimal. Looks perfect, and I can see you want this one. Okay, this bracket is not perfectly aligned. Change this one. Now this is the only thing we have to write in our ERC20 token. So this particular address is going to receive all the token supply. Correct? So we are done with this. This is a simple one we have. Looks absolutely perfect. So we're done with the two contract. Now close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one. So we're done with the contract. Now we can start working on the script because we have to deploy the contract. So let's build that global script. So we can simply deploy to any network. We're doing minimum configuration and changes in the network. So first thing, we have to import the Hardhat, and that's coming from, we have already going to install. We'll have the Hardhat package. Then we have to build the main function. We'll call it main. And here we're going to do few things. So first I have to get the deployer details, like who exactly deploying the contract. So we can access that detail very easily. So I can come back here, take a variable called deployer, and I'll call this await Hardhat module. We'll say ether dot get signer. This will give you the details about the deployer. And let's console log few details. So we'll say console.log, we'll say deploying contract with the account, and we'll print the address of the deployer. That's the one thing. And I want to check the balance of the deployer as well. So let's remove this one called account balance. And to get the balance, we can simply change this one, and we can await deploy dot get balance, and we have to convert it into a string. So we'll say to string. Now we can simply check the network as well. So I'll simply come back here, take this network, and we can access that details very easily. So we have this await Hardhat package ethers provider dot get network. So this will give me the details about the network, like chain ID, network name, tons of details I have, but I want to check name. So I'll say the console.log, and I can call this network name. Perfect. So this details we can have in our console. Now we have to simply deploy the contract. Most important thing. So we can come back here. Let's take a variable called deploy contract. I'll call this TokenICO contract. First, I have to get the instant of the contract. So I'll take the variable called constant. First thing, I'll say deploying into a new line. We'll say TokenICO contract. I'll come back here and let's take the instant. So we'll take this TokenICO. You can literally call anything. I'll say await. I'll call the Hardhat package ether, and here I'm going to call this get contract factory, and I have to give the name of the contract which I have given. So if I come back here, if I go back to the contract, you will see this is what I have called. This is what I have called, and I have given the same name to my file as well. So make sure to give the exact name. Copy, come back here and give the name. So this is the interface we have. Now we have to simply call the deployer function. So I'm going to call the same name, TokenICO with small t, and we'll say await. We'll take the main interface and we'll call the deploy function. If you want to pass any argument in the contract, you can simply pass it. But in our contract, we are not taking any argument. You can see we don't have any data we are not receiving in the constructor. So just keep it as it is. Come back here. Once we have that, now we have to wait for the deployment to be completed. So we'll take this TokenICO deployed. Once the contract is deployed successfully, we have to simply console log out the data. So I'm going to log out the data about the token address. Let's take a new line. We'll say deployed successful. Let's give this bracket. Let's give this barrier like line. Now I can come back here. I can simply copy this one, paste here, and I'm going to simply remove this one, call this next public. We'll say TokenICO address, because this is how we're going to define the variable in our environment variable in the front side. So that's why I'm giving this one. And I can simply call this TokenICO address. So we'll have the address of the contract, and I will also want to have the address of the owner who is deploying the contract. So we can do that. We can say deployer address. In this way, we can able to have the detail about the contract got deployed and the address of the deployer. So this is our contract deploy for TokenICO. Now I want to also build the script for deploying the token, but you can skip this part. If you already have your token, you can skip this part, but let me write it. I want you to simply do the way I'm doing it. After that, you can do all the customization. So come back here, copy this one and paste here. I'll say token contract deployment. Then I can simply come back here, and whatever I do, I'll simply copy this one. Actually, I can copy this entire and I have to only change the name. So let's call this one linktum. This is the name of my contract, and this is the same name I have given to my token. So this is what I have to simply copy, and that's what I have to paste here. I'm going to paste this one as well, change here as well. Let's paste this here with a small l. Let's call this a small l, copy and change here as well. And I can change this, and the deploy is going to be the same. I can change this address to be linktum, and that's fine. We have deploy. What I can do is, let's change this to linktum with all the small case. Let's call link tom. Copy, paste here. This is the entire script for deployment of our token. Perfect. Now we have to simply call this particular main function. We'll say main, then it's going to take a callback function in which we have to pass this process.exit 0, and we have to catch if anything goes wrong. So it will handle the error, in which we can simply console log out the entire error object. Then we can also simply stop the application without executing further. So this is the entire deploy script we have. Hope this is clear. It's very simple but really powerful, and this is a global configuration. So no matter which network you are deploying, whatever changes you will do in the Hardhat config file, the script will work absolutely fine. Perfect. So we have done with the most important work for our contract and the script. This looks good. This looks good. And we have all of this. Now close this one, close this one. Now come back to the environment variable. And this one is a very important thing. If I come back to the Hardhat config file, there you will find that we have already done the configuration for the two network, localhost and the Polygon. But I'm going to deploy the contract to Ethereum test network Hostclay. So what I will do, I'll change this one. And this is how you have to make the changes, the way I'm doing it. So you can call the network name, I'll call it Hostclay. And you have to give the exact chain ID for that specific network. So I'm deploying to Hostclay. The Hostclay chain ID is 17,000. I've given that. Now I'm going to simply copy this particular name, and that's the same name I have to provide in my package.json file. So this is Polygon. So I have to change it to Hostclay. So change this one, Hostclay. This will be configured for Hostclay network instead of Polygon. Perfect. And every single thing is good. Let's close this one. This is absolutely fine. Don't need to make any changes. Close this one. Now come back to the environment variable, and here you have to provide all the environment variables. So you have to provide the RPC URL for the Hostclay network and the private key and the address. So let's get this information. So first we can come back to the browser, open a new tab and type ARNKM, and you will find this link. Click on this one. This one is a really powerful platform which allow you to give you like 40 plus blockchain RPC endpoint for absolutely free. So make sure to create your account and verify your account, because right now the global endpoint is no longer available. So you have to use your dedicated API endpoint. So make sure to create your account. I already have my account, so I will simply log in straight away. Let me log in. And finally, I'm logged into my dashboard. There you will find that I have my dashboard. And once you will log in successfully, you will have the same interface. Make sure to click on the chain list, and then you will find all the blockchain chain. And the one we are interested in, the Ethereum. So let's click on this. And this is the Ethereum one. Click on this copy endpoint. And from here, you can able to get the main network. But if you want to get on the test network, click on this test. And from here, you can able to access like Hoodie, Sofali. But we are interested on Hostclay. So click on it and copy. And that's what you have to provide. And this is the same RPC endpoint, RPC URL you have to provide in the front end. Okay. Make sure you have to get your own, because your API could be different. Don't use mine because I have a limited access. Now you have to get your wallet address and private key, and make sure you should have some fun. So I'm going to provide this detail. So come back here. Let's close this one. Now we can open a MetaMask. Let me log in. You can see I have already done the configuration for Hostclay in my MetaMask, which is very basic, and we have already done it tons of time in my other projects. So let me do it once again to show you. So let me first log in. I'm logged in, and right now you can see I already have this Hostclay network configured in my MetaMask. So I'll simply click here. I'll click here, and if I click on the edit, this is the exact detail you have to provide. You have to provide the name, RPC URL, chain ID, ETH, and Explore URL. This is the exact detail you have to provide. So close this one, come back here in the add network, and you have to provide the exact detail one by one. If I show you, like, this is the name, and this is the RPC endpoint which we have got from that particular website. Use the same RPC URL here as well. So this is the RPC URL, use the same one, and provide a chain ID and this. And once you will save it, this network will be configured successfully in the MetaMask. And right now I want to show you a few things. Right now you can see that I have altogether 5 accounts. 1, 2, 3 is my actual account, and 4 and 5 is my Hardhat account. So you have to use your actual account. You cannot use your Hardhat account. So I'm going to use my account number 3 for deployment, because in which I have a lot of fun. I'm going to use this particular account. So first copy the address, and you can see I have 11. If you don't have fund in your wallet, I'll show you how you can get a free faucet. So just wait. First copy the address and paste here. Now to get the free faucet, there are multiple websites which you can use, but I would suggest you to use this one, Google. Like, call this Google Cloud Web3. It's a very powerful platform which allow you to get free faucet. So click on this Web3 faucet, and then you will find multiple network which you can pick, but we are interested in Hostclay, and here you will find, because Hostclay you will get 1 ETH, which is enough for performing the test. So click here and paste the address, the same address, account number 3, and hit enter. And it's going to make a request and it's going to transfer 1 ETH to your wallet. So just wait. The transaction is in the process. You can click here and you can see the transaction is completed and you have received 1 ETH. Perfect. Now, if you come back here, if you open in the MetaMask, you can see it will go up to 12. So this is how you can get the free faucet. Perfect. And if you want to get the private key, you can simply come back here, click on this account details, and you have to click on this and give your password. So let me quickly provide it. Click on confirm and you can simply press and it's going to open it up. So let me quickly get it. And finally, I got my private key. Obviously, I'm not going to show you, otherwise you're going to withdraw all the fund. So I have copied my private key. Now I'll come back here and I'm going to paste the private key right up here. So let me quickly paste, then I will come back once again. So finally, I have pasted my private key and every single thing is absolutely ready for deployment. Now you will find that we have this artifact. By default, it's already given in the starter file. So I would suggest you to delete this one because this is absolutely fine. This is absolutely fine. And when we go to compile the contract, this artifact would be generated automatically. So this one is also absolutely fine. So let's click here and delete this one. Now we have to come back here in the package.json file and we have to execute this particular command. So first, let's open the terminal and let's get into our particular directory. So right now you can see I'm on the main directory. I have to go into that specific directory which we have already discussed earlier. So to get it, we can simply type cd web3. We are in the specific directory. Let me check my node version. I have the latest one, but this is not compatible. So I have to downgrade my node version. Again, if you have any confusion, you can come back here and you can watch this particular video in which I have explained that how you can simply install NVM and downgrade your node version. So this is the version we have to use it in this particular directory. So make sure to watch this video. So I'll simply call this NVM. I have this particular model in my laptop. Now I can say NVM use and give the version name. Now I have the required version. Now I have to simply run the command. So the node -v, I have the required one. Now I can simply execute the command. So I'll simply delete it and you will see I will come back to the latest model which we have already discussed. So make sure to go to the specific directory and I have the required version. So let me come back and here I have that one. Now I have the required node version. Now I have to simply run the command. So I can come back here and I have to come and run this one, compile. So simply type npm run compile and hit enter. And that's obvious because before we run this particular command, we have to do the installation of the packages. I hope you guys have followed this. Okay, not a big deal. Let's clear the terminal and we have to install the package. I'll say npm, I have the required node version. I'll say npm I. And this might take a little bit time. I'm using the power of editing, so it will happen quickly. But in your case, it will take a little bit time. And finally, we have done with the installation. You can see we are getting a couple of warning. Don't need to worry about it. We are focusing on stability. And we only need this in deployment and development of the contract. Okay, so just keep it as it is. It will work absolutely fine. And we got the node modules. We are in the same directory. Let's clear the terminal. Now we can simply execute this command, compile. So npm, like we have the same node version. Check npm run, compile, hit enter, and just wait. It's compiling our contract. Finally, our contract got compiled, and you will find we got the artifact back inside that. We'll have the API of both the contracts. So this is the entire API which we need to interact with our deployed contract. So looks fine. Let's delete the code, close this one, close this one, close this one. Now we are ready to deploy our contract. So we have to come back here and we have to execute this one. Copy, pm run, hit enter, and you can see I'm getting this particular one. Okay, it's required, not required. So there is a slight typo. This is fine, don't need to worry about it. Come back here and here you have to fix this one. Remove this D and save it. Now we have to execute one more time. So clear the terminal, hit the command, hit enter. And you can see this is the address we are using. This much fund I have. Network is hostly, and we are deploying the ICO contract, token ICO contract first. After that, we're going to deploy the token contract. So just wait. It's deploying. And finally, we got our token ICO contract and the owner address, which is the same address. Now we are deploying our token contract. Just wait. And we got the address of the token as well. So this is what we need. Now what we have to do is to simply save these addresses in the environment variable. So this is the one we have for the token ICO copy, and we have to save it in our front-end environment variable. Come back here and we have to save it. So this is the one we have to save it. Paste here. Copy. Paste here. Now we have to provide the owner. So this is the token contract, and if you already have your token, you can use that one as well. So I'll simply paste it, and I'm going to simply come back here. Let's provide the owner address, copy and paste here. So we got all of this address, and change this variable name to be linked to, copy and change this one. Again, I'm telling you, if you already have your token, you can use your token, but just test the way I'm doing it. So this is fine. If you want to test that your contract is deployed, you can come back to Hostcli, Etherscan, and you can change the network to Hostcli, paste the address, and you will find that your token is successfully deployed and created. So here it's taking a little bit time. Here we got it. Click here, and you will find that your supply, currently you are the holder, that's why there is only one, and every single thing is working fine. Now close this one. You will find we got the addresses. Now we have to do the changes here in the network. So right now we have deployed to Ethereum Hostcli. So let's change it to ETH, and this will be Hostcli, and copy, change it here, and we have to change the chain ID as well. We're going to replace all the variable one by one. So this is the one provided. We're going to provide the same RPC URL here as well. Just wait. And we have to simply get the explore URL as well. Simply click here and copy. Come back here and replace. Simply select all the way here and select all and replace and remove this one. Perfect, save. So we got our explore URL, we got our addresses, and we have done the basic configuration for our wallet. We have to get the RPC URL, which we're going to get it together. Just wait. And here we have to provide all of these other details. Let's change this one for the actual detail. So we have the token name, copy this one. And I have to provide the symbol, link to. It's going to be 18 decimal point. What is the supply I have provided? I'll simply copy this one. Come back here, paste it. Let's remove this one. And just keep this USDT and USDC price as it is. And the other details like wallet and the hash we're going to provide it. So let's close this one, and close this one, close this one. Every single thing is looking good now. That's how you can deploy your contract using Hardhat. If you want to deploy using Remix ID, it's very simple. You can come back here. You can copy the entire contract, and you can come back here, open Remix ID. I already have it. So you should always search Remix ID. There is a lot of fake Remix ID we have at the moment, but you should always search on Google and then open that one. You should always search on Google and you can simply find the Remix ID. So click on this Ethereum Remix ID and you will come back to the official one. Click on open. So there is a tons of fake Remix IDs there, but you have to use the actual one. So I'll simply give a quick reload. And I'm getting this welcome to the Remix ID, and if I click on my contract, you will find that there is one contract already have it. So what I will do to create a new contract, I'll simply click here and I'll simply click on this, call this TokenICO.sol, hit enter. You got it. Now you have to simply paste the entire contract which you have copied. So you will find that this is the entire contract. The moment you will click on this, remove this one, click here, click on save. It's going to compile the contract automatically and it will generate the artifact in which you will have the ABI of the contract. So you can simply copy this ABI from here and you can paste in your project. So we got that one. Now to deploy the contract, it's very easy. You can come back here, click here. You can click on this injector provider. It's going to open, type, paste here, and you are connected. Make sure to check which network you are connected. So I'm on the Ethereum mainnet. I have to simply switch back to the Hostcli, and here I got it. Click on this. I already have enough fun. You can simply see that I'm connected to the Hostcli, but it's not reflecting. But sometimes you have to give a quick reload because when you are changing the network. So I can come back to the account, click on this. Make sure to save it one more time. It will compile the contract. Now click here, click on this injector provider, and you will have the fund which will reflect and which account you are connected. Account number 3, and I have enough fund. Now to deploy it, all you have to do is to simply come back here and you have to select that token contract and click on this deploy. Once you will click, it's going to open the MetaMask. Click on this confirm the contract and you will have the address. So you can see it's deploying. Once it will deploy, it's going to give you the address. You can simply copy and that's what you can paste. So this is how you can deploy your ICO contract as well as the token contract. So you can simply got the address, you can simply copy, and that's what you can provide in the environment variable. That's what you can provide here in the environment variable. Like this is what I have deployed. That's how you can provide it. But I'm going to use the same one, the old one, which I have used for Remix ID, like Hardhat. So that's how you can deploy a contract. If you want to interact with your smart contract, you can use this interface. Click here and you will have all of this function, which you can call and you can see which one is the owner. If you see right now, there is no token is set. Token is 0. You can see other information. There is nothing in here. The price is this. You can simply call the function from here to set the token, or you can call all of the function. But all of this we're going to control with the front end. Okay, so that's how you can deploy and get the address. If you want to get the ABI, you can come back here. You can go back to the artifact, go back here. This is the one. You can simply copy, and that's what you can come back here, and here you can provide. Simply remove, paste here. Got it. So I hope you have understood that how you can deploy using Remix ID as well as a Hardhat. Now we're going to start working on we can come back to the provider, and this is what exactly we're going to work next. All of you, welcome back to the second part of our project. In the first part, we have built the entire smart contract and deploy and did the testing. In this video, we're going to work on our global wallet setup and utility function. So let's start working where we left in the last video. So here I have the project. I'll come back to the provider, and first we're going to build the provider for our Wink, where we can do the network configuration, where we have deploy our contract. So first we have to write the Wink config. This is what we have to work. So close this one. We have to import couple of packages. So first we have to import our hook, and this particular hook, the Wink hook, will give us the network, that which network we want to communicate. So we have deployed our contract to Hostly, so that's what I am importing, but it has all the network, whether you want to deploy on Binance, Polygon, Ethereum, Arbitrum, all the network is available in this particular hook called Wink chain. I'll give you the demo that how you can find the name of this particular hook. The next one, we have to import the configuration. So we have this particular call Rainbow Kit. From that, we have to get the get default config. That's what we got it. Now we can come back here and we have to get our project ID, and this project ID will come from Wink. So we have to go back to the wallet current, and from there we have to create, and we're going to import from our environment variable. So call this process.env. And if I take you to my environment variable, you will find that this is the one we have. So here we are keeping all the environment variable, and this is the one. Let's find out. So this is the one where we have to provide our project ID. I'll tell you how you can get it. So simply copy that one, and that's what we have to provide. So we got our project ID. Now we have to simply come here and build the config. So we'll say const config, and in that we're going to pass out the entire details about the network configuration. You can also pass out the custom hook, custom RPC endpoint. If you don't want to use this Wink chain, you can do that, but right now it's good. So we already have this default config in which we have to pass the details. So it will take an object. So first we have to give the name. You can literally call any name to your application, but make sure to give the relevant name. It would be better for your project. So I'll call this link to my ID, and if I come back to my environment variable, that's what I have called to my token. So that's what I'm going to call it. The next one we have to provide is the project ID. We already have it. Then we have to provide the chain, and this will take array of network. So you can pass one network or you can pass multiple network. So right now I have imported Hostly, so I can simply provide that as an Hostly. But one thing you have to keep in mind, that it will take array of network, SSR2. And that's the only thing we have to do here in the Wink config for network configuration. So we are going with the global approach and the default setup from Wink, which is very good. But if you want to add custom configuration, you can simply change the details. So close this one. This is fine. This is fine. And if you want to find about the chain, you can simply come back here and you can import. Like right now I have imported Hostly, but you can import, for example, Polygon if you deploy your contract to Polygon. And if you want to know that from where I'm getting these names, so you can simply open up your browser and you can simply type Wink, and you will come back to the official site. There you will find all the details about the documentation. Every single thing is given clear crystal. So all you have to do is to click on it, and you have to go back to the chain section, and here you will find the list of all the networks. So right now we have 266 networks available. You can search for the network name and you will find that, and you can simply copy the name, and that's what you can provide it. Perfect. Now we can come back to our code, and we are done with this configuration. Now we have to work on the hook. So come back here, close this one, and now we have to build a custom signer and provider hook, because in this project we are not using the Wink contract handler. I mean, there are a couple of functions in the Wink provider which you can call it to call the smart contract function, but we are building our global handler. So when there is something wrong or Wink provider is down, you can still able to manage and communicate with the contract, with the blockchain. So we are building a custom signer and provider object, and that's how you can build it. And you can simply take this custom hook to any application. You can combine both the predefined hook or custom hook. So let's start building it. So first thing, we have to import the ether package. We'll say ether. In that we need the providers. I hope you guys haven't forgot the ether course which I have discussed in detail. So it's a really powerful package. Now we can come back here. So let's import, and this will be React, in which we need the use memo, because when there is a change in the account, when there is a change in the client, we have to trigger the event. Then we can come back here. We have to import our, let's call this wing. From there we need to get the use client, and we'll say use connector client. So these are the two important hooks which will allow us to simply use the wing power. We got the hook. Now we can come back here. Let's build the client to provider. It will take the client, and now it will give us bunch of method which we can simply call. So we can come back here. We'll take the, and we're going to simply extract the chain. We'll extract the transport, and that's coming from the client. We got that. Now we have to simply build the network. So we have to check. We'll take this network. So we'll say the chain ID is going to be the chain ID. Then we have to provide the network name. Then we have to provide the ENS address, means the user address. We'll say chain contract, and then we have to simply call the method called ENS registrar, and we'll call the address. In that way we can able to find the address of the user including the network. Perfect. So we got this client to provider. Perfect. Now we can come back here. So this looks good. Now we can come back here, and we have to build our defaults and if statement. So we can come here. We'll take this transporter. If type is equal to fallback, then we have to execute this. We'll take this return new provider, in which we have to handle the fallback. So we already have the method in the provider. That's what we can call it. So a provider in which we have to simply pass the data. So we have to pass the, let's call, we can pass the, it will take a callback function. So we can pass the transporter, and it's going to take the map. It will take the value, and then we can simply call the new provider dot JSON RPC, in which we have to pass two arguments. One is the URL and the other one is the network. So we can access that in the value. That's what we can access, and we have the network. So this is our fallback system, and it's a arrow function. So this is fine. We have the new provider, we have the mapping, and all we have to do is to simply provide this arrow, and that's going to fix this particular one. Perfect. So this is the fallback. Now we have to take the default one. We can come back here. We'll take a return new provider JSON RPC, and we can simply pass the two argument, means the URL which we have and the network, and that's our custom client to provider hook. All we have to do is to pass the client, and it's going to give me the details about the entire user profile, the wallet he or she connected. So we're done with that. Now looks perfect. Got it. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to build another function, and this will call use ether's provider, in which we have to take the chain ID, and based on this chain ID we have to execute the entire model. So come back here, and like this one is this, close this one. Perfect. Now it will take that one, in which first we have to take the client, and it's coming from use client. We already have that one. In that we have to simply pass the chain ID. Then we can come back here. We'll take this use memo, and we have to execute this whenever there is a change in the account, and we have to recall it. So we can take this. It will take a callback function, in which we have to set the client. We'll say if client there, then we have to simply call this client to provider, in which we have to simply pass the client. Otherwise we have to go with the default. You can throw any message, but we want to have the default undefined, so it will not create any error in the front end side, and we want to execute this memo whenever there is a change in the client. So we can simply call this client in the array. So we only want to pass it client. We got the use providers. Okay, use ether providers. This is the second one. Now we have to build another one. We can come back here, and let's call this client to signer, in which we have to pass the client. Then now we have to extract the data from the client. So we'll take this account, chain and transport. It's coming from the client. Then we have to take the network and we have to simply build the same setup. First is going to be the chain ID. Then we have to set up the name, and then we have to set up the ENS address. We have that chain contract, the ENS registrar, and the address. Once we have the network, we can come back here. We have to build the provider. We'll take this new provider dot Web3 provider, in which we have to pass the transporter and the network. We got it. Now we have to take the signer as well. We'll take this provider get signer, and we have to simply pass the argument, which is the account dot address. Got it. And at the end, we have to simply return the signer object. Perfect. So this is our custom client signer. Now we have to build the last function, use ether signer, and in which we have to take the chain ID and the same use memo hook we have to structure. So we can come back here. Let's take this one, and inside that, first we have to extract the client data, and that's coming from use connector client, which we already have, in which we have to simply pass the chain ID. Then we have to simply take this return use memo. It will take a callback function in which we have to check the client, and we have to call this client to signer, pass the client, and we have to go with the else undefined, and we want to execute this whenever there is a change in the client. So that's all we have. Hope this part is clear. So we have built two use hook, which we're going to call in the front end. One is the provider, other one is the signer. So first we are importing our packages, then we are building the client to provider, which is going to be executed internally in our hook. We are building the fallback, then we have this provider signer, and that's all we have. Looks perfect. So we are done with this particular hook. Now we can come back here, come back to the wing. These are two things are done. Now we have to do the setup of this global wallet we have developed in our app.js file, which is our main page and the starting page of our application. So we can come back here in the pages, and this is where we have to do the global configuration. We have to do a lot of configuration right up here. So we have to handle the context management for calling all the function we have in the smart contract, and we go to build the connection with the contract as well as the wallet connection. So let's come back here and write the complete code for this particular page. So we can come back here. First thing, we have to import few things from the packages. So first one is going to be, let's say, our provider, and that's coming from global wallet, in which we have to simply import the config, means our wallet configuration. So if I come back here, if I take you to the provider config wing configs, you will find that we have the config in which we have done the network configuration, and that's what we have to brought in here. So we got our configuration. Now we have to simply import the few other things. So we're going to import the packages is going to be from Rembo Kit. Then we have to import from Wing. Then we have to import from our Trying query. So these are the three packages which allow us to communicate, manage the wallet, and execute the transaction. So let's import. The first one is going to be Rembo Kit provider. That's the first thing which going to wrap the entire application, in which we have to also import the dark theme. But this one is an optional. If you want to have a dark theme, then you can define based on your branding. Then here we need the Web3 provider, means Wing provider, which is going to wrap our entire application. And here we need the query client and provider, and we need the query client. These are the two providers we need. We got it. Now we can simply, looks fine. I can come back here. Let's build the and import the context function. So first is going to be our, let's say, context slash web3 provider, and the next one is going to be our notification component, means toaster context. So we haven't developed this particular one, but we're going to start working on it soon. So first thing, let's import our web3 provider. Is going to be as it is, but here we're going to simply call this toast provider, which is going to handle all the states whenever the transaction will trigger. So we have to display the proper notification that whether the transaction is executing, what error is happening. That's all we have to display. And you can combine both of this context in a single
model, but we are making it separate, so it would be easily for us to handle and scale it up. So we got it. Now we have to build our query. So we'll take this query client, and that's coming from our query client we have already imported from React query. Perfect. So this is all the imports we have. Looks great. Now we have to simply wrap our entire application with this model. So we can come back here. We'll take this, and first we have to call the wing provider, in which we have to simply pass the configuration for our network. Let's close this one. The second thing, copy this, simply cut this one and bring into the middle, because this is going to have the entire data. Then we have to take this query client provider. It will take the client query client. Let's close this one. Inside that we have to call the Rainbow kit provider, in which we have to pass the theme. Let's close this one. And we have to pass the branding theme which you want to add it. So we already have the model dark theme. It will take an object. So let's define the color. So first is going to be the accent color. This is the branding, the dark color which I'm following in this particular project. It's quite reddish. The next one is the accent color for ground is going to be white, and we'll have the border radius is going to be small, and we'll have a font stack is going to be system, and overlay blur will have a small. Simply cut this one, and that's what we have to simply bring into this one, Rainbow kit. So this is the wallet configuration we have done. Now we have to do the setup of our context management for the functions, as well as the managing the state and displaying the notification. So we can come back here, and we have to wrap these as well. So first we're going to wrap the toaster provider, close this one. Then we have to take the Web3 provider and close this one, and cut this and paste inside this one. This is the entire setup for our wallet as well as the context provider. So we have to do a lot of work. So far we have done the setup for our global configuration for the wallet. That's what we have completed successfully. Looks good. Perfect. Let's have a look. This one is the provider. Here we have the toaster Web3 model. That looks good. Now we have to start working on the other part of our application. So we are done with the wallet setup, and I'm close this one. Done with this. This one is done. Close this one. To work on the toaster provider first. So I'll simply do one thing. Come back here, and let's start working on the toaster context. So first thing, we have to import the package which is coming from React, and we're going to use React context management. It's a really powerful way to manage the state, and that's what I'm going to use it. So I can import it from React. So we'll take this create context and use context. This is the very two powerful model we have in the React, where we can manage a state. Then we have to come back here. We have to import our toaster package, and in which we'll take this toaster TOSTR, and that's coming from React hot toaster. Then we can come back here. Let's create the context. We'll take this create context. Then we have, before we build our provider, now we have to design the structure which we want to implement, and the color and the branding we want to have. So let's design that. After that, we're going to build the toaster provider. So we'll take a variable called branding color. That what type of color you want to display in the notification bar. So this is the color which is going to match my branding. Now we have to manage the state. So when there is a multiple stage in our application, like pending, approval, reject, completed. So we have to handle all of these stages, and based on these stages, we have to change the color and styling of our toaster component. So let's come back here. Let's take the toaster style. So first is going to have a primary styling. Then we're going to add a secondary styling when the state will change. So let's take the common styling first. So we'll take this common. It will have a background to be our background color. We'll have a color is going to be white. We'll have a padding 16 pixels. We'll have a border radius is going to be 6 pixels, and we'll have a box shadow. We'll take this 0, 4 pixels, 12 pixels, and RGB color is going to be 0, 0, 0, 0, 1.15. So this is our common styling of our toaster component. Now we have to build multiple state like processing, approve, reject. So let's come back here. We'll take the processing first, and in which we have to define the border left. So it's going to be 4 pixels solid, and we have to define the color we want to apply. So we'll take this one, a blackish. So it's going to have the same state in all of the action. So what I will do, I'll simply copy this one, paste here, and this will be approve. And this is fine. All we have to do is to change the color to, this will be green. So I'll go with this one. Perfect. Now we can simply copy this one, paste here, and change this to complete. It will also be green because it's a complete transaction. Copy, paste here, and this will be reject. And let's change this to be 7316. Copy, paste here, and let's change this to failed. And what I will do is, let's change this reject to red color. It's on orange. So let's change this to 4. Copy this one. That's what we have to paste here. Change this to info and change this to ed3c0. So this is all the state we have for the processing, approve, complete, reject, info, and failed, and the common classes. Hope this part is clear. We are managing the different states. Now we have to build the actual logic for handling and displaying all of this data. So we can come back here. We'll build the toaster provider. It will take the children because that's how we deal in the context management, in which we have to build the entire setup. So first thing, we have to build the function. So it will be called so processing. It will take the messages, and here we have to simply call our toaster component and display the detail. So it's a very simple thing. All we have to do is to call the package and call the model. So we'll take this return, loading, we'll pass the message, and in that we can simply pass the styling. So first we'll have the common style. We have to obviously deconstruct that. Then we have to add the separate style, which is the processing. So that's the first stage. When the processing component will display, it's going to display the processing including the messages, which we're going to throw and inject in the component. Now copy. What we can do is simply copy this one because we could have the similar stage for all the actions. So we can simply copy and paste here, and let's change the state and the name of the function. So this will be show approve. It will take the message, but it will be success, and we have to call this approve. And it will have a duration, so you can display that how long you want to display. So I want to display for 5 seconds. Copy, paste here, and let's call this one to show complete. This will be success because the transaction will complete it. And here we have to call this complete, and this will be, you can also display the icon. It's totally up to you. Let's display the icon. So I will display this congratulation icon. So you can simply copy the emoji, and that's what you can paste here. Let's give this comma, so it will fix the issue. This is the complete. Now we can simply copy this one, paste here. Let's call this to show reject. It will be reject, and let's remove this one. Let's call this error. Perfect. Now we can simply copy, paste here, and this will be our show failed, and we can display the icon, means the warning icon. So let's call this one. Got it? Copy, paste here, and we have the info. Let's remove this one. Let's make it to 4 seconds because this is going to be change. Perfect. So we're done with all of this stage. Looks fine. Now we can come back here. Let's build the update toast model, in which we're going to simply call the functions and update each one of the states. So we'll take this update toast. It will take a couple of arguments. It will take the ID, status, and the message. We have this one. Now all we have to do is to simply call this toast dismiss. In that we have to pass the ID. With this, what will happen when we execute the next update, next model, it will deactivate the previous one. Because when the transaction will happen, it will have multiple state. It will have processing, then it will have update, then it will have approve or complete. So we have to dismiss the previous action. And now we're going to use this switch case. It will take the states, and based on the states we have to simply update our component structure, means the data. So if it's processing, then we have to call the show processing function in which we have to pass the message. Same thing we have to do with the approve. We'll call this show approve and we'll pass the message. The next one we have is the, let's call this complete. We'll say show complete and the message. Then we'll take the case reject, return show reject and the message, and we'll take the failed, and we'll take the failed message. And for the info and the default, we'll go with the same message. So we'll take this case info, and let's set this as a default as well. Let's call this default, and in that we have to simply show the show info. So this is all the hooks we have which going to trigger one after another. So this is the branding color, this is the component, all the models which going to execute one after the other, and here we have the states. Perfect. We got that. Now we have to simply come back here and let's work on the next part. So first what we'll do, we'll take a variable and build this notify, execute this state. So we'll take this notify in which we have to simply build this start. It will take a message. So if the message exists, we can take that. Otherwise, we can go with the following message. Processing transaction. In which we have to simply pass the so processing the message. Copy, paste here. And this will be update. In which we have to take couple of arguments. So let's change this to ID and the status. And copy, and that's what we have to provide here. And this will be update toast which we have already developed above. So come back here. Now we can simply change this to approve. Let's change this ID and remove this to be transaction approve. And we can simply change this to update toast. Copy. And that's what we have to paste here. And let's call this ones to be complete. Let's change this to be complete. Successful, and we can take this one, and I can note one thing, we have to pass the state as well, ID, and as well as the model we are calling. So it's approved, so let's call this approve. In the same way, have to do here ID, and we have to call the status, which is the complete, because that's what we are receiving in the component. 3 argument. Copy, paste here. Let's change this to reject, and let's call this rejected. This will be reject. Copy, paste here. Let's call this to fail. This will be failed. Copy, paste here, failed. Perfect. So this is our entire notify states with the following model, with updating the status and executing the transaction and displaying the message. Perfect. Looks good. Now we can come back here. We'll take this return and we can simply execute this. So we can take this toaster, context provider. Let's close this one, and in which we have to simply pass the entire value. So we'll take this value and let's pass that one. So we have to pass the show processing, show approve, show complete, show reject, show failed, and we have show info. So this is all the structure we have developed, and we need also a few other things. So let's call this update toast. We'll have the notify and we'll have the toast, the entire model. So we have this entire function in our context, and we have already wrapped with our toast context in our global scope in app.js file. Now we can do one thing, we can simply display the position. So where we want to display our notification component, we can display in the middle, we can display on the top right, top bottom, or bottom left, bottom right. So let's define those position and let's call the component. So we'll take this toaster And let's close this one. Let's define the position. So I want to have, let's say, we can define multiple places. Bottom right, it will have the toast option, in which we can display the success, because we'll have two different states, success or failure. So when there is a success, we can display the icon theme, will display our primary color and the secondary color. So this is going to be our primary color because that's what I'm using, which match our branding. We'll have the secondary color, and this will be, let's call this white, and we'll have a error state as well. So we can simply come here, we'll call this error, and we can simply copy and paste here. And let's change this to be error, means our red color. Perfect. So this is the toaster position, including the details about the color. And at the end, we have to simply pass the children. And that's it. This is our entire code. Now we have to simply export the context. So we can come back here, export, const, use, toast. We got it. Now we can simply build the context. We'll have this use context, in that we can simply pass the toast context. Once we have that, sometime there would be a delay to having the state in the level. Maybe it could be a network issue, or you are passing the wrong argument. So we have to throw the proper error message in the entire global scope of our notification component. So we'll check that particular conditions. We'll say if context is equal to undefined, then we have to throw the error message so it could be displayed in our global error handlers. We'll say this use toast must be used within a toaster provider. Else we can simply go with the context. Perfect. So this is our entire toaster component. I hope you have understood that what we have done. It's an advanced level. So from here you can able to scale it up. The reason why I have separated the actual function from the toaster, because we want to build a custom logic and we want to scale it up. So that's how we can do it. Looks perfect. Managing the state, and we have the notify component with appropriate message uploading, and then we are simply passing all of this in, and we are exporting. So we're done with this toast context. We're done. Now the only thing is left with our contract communication with our Web3 providers, which we're going to work soon. So let's close this one, and now we can start working on the utility function, because we need some of the utility function for handling the error, because when the user will call the function, it's going to have some sort of error. It could be a balance error, it could be a network error. So we have to build that. So let's work on the utility function and the APIs first. After that, we're going to start working on our Web3 provider. So come back here in the utils, and let's handle the error first. So first thing, we have to export the handle transaction error. It take the error object, it will take the context, and it will have the default transaction, and we'll have a log to console is true. Every single thing will make sense when we're going to utilize this function in the front end. So I can see these are the wrap in the bracket, so I can simply remove this one. I don't want to have in the bracket. So I'm getting an error. I can simply remove this one, remove this one, remove this, remove this. Now looks better. Now in this, we have to take a couple of predefined variable, predefined states. So we'll take this if log to console, then we have to simply throw the context error message that what exactly went wrong. Let's take two variable with the predefined message. First is going to be the error message, and we can say, let's say transaction failed, and the other one is going to be error code, because these are the two data we'll get when the transaction will fail. We'll say unknown error, and this is the two data we have to update based on the condition we have to do. So we can have the error related to the insufficient fund, we'll have the network delay, timeout, like we can have the RPC endpoint error, we can have minus 3032 error. So there are multiple error which we can handle. Wrong function call error, that's all we have. So we can come back here, let's take a state variable and let's try to get the message first. So we'll take this one code, we'll have the error dot code, and we have to check error data code. So this is the state which we are checking, which help us to get the code, because every single error will have a Unicode. That's what we have to match. So first what we are looking for, we are looking for error code. If it's there, then we are looking for error, then we're looking for error code, and then we have the error data, then error data code. It's very simple. If you check the ether package, there you will find all of these details, that what are the possibles of code and error you will get, and that's what I'm calling it. Then we have to check for the next condition is the is rejected, because when the user will reject the transaction, it could happen for multiple reasons. So we have to match all of the states. So we'll take this error message, and we'll take the error message if it's include. So here we have to build all the logic, that what kind would be user can cancel the transaction or user can reject the transaction. That's all we have to handle. So we'll say include. First we have to check the user rejected, else we have to simply copy and paste here, copy paste here, and change the message to, let's say, rejected transaction. Then we have to paste here, and this will be called denied, user denied, and we'll have another one, this will be called action rejected. And this action rejected is the most common one, which you will get most of the time when there is transaction cancel. So this is the rejected state we have. Now looks perfect. We can come back here, we'll build the if statement. We'll say if rejected or the code is equal to action rejected, the code is 4001, and then we have to simply update this message, because this is the possible error will happen in the contract, like transaction rejected by the user. In these three stages, this message will display, and we can display this, let's call this action rejected. So that's the first stage we have. Let's build a else statement, copy and paste here, and we have to do all the check. So we have this is rejected, let's call this code, and we'll say equal to, change this to insufficient funds, and this is fine, and we can go with the, let's say, minus 32,000. And this error 32,000 can also be get by when there is a transaction failed by the MetaMask or the RPC URL. And we can display the message, let's call insufficient and funds for transaction, and paste here, copy paste here, and we can change this entire state. We'll take this error reason. In that scenario, we have to simply come back here, error reason, and this will be called contract error. Perfect. Now we can simply copy and paste here, and we'll say message, change this to, first we have to take the, let's call this error, let's call this message, error dot message. We got that one. Now we have to build the if statement to check the condition, because this message can have multiple stage or multiple response. So we'll take this if message include gas require exceed allowance, then we have to set the different error message. So we'll take this, come back here, we'll take this error message to be gas required exceed your ETH balance, and we can take this insufficient fund for the gas code. Simply copy else. Let's build the second stage. So this will be called nuance too low. Change this to, let's say, transaction with same nuance already proceed, and this will be our nuance, and let's call this error, it's too low, not error. Perfect. Copy paste here, and let's change this one to be replacement transaction underpriced. Change this one to be gas price too low for replace pending transaction. And this error is a very common one when you are performing the transaction on Ethereum or like Binance, because process time is little higher as compared to other blockchain we have. Let's call this gas price error. Now we can come back here. Let's take the last else statement, and in that we can simply define the message. At the end, we can simply return all of this three state: error message, and code is going to be error code. Perfect. So this is the entire state we have. Hope this is clear. This will allow us to handle all the different type of error and its message, whether it's a user rejected, wallet connection, execution related to the gas consumption, transaction failed, RPC URL. That's all we are managing. These are the possible stage you will have when you will get the transaction related error. Now we can simply do one thing. We can build the API which allows us to simply handle and make the function call. So let's build the API first. We'll take this const ERC20 API, and we have to build all the regular functions. So I want you to pause the video and try to write down the API for the ERC20 token. It's a really simple one. We have a balance, symbol, decimal, transfer from, transfer. So these are the API. I want you to just give a try. I hope you have tried. Let me write it down. So let's take the very first function is the total supply, and it's a view function, so we don't need to pass any argument, and it's going to return the number, means a UNT variable. So let's replicate this one. This will be our decimal. It's also UNT variable, but we'll take this UNT2, and this will be a symbol. It's a view. It's going to return a string, and this is the name. It's going to return a string as well. Now we can come back here. We'll take this balance off, and then we'll take an argument. So we have to take the address, an account, and it's going to give us the UNT variable, means a number. So we'll take this UNT 256, copy. Now we can simply change this to allowance, and this will be called honor, address, spender, and it will return the UNT variable. So this is the regular function. Now we have to build the other function, executing function. So come back here. Let's call this transfer. It will take the recipient address. It will take the UNT, means amount, that how much amount we want to transfer, and it's not a view because we are not looking for the state variable. It will return a boolean value, whether it's a true and false. When the transaction will execute, it will return either true or false. Let's copy this one, and let's call this approve, and it will take the argument. So let's call this one spender, and it will be amount, and this one is also be amount. It will also return a boolean value. Now the last one is the transfer from. So simply replicate this one, call transfer from. It will take three arguments. First one is the spender, that's fine. Second one is the recipient, and third one is the amount. Perfect. So this is our entire ERC20 API, which allows us to call the important function on the token. Let's take the last function, which will allow us to generate the ID. So we'll take the generate ID, in which we have to simply build the simple logic. We'll take this transaction, and we'll take this math dot to string. We'll take the 36, and which we have to simply call the method and pass the argument. So we'll take this 2 and 5. Perfect. And this will give us the unique ID based on date and the string. And that's our entire utility model. This looks simple, but it's really powerful. We are doing tons of things right up here. So we're done with most of the important features in our application. We have built the global wallet configuration. We have done with the utilities. We have done with the context. Now the last one is left is our Web3 provider, which allows us to communicate with the smart contracts. So now that's what we're going to do in the next video. After that, we're going to start working on the front end. So let's move to the next video.
Welcome back once again. On the last part, we have completed the entire Web3 connection and built the entire setup and utility function which allow us to communicate with the entire contract and Web3 model. Now we're going to start working on our actual functionality which allows us to communicate with the smart contract. So this is where we left. First thing, we have to come back here in the context, and we have already done with the toaster and utility. Now we're going to start working on Web3 provider. So click here, and we have to import a couple of things quickly. So let's import that. So first thing, we're going to use the React context. So that's what I'm going to import. So let's create, and that's coming from React. So first one is going to be the create context, use context, and we're going to have use state and use effect. These are the four things we're going to get from React. Once we have that, let's move to the next one. And we're going to import the Ether package that's coming from Ether. Then we have to take the import of the packages from the Wing provider. So let's call this Wing, in which we have to import the user account. This will give you the details about the user account means address and other information. Then we have to import the use chain ID, use connect, and use balance. These are the four things we need to import. Then we can come back here and we have to do a couple of internal imports. So we're going to import the entire environment variable. So first let's call this. So before we import the environment variable, we have to import the hooks we have developed. And that's coming from our toaster. That's for displaying the notification. So we can get that use toast. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We have to import our token ABI, and that's coming from our context, the same location. We'll say abi.json. So if you come back here, if you go there, this is the ABI in which we have simply copy and pasted the ABI. So this is the ABI we have. Once you have the ABI, now you can simply come back here and we have to import the hooks we have developed. So that's coming from the provider, in which we have to import the use ethers provider and use ether signer. So these are the two hooks we have which allow us to give the details about the wallet connect, so we can easily able to perform the transaction. So we have this one. Now we can to import, let's call this provider wing config, and we have to get the config. And this particular config will allow us to give the details that which network user is connected, so we can able to make that connection and we can able to get the address as well as the user balance. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We have to let's import, in which we need the utility function. So from there we have to import couple of things. So first one is going to be our error handler we have developed. The next one is going to be our ERC20 ABI, and the third one is the generated, let's call this generate ID. So these are the three things we have, and that's what we have imported. Perfect. These are the important. So we have the internal import, we have the global import. We're done with that. Now we have to declare all the environment variables. So before we do that, let's build the context first. We'll say Web3. We can come back here, and if you go back to the environment variable, here you will find we have all of this. So let's import the environment variable first. So we can come back here and let's import the token. So this is the one we have. Simply copy and let's call this T, and it's coming from process.env, and we have the environment variable. So we can simply copy this portion and paste here. This is the first environment variable. Let's replicate this one, and this will be currency, and we have to copy paste here and we can get the currency. So we already have it. Copy that one and paste here. Replicate this one, and this will be our, let's say, what we can do. This is the name, a symbol. Copy, and that's what we can paste here. Copy, and this one right up here. Replicate this, and we have to get the decimal, and that's what we can paste here. Copy and replace here. Replicate this, then we have to get the logo. Copy that one, paste here, and bring it here. This time we have to get, let's see, the domain URL. Copy and come back here and change this to domain URL. Simply copy the URL, and that's what you have to provide. So we got the domain URL. Now replicate this one. We can come back here and we have to get this token USD price, paste, copy and bring it here, and replicate this one. And actually we don't need this one, remove this one. So we got all of this state variable which we're going to use in our Web3 provider. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's take a contract ABI. So we'll take this TokenICO ABI, and we already have the ABI. So we'll take this TokenICO ABI, in which we're going to simply call the ABI. And this way we can able to have the information about the ABI. Once we have that one, looks perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we can simply go further. So first thing, we have to simply create the Web3 context, and we already have the React context. So that's what we're going to use it. Once we have that, now we can come back here and we fall back and we have to get the contract address. So let's get the contract address first. We'll say contract address, and we're going to import it from our environment variable. So simply copy, and that's what we can paste. Come back to the environment variable, and we already have this one. Simply copy, and that's what we can simply replace here. So we got our contract address. Now we can get few more things. So this will be our RPC URL. So we'll say RPC URL, and we already have that one. So we can come back here like this is the one, this one we have. Simply copy, and that's what we can paste here. So we got our RPC URL and the contract address. Now we have to simply build a fallback, because if the user is not connected with the wallet but still we want to fetch the balance about the contract, that how many token got sold, how many token is left, what is the price. So these things we need without connecting the wallet. So we have to build the fallback URL. So let's come back here. Let's call that call fallback provider. And we already have the Ether package. So it's a very simple drill. We'll call this Ether Web3 providers, in which we have to simply call the method called JSON RPC provider, in which we have to simply pass the RPC URL. And that way we can able to have the URL in which don't require the signer object for getting the balance. Got it? Now we can come back here. Let's export our Web3 provider. And it's a simple drill. We can simply pass the children in that. And this is what we have. So this is the structure. We have imported all the important variables. We have declared all the important variables. Now we have to work on the state variable and we have to work on the functionality. So first, let's declare a couple of state variable which we're going to use internally, and all the hook which we have imported. So first thing, we have to simply come back here and we have to take the toaster. We'll say use toast. And from there, we can easily able to import the notify. So I hope you have followed the last video in which we have built all of this model. So we're going to simply call the method on each one of this. We have this notify. Now we can come back here. Now we have to use our wing provider. So we can take that one. We'll say address, and we'll need the is connected state, and it's coming for use account. Then we have to take the chain ID, and that's coming from our hook use chain ID. Then we can come back here. We'll take a variable call, and this is coming from our use balance, and it's going to take an object. So we have to pass the information about the network configuration, that which network user is connected. So we already have the details, the config file we have developed. And in that we can simply receive the balance of the user. Now we can come back here. We can check the connected state, whether the account is connected or not. So it will have multiple states. So we have this connect, and we'll have this connectors, which is coming from use connect. Perfect. These are the all four hooks we are calling. Once you're done with that, now we can come back here and we have to get the state variable, and we'll say recall. And this particular state variable, we're going to increment whenever there is a function call. So for example, that if the user called the buy function, so after completing the entire buying process, we have to simply run this internally. So it's going to reload and recall the function and change the data. That will make sense. Just follow along with me. So by default, it will be 0. We're going to increment that. Let's take another state variable. This will be called global loader, and by default it will be false. Then this is our state variable. Now we can come back here and let's declare our provider and signer object. So we can come back here. Let's call this provider. It's coming from our hook we have developed, and we have to take the signer object as well, and we already have the hook for that. Use ether signer. Perfect. Now we can take this fallback URL. So let's build the internal fallback. So we have to follow the same thing. Provider, JSON RPC provider, in which we have to pass the RPC URL. So this is our hooks and the fallback. Now we can come back here and we have to take our state variable, because when we go to fetch the information from the contract, we have to store that so we can pass into our component. So let's declare those states. So let's take a state variable and let's call this contract, in which we'll have all the function of the contract. So by default it will be null. Then we have to take another state variable. This will call account. We already have, by default it will be null. Then we'll have the state variable called is connecting, and we'll say false. Then we'll have the information state variable. We'll say contract info, and this will contain all the information about the contract. So what we have done, first we have taken the state variable for the contract, in which we are keeping the contract after making a successful connection. Then we are getting the details about the account. Then we are checking the connecting state. After that, we have to get the information. So it will be an object in which we have to structure the data which we want to fetch and store in the state variable. So let's come back here. First is going to be our token details. So we'll say token address, and we don't have it at that moment because we're going to fetch it and we're going to set that variable. That's the null. Then we'll say our TBC balance. It will be 0 by default. Then we'll take the ETH price, and it will be 0, and we'll take the total sold is 0. So this is the 4 state variable we are taking, but we want to add more. Just keep it as it is as of now. Then we can come back here. We'll take this state token balance, and it's going to take the same condition. We'll take this, let's say, user TBC balance. Let's make it capital B, and it will be 0 by default. Then we'll have to say contract ETH balance. It will be null. Then we'll have the total supply will have null, and we'll have user ETH balance will have null. Then we'll have ETH price will 0, and we'll have a TBC balance will be 0. So these are the state variables we have, which we're going to update dynamically. So we have taken this variable. Now we can come back here and we have to take another state variable, and let's call this error. So when there is something goes wrong, we have to simply inject and set in the error state variable so we can display in our component. Let's call this error, and by default we can simply keep it null. Now we can come back here, and this is so far looks good. Come back here and we have to build the hook, like use hook. So first we have to initialize the function to get the contract object. That's the first thing, making the connection with the contract and get the contract object successfully. So let's build that particular hook. So let's call this, we can call that one use effect. It's going to take a callback function, and here we have to build the connection. So we'll say, and I want to call this particular hook in two conditions, when there is a change in the provider and the signer. So let's call that first, and it will take the array of argument. So you can part multiple argument into it, but these two is important for getting the object of the contract. Now we can come back here and let's take the function. We'll say init contract, and here we have to build the condition. So we'll say if provider and signer exist, then only we want to execute the condition in this particular if statement. So we'll take a try and catch, and we can simply throw an error message if anything goes wrong. So we'll say error initializing contract, and we can throw the error message. Simple. And we can simply set the error to be the fail to initialized contract. Simple, not that complicated. Now in the try block we have to build the connection. So we can come back here. We'll say const contract instance, and we have the package ether package which we can use to communicate with the contract. So we'll say new ether contract, and we have to pass the three details. First is the contract address, second is the, let's say, token ABI, we'll say token ICO ABI, and the signer. Perfect. So we have the instant of the contract. Once we have the instant of the contract, now we can set that instant to our contract state variable, and that's the only thing we have to do right up here. So this will execute when the page will reload, and when there is a change in the provider and signer, we'll check, and we'll set that instant of the contract in the contract state variable. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do. And at the end, we have to simply call this particular function. Perfect. So what we have done, we have taken this use effect, we have built this particular function. We need this provider and signer to communicate with the contract to get the instant of the contract. So that's what we have. Perfect. That's the first thing. Now we have to take another use effect, which we're going to call, and we're going to fetch out all the data from the contract, that how many token is left, what is the token, what are the balance, which user is connected, what is the balance of his wallet. So those details about the contract, we have to get it. Remember, we have a function in the contract called get contract info. That function we're going to call it. So let's come back here. Let's take this use. We can come back here. We'll take this use effect. It's going to take a callback function, and the same logic we have to follow. So first thing we have to pass the, like, when I want to trigger this particular event. So it will take an array of object. So it's going to be a contract. Then I want to check for address, provider, signer, and I want to call this recall. So when there is a change, there is an update in the recall state, we're going to recall this particular hook. So we have all of this. Now we have to build the function. So we'll take a variable, and it's going to be a very simple function. So we'll take this const fetch contract info AC, and let's build this particular function. So first thing what we have to do is we can come back here and set the global loader to be true. Then we have to come back here, take a try and catch block, in which we can simply display the error. We'll say error fetching contract info, and we can come back in the try block. We'll say We can come back here. We'll say if we can come back here. We'll say set global loader to be false. Now we can come back here. We'll say const and get the contract instant. So it's very simple. Current provider, and we have to check for two condition. If the user is connected, then we'll get the normal provider. But if the user is not connected, we have to get the fallback provider. So we'll say provider, else we have to go with the fallback provider. Now, once we have the provider, we can make the connection with the contract. So we'll take a variable called read only contract, and we can get the instance. So we'll take this ether contract, and we can pass all of this three data like contract address, ABI of the contract, and we'll pass the current provider. Once we have that one, now we are ready to make the call to the functions we have in the contract. So let's call this info or wait. And the very first function we have to call this read only contract, and we have this get contract info function. This will give us all the details about the contract, which we can now extract the data. So we can come back here. We'll build this token decimal, and we can have this one called parse int, in which we can pass the info object. It will contain the token decimal variable. I hope you haven't forgot the contract video when we have developed the contract, where we have discussed this extensively. And I can simply pass the else. I can go with the normal 18 decimal, because most of the contract, most of the token we have on the Ethereum blockchain or EVM compatible chain, which follow the 18 decimal point. But you can simply play around with this value if you are have a different token variable decimal point. Once we have the token decimal point, now we can simply come back here. We'll take this set contract, and let's call this set contract info. Here we have to update all the information because we have the information in the info. So we'll take this TBC address. Let's make this A, capital A, simply call, and we'll say info dot token address. Now we can simply copy this one, and I notice that here I've made this small a, so make it capital. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We got this one, and we can make this changes. Let's call this TBC balance. We'll have the ether package already. We'll call this utils model, and we have to simply format the balance in a readable format, because it will come in the util in the big number. Okay, so we'll have this one. We'll call this format units, in which we can simply pass the balance, token balance, and the decimal. We got that one. Now we can come back here. We'll take this ETH price, utils. We have to format that, and we can pass this ETH price with a 18 decimal. Now replicate this one, change this to total sold. This will be called total sold, and let's call this token decimal. Now what we can do is, we got this particular variable. Now we can come back here. So this is the fourth thing we have to update. Now come back to the next state variable. We can come back here, and this time we have to build a condition, because I want to check the balance of the user, and I want to check the balance of the user inside the contract. So for that, I need to have the address of the user. So here I have to make the check. We'll say if address and info token address is there, I need these two details to get the information about the user. Okay, so if this two is there, then I can build the instance of the contract. So let's come back here, call this token contract. So we'll call this ether package to get the instance of the contract. Token address, we'll have the ABI, and we'll have the current provider. Once we have that, now we can able to check the balance of the user in this particular token contract. Now we can come back here. Let's call this const, and here we have to build this await promise dot all, because we have to call multiple functions dot all, and it will take array of function. So we have to define all the functions. So first let's call this token contract. Order is very important. Token contract, we'll call this balance of, in which we can pass the address of the user, so we can understand that how much balance user hold of this particular token. Then we'll take the current provider, and we can get the balance of the ether, like whichever network currency user is interacting with. We'll pass the address, so we'll get the balance of the user. Then we can call this current provider. We'll call this get balance, and we can pass the contract address. And at the end, we can simply get the total supply. So these are the these are the four things we are getting. First, we are getting the balance of the user, then the balance he or she hold in the native currency, then the contract balance and the supply. So let's call this user token balance. We'll call this user ETH balance, contract ETH balance, and the last one is the total supply, because that's the order we are following in the promise.all. We got that, all of this data, perfect. Now we can come back here and we can call this set token balance, and we can simply update these details in our state variable. So first one is going to be, let's say, let's deconstruct that. Then we can simply update. We'll say user TBC balance ether utils format unit, and we can pass the user token balance and the decimal. The next one is the contract ETH balance. Same thing we have to do what we have done above. So let me do that quickly. We'll pass the contract balance, replicate this, change this to total supply. This will be total supply, and we have the decimal. Replicate this, change this to user ETH balance, and replace this user ETH balance. Replace, change this one to ETH price, and this will be info ETH price and 18 decimal point. And the last one, we have the TBC balance, and let's call this token balance. And this will be our token decimal. Perfect. I hope you have understood that what we are following, it's very simple. We are getting the information from the contract based on the wallet connection and without connection. So this is all we have here. We have the important data which we are extracting from the contract. Now we can come back here and we are almost done everything. We are done with the entire function. All we have to do is to simply check one more time. So we are calling this global one. We have the fallback. We have the read contract. Here we are getting the information. We have the decimal. Then we are updating our state variable. Then we are checking for wallet connection. If the wallet is connected, then we are calling this particular component and getting all of these details about the token and updating. Perfect. Now we can come back here, cut and paste here as well, copy and paste here as well, and we can simply call the function we have developed. So let's call this fetch contract info, and this entire hook is ready. So whenever the page will reload, this hook will call, and whenever there is a state change like contract, address, provider, signer, or recall will change, it will also call this hook. So this is what we have done. Now we can simply move to our actual function where we can allow the user to buy the token. So let's build that. So we'll call this, come back here. This is fine. Now we can come back here. Let's call this const buy token. It's going to be an async. It will take the amount, means the price, ETH amount. And here we have to build the entire logic. So first we have to check for the contract whether it exists or not. We'll say if contract is there, not there, or address is not there, then we have to simply return, and we don't want to execute the function further. We'll say return null. But if it's there, then we can simply do and take this try and catch block in which this is what we have. Now we can come back here. Let's call this toaster ID, and because we have to display the toaster that the transaction is processing, so let's generate that particular ID. So we can come back here. We'll call this notify, and we have a function on notify called start. This will take a couple of arguments. So let's select this template literal. We'll say buy token symbol, and we'll say with currency we can provide. Simple. We are displaying this message. Got it? Now we can simply come back here in the try, and we can build the function so we can call it. So we'll call this ETH value, because we have to convert that into a big number, and then we have to pass into the function. So we'll call this ether utils parse ether, and we can simply convert that, and we'll call this. Once we have the converted amount, then we are ready to pass into the function. So let's come back here. Let's call this transaction await contract, and we have to call our contract function like buy token, and it will take an argument. So we have to pass the value, and we already have this ETH value. That what we're going to pass it, ETH value, and that's how we are passing the price, the money, into the contract. Perfect. Now we have to simply wait for the transaction to complete. So we'll take this notify and update, and we'll call this toaster ID. We'll give our argument. So it's a processing. And then we have to display our message. We'll say waiting for confirmation. And then we can come back here. We have to wait for the transaction to be complete. So we'll call this receive transaction.wait. Now we have to build a if statement to check whether transaction is completed or not. So we'll say, let's come back here. We'll if recipient.status is equal to 1 means the transaction is completed. Now we have to store the information in our local storage so we can inject in our front end. So let's take a variable called this token price, and we already have this USD price which we are using for conversion purpose and just calculation. So we have this token price, and then we're going to simply take this token received and we're going to simply do the multiplication. So we'll have this ETH amount, we are going to divide with the token price. Now we can come back here. Let's call this transaction details, and this detail we're going to store in our local storage so we can display in the front end component. So let's take this object and in which we have to define. So first one is going to be the time when the user have called the function. We'll call this date.now. Then we have to define the user address. Then we have to define the token in, that what exactly we have received. So we have received the currency. Then what we have given, the output is going to be the token symbol. Then the amount in, we'll have the ETH amount, and what we have given as an output. So we have the token received, and we'll call this toString. Then we have to take the transaction type is going to be buy. Then we'll take the last one is the hash of the transaction which we have in the recipient transaction hash. So these are the data we are storing in the local storage, but you can store more data. So we have this. Now we're going to build an internal function which allows us to store the data. So let's come back here, call this save transaction to local storage. So this is the function we're going to develop in which we're going to pass the entire transaction details. Now we can come back here. Let's build this set recall. So after the successful transaction means after the successful purchase of the token, we have to simply update the entire data in the UI component and recall the function for fetching the data from the contract. So let's call this, it will take a callback function preview, and let's remove this one. We'll say preview plus 1. Then we can come back here. We have to display the notification complete because it's a successful purchase. We'll display the ID, then the success, and we'll display the message successful purchased. Let's convert into a template literal, and we'll display the token symbol and the token. Perfect. Once we're done with that, now we can come back here and return the recipient, and that's the only thing we have to do in the try block. Perfect. Now we can handle the error, all the possible check. So what we can do is we can come back here. We'll build the variable because we already have the global handler for handling the error. So we can extract that message that's coming from error message. Then we have the code, and we have the error code, and that's coming from our handler error, in which we have to pass the error and the message, error object and the message. Buying token. So this is the function we are calling buying token. That's what the message we are passing to our handler as well as the error object. Now we can check the condition. So if you come back here, if you go back to the utils there, you will find that this is the function we are calling. And here we have built all the condition. Close this one, come back here. Now we have to simply build a condition check. So we'll say if the error code is equal to action rejected, means the user have rejected the transaction, then we have to throw this error message and set that. We'll say notify rejected. We'll pass the argument, the toaster ID, as well as the type and the message. We'll say transaction rejected by user. Simple. Got it? Now we can come back here. We'll take this return and we're going to return a null. That's the second condition. Now come back to the third condition. Here we have to simply come back here. We'll take this console.error and we can have a look the entire error message in our console. Then we can come back here, notify. We'll say fail, in which we can pass the toaster ID and the transaction failed. We'll say please try again with sufficient gas, and we can simply return the null. So that's the entire error handle because most of the handling we are doing in our utility function. So this is the first function which allow us to buy the token. So first we are checking for the this contract and the address, then the toaster ID, then converting the ETH and passing it to the function.
We have all of this processing, waiting for the transaction to be complete. And this is what we have. And here we have all the other stuff. Now we have to simply develop this particular function called save transaction to local storage. Simply copy that one. And that's what we can come back here. Let's call this save, and in which we have to receive the data. So we already have the data, transaction data. And here we have to simply build that. So first we have to take a variable called existing transaction, and we have to get the data from the local storage. We'll say JSON parse, we'll say local storage get item, and this is the ID which we are assigning. We'll say token transactions else. So first we are getting the information, the array of the data from the local storage, and then we're going to inject in that. So we'll say existing transaction push, and we have the data which we are receiving, and we're going to push into that. Then we can come back here. We'll say local storage set item. Here we have to call the name, same name, and then we're going to simply push the data. We'll say json.stringify and the existing data. Then we can come back here. We'll take a variable console.log, and we're going to simply throw the message. We'll say transaction saved to local storage, and we'll display the transaction data so we can see. What we can do is let's wrap this into a try and catch block. So if anything goes wrong, let's cut this, paste here, copy and paste here as well, and let's throw the error message and change this message to, let's say, fail to save transaction to local storage. So this is our save function we have. Close this one and close this one. So this is the two function we have built, the main function and the internal function. Now we can simply do one thing. We can simply copy this function because by token function, because it's going to have the similar structure. So simply copy this one and paste. I'll simply come back here, paste, and what I can do is I can simply remove this section, this portion. And here we have to simply update the functions and the data. So we can come back here. First thing we have to update the function name. So let's call this update token. It's a capital T, token price, and in which we have to receive the new price. And this is fine. We need to have the toaster, but change the message. This will be called updating token price. Now we have this one, and we can call this one parse parse price, and here we have to simply pass the new price, copy and paste here. Then we have to simply change the function name. So this function, so let's come back to the contract and let's see what we have called. And if I come back here, and this is the function we have in which we are passing the new price. So let's copy the token price, and that's what exactly we have to pass. And we have to simply remove this one. We don't need to pass the data in the form of object. We have to pass straight away the converted price. So we'll parse price. That's it. Now we have to simply update all of these messages. So we can call this one to confirming price update. This is fine. We are still getting the error messages. And let's come back here, and here we have to build that if condition because we have to check for the transaction complete. So let's call this if receipt.status is equal to 1, means the transaction is successful. Then we can simply display this details. So we'll take this set recall, and we can update the state. Once we have that, then we can display the notification for the complete update. We can pass the message token update. Let's complete the template tutorial, and we can simply give the new price and the currency. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we can return the recipient. Good. This is absolutely fine. We can simply change this message to be like updating token price, and this is fine. User can reject the transaction. This is good. And here we have to simply change the message. So let's call this price update failed, and we can change this to check your permission because only admin can update, and the rest of the thing is absolutely fine. Just keep it as it is. So this is our update token price function. Looks good. Now we can simply close this one, and we have to copy this function and paste here. And in this function we're going to set the token. So in which function we're going to receive the token address which we want to sell. And this is fine. We can change the message setting token sell, and we don't need this one. Remove this one. We can pass the token address straight away. So this is the name we are calling to our function in the contract. Simply copy that one, and that's what we can paste
And here we have this paste here. Change the message. We'll call this token. This is fine. We can change the message. Remove this one, call this sell token updated successfully. And this is also good. Now we have to simply update this message. Call this setting sell token. Okay, this one is fine. And here we have to replace this one. Fail to set sell token, and we'll say the address, and rest of the thing is absolutely fine. Perfect. So this is our set token update. Now what we can do is we can simply copy this one and paste here. In this function, we're going to simply call withdraw all token. So this function will allow us to withdraw all the token from the contract. And we can don't need to pass any argument because we are not receiving anything. This is fine. We can change the message. The same drill we have to do. Withdrawing token. This is fine because in this particular function in the contract we are not receiving any token. So we can simply copy the function and paste here and remove this argument. Change the message, confirming with like withdrawing, withdrawal. This is fine. Let's change this to all tokens withdraw successfully. This is good. Let's change this message, withdraw, withdrawing token. This is fine. User reject, and we can simply copy and we can paste here. Withdraw, and let's change this to try again. Perfect. So this is all the code we have for the withdrawal all token. So we are done with that. Close this one, copy and paste here. Now we have to build the rescue function. So we'll say rescue tokens. This is good. Let's call this rescue, and we can come back here, and we are receiving the address. So let's receive that. This is fine. Now we can come back here in the function and let's see what we have called. It's called rescue token and we're receiving the address. It's fine. So copy this one and that's what we have to call it. And we have to simply change these messages. Operations. Good. We'll call the token rescued. Change this to rescued green. And this is good. Please try again and call this check the token address. Perfect. So this is the rescue function. Fine. Don't need to make many changes. Looks good. Cloud close this one. Now we have to build some utility function because most of the contract function we have built. So we have to build some utility function as well. So come back here and let's build the format address because we have to display the address properly in the component. So let's call this address. That's what we're going to receive. And here we have to build that one. So first thing we have to do is to check if if address is there. If the address is not there, then we have to return empty string. Else we have to simply format that. We'll take this return in template literal, and we have to take the few characters from the like first of the address and the last of the address. We'll take this sub string and we have to pass the length we want to extract. So let's call this let's say 0 to 6. Then we have to take the last one. So we'll take this address substring in which we have to give the address dot length, and we're going to simply give the number. We'll say 4. So it will have a like few characters from the first and few characters from the last. So this is the format address. Now what I can do is let's build a function which allows us to check that whoever is calling the function, whether it's admin or not, because we're going to display few details, few components based on the admin. So let's build that. So we'll take this is honor. We'll take this async. And here we have to build that. So we can simply come back here. First, we have to check the contract and the address. So we'll say if contract is there, not there, and the address is not there, then we have to simply return the false. Else, we can take this try and catch and we can simply catch the error. So we'll take this error message. We already have the handler. We can pass the error object and the message. We'll say withdraw and just give this one for our time being. And we can come back here, console log out the message. If it's not the admin, then we don't want to block the execution of the function. We just want to display the message. It's totally optional. And we can simply return false. If it's a admin,
Then we have to build the logic. So first we have to get the address of the owner. We already have a function called, like we have a variable called owner in our contract. So if I come back here in the contract, we have taken the state variable, and that's what we are calling. So we are called this address public, means it will automatically give you the getter function. So we are calling this one straight away. So we'll have the address of the owner. Now we have to simply do the check. We have to match it up with the current address with the owner. So it's going to return either true and false. So we'll take this owner address to lower case, and if it's equal to the address, we'll call this to lowercase. So it's going to return either true or false. If it's false, means it's not the owner, but if it's true, means it's an owner. So that's the only thing we have to do here in this particular function. Perfect. We're done with this. And I want to build one more function for formatting the ETH amount. So let's come back here and let's call this const format to format token amount, and let's call this token amount format. It will take the amount and the decimal is going to be 18. And here we have to simply build the if the amount is there, then we have to execute, otherwise we have to throw the 0, otherwise we have to simply return the actual formatted amount. So we already have the ether package we call the utils, and in which we have to pass the amount, the same thing we have done on the top. So we'll take this amount decimal. Okay, I noticed something, so it's taking a double bracket, so I have to simply remove this one. I can simply remove this one, move paste here, remove this, and save it. Now it's perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do. So I hope you have understood that this is the owner and this is the formatted amount we have. Now what we can do is, so we are done with all the important function. Come back here and let's build the value, the function, the variables we want to export from this provider, so we can utilize it in our components provider. But before we do that, let's build a function which allows the user to add the token in the MetaMask. So let's come back here. Let's call this add token to MetaMask, and we'll call this async function. Now here we have to call the Web3 providers, and we have to simply store the information in the MetaMask wallet. So we can come back here. Let's call this const toaster for displaying the notification. We'll have a start, and we can display the adding. We can display the symbol token to MetaMask. And this particular function will only work in the MetaMask because MetaMask has this API which we can call. But most of the wallet provider don't have this public API. So it will only work on MetaMask. We have the toaster ID, then we can take the try and catch, and we can build the entire function. So we'll call this variable was added. So this will be either true or false. So we can call this await window dot ethereum, and we have to make a request to the Ethereum object so it can pop up the MetaMask. And here we have to pass all the data. So we can take this method. So we want to call the wallet watch asset. Then we have to pass the params, in which we have to pass the type is going to be a ERC20 token. If it's an empty NFT, you have to give the NFT. Then we can give the option. In the options, we can pass the parameters like the address. So we already have the link to my address. Then we have to pass the symbol, token symbol. Then we have to pass the decimal. And then we have to pass the image of our token, the logo. And that's the details we have to pass. Now we have to make the check whether the token is added or not. So we can simply build a if statement. We'll say if was added. If it's successful, then we can display this complete, and we have a message successfully added token. Else we can go with the same message. We'll say notify complete, and we'll say token failed to add it. What we can do is come back here in the error, and then we can display the error message if anything goes wrong. So first we have to get the entire error in the console so we can check what exactly went wrong. Now we have to use our error handler. We can get the error message and the code coming from our handler error. We can pass the error object and the message. We'll say token adding error, addition error, and let's get this one. Perfect. Now we can collect this token notification. We'll say failed, and we can display the message. We'll display the toaster ID, and we can display the message transaction failed, and the actual error message we are getting called message
And if it's equal to undefined, then we can call this not supported, means the wallet is not supported this particular API, or else we can go with the error message and we'll display that. Perfect. That's what we have this particular function. So this one is a really powerful feature which allow the user to add the token in the MetaMask. So I hope you have understood. So we're getting the ID, building the object, then checking the condition and adding it. Perfect. Now we can come back here and let's build the value which we have, which we want to export from this component. So let's come back here. Let's take a value. And here we have to simply take the object and in which we have to define all the function, the variable we have declared. So first one is going to be the provider. Then we have the signer. Then we have the contract. Then we have the account. It will have an address. Then we have the chain is connected, which we can check from the account and we can check it from the contract. If this true state doesn't exist, means it's not, there is no connection. Then we can check for is connecting. Then we'll check for the transact contract info, contract token balance, error, recall, well, global loader, buy token, update token price, set, sell token, and this function is not exist. So let's copy this one and check, is there any problem? So let's come back here and I notice one thing. I call this update token price. I have to change this function name. Like this one is the sell token. So simply copy and that's what we have to paste here. Now it will have the function. We have it now. Come back here. We'll call the withdraw token. We'll format address, format amount, and the last one we have is the honor. And we have the set recall. We have the add token to MetaMask. So this is all the function we have, which we are receiving in our value, which we can pass down to our context provider. So we can take this return. We'll build our context provider. Let's close this one. And we can pass this value. And we'll say value. So this is our context provider. Hope you have understood, in which we can pass the children. Perfect. Now we have to simply export. So we'll say export const use Web3, where we have to take that context Web3 use context, in which we can pass the Web3 context we have developed context. And here we have to handle if the context is not there, and we have to simply handle the error. So we'll throw a new error and we can call this use Web3 must be used within a Web3 provider, else we can return the context normally. Let's have a default export as a Web3 context. And that's the entire code we have coded in this particular section. So with that, I hope you have followed so far. Every single thing is looking good. We have first imported the packages. We have done the internal import, imported our environment variable, build the context. Here we have the setup for fallback. And here we have all the hooks we have imported, and that's what we are calling. Building all the logic, all the correction state variables. That looks good. We have the initiate contract, which will give us the object of the contract. We have the fetch, which will give us all the data about the contract. We have the buy function, store, and all of the things looks good. Format and pretty well. So I hope you have understood that what we have done. This one is a quite huge part of our project, and this one is the most important one. We're going to test that every single thing. So let's come back here. Let's have a look. So we have called all of the function we have in the contract. So let's close, come back here, close this one, and we can come back here. Let's close this one as well. So we are done with the entire Web3 context provider. Now we can come back here in the package.json file, and let's do the installation. So we can check that all the setup we have done, whether it's working perfectly or not. So we can come back here. You can see this is the packages we are using. Open up your terminal. And first thing, you have to check your node version. So if I check my node version, this is what I'm using. It's the latest one in the front end side. So I'm going to do the installation of the package. So just wait. This might take a little bit time depending on your internet speed. So just wait. And finally, we are done with the installation. You can see I'm getting a couple of warnings. Simply ignore that, not that important, because we are focusing on stability. And it will show you some of the command to execute. Simply ignore that. Now we can simply come back here and clear the terminal, and you can close this one, come back to the node module, and here you will find all the packages we have in our environment. That's all we have installed successfully. Now we can come back here and open up your terminal, and this is the command we have to execute, the dev environments. Type npm run dev to see our application is working absolutely fine. So simply copy this one and open in your browser. Minimize this, come back here, paste here and hit enter. And you will find that currently I'm getting this particular error. This means that so far, whatever setup we have done, every single thing is working fine. Our package is working fine. So this particular error we are facing because of the typo, I can see the typo I have done. The E is missing. So what I can do, you can simply do the console to see all the logs. So here you will find some server error. It's not that important because we're going to simply provide the RPC URL. We haven't provided yet, but so far every single thing is good. So it's a very easy fix. Can you guess what is the problem and how you can fix it? Can come back here and there you will find that this is the Web3 provider we have done. And I can come back here and here we have the rainbow kit. So it's E dark theme, and that's what you have to call it, and paste here. And this will fix the issue. Save it, reload the page, and you will find our application is looking absolutely fine and working fine on our locals 3000. If you zoom a bit, you can see it looks great. Let's bring it to normal. Now we can come back to our code. Now come back here and now we can start working on our index file. So let's close this one, and let's start working on our home page first. So we need to import couple of things. So looks good. Come back here. Let's import our use state and use effect. Then we can come back here. We have to simply import our header, and that's coming from next head. Then we can come back here and we have to simply import, and this one is coming from our component homepage dash index, in which we need two things as of now, like the header and the hero section. So let's call this header and hero section. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We'll build the environment variable. We need to have the token name. So let's call this token name, and it's coming from our environment variable process.env. And if I come back here in the context Web3 provider, here we have imported. I can simply get it from here. Simply copy this one, and that's what I can paste. Okay, it's a token logo, but I need the token name. So I can come back here in the environment and I have this one, copy, paste here. So I got the token name. Perfect. Now I just want to have a default export. So let's cut this and paste here. And let's call this function. I don't want to have the arrow function. Remove this one, and I can simply remove this, save it. Now we have the default function export. Now we can start working. So first what I'm going to do is let's work on the theme, light mode and dark mode. So let's come back here. Let's take a state variable and let's call this is dark mode. By default it will be false. And we're going to build a couple of functions. So let's build the hook first, and in which we have to check that type of window is equal to undefined. Then we have to simply return nothing, and here we will the try and catch. So it's a very simple logic. What we are doing, and we are checking the variables in the window object in the local storage, and then we are performing the light and dark mode. So let's do that very quickly. So we'll say save mode, and I'm going to get the data from the local storage, and let's call this to dark mode. Now I can come back here. Let's take a variable called system prefer dark. So I want to check that what the user is using in their system. So based on that, we're going to provide so let's call this window match media, in which we have to call the method. So this is the method we have called prefer color and schema, and we have to give the dark and call this match. Simple. Now we can come back to the error. We'll call this system prefer dark, and I can see it's a capital D. Let's make it capital D, and by default it will be false. Okay, I think I made a mistake. Okay, I made a mistake. So come back here. I'll go and fix it. So let's call this dark. It's dark mode, and I'll pass this. So let's take a variable. Come back here and let's make it dynamic. So we'll take a variable called should user dark mode, and we'll call the save mode equal to be false. Else we can go back to default, and otherwise I can take this true. Simple logic, and that's the variable I'm going to pass it. So based on the user preference and the mode he saved, by toggling, based on that we're going to simply set the variable. Or you can go with the fixed one, but I want to make it dynamic. because this data is already stored in the local storage. So now I can come back here and build a system. So we'll say if user dark mode, then I can simply call this document get element, we'll call class, and then we can add the class called dark. Else we can simply remove the class called remove. Very simple. Now I can see there is a problem right up here. So I mismatched. So this is fine. Here we have the save mode. This is good. Here is the problem. So like this will come in try and catch. So I'll simply cut this one and bring it all the way down. And I can see I get this one as well and paste it here. So now it's good. And I can come back here and there is a problem. So let's come back and let's make it false by default. And here we can simply come back and try and catch. And I'll simply copy and paste here. And then I can simply call this window function on it. This is perfect. And the next one we have this one, system prefer, cut this one and paste here. Looks good. Now this function is accurate. Checking this, they have the block, system, then we are updating. Now we can come back here. We'll take this console.error and we can display the error message in the console. It's not that important. We'll say error initializing theme and we'll get the error object. Then we can simply call this set to true, because we are by default I'm going with the dark mode, but you can go with, so when the user will visit your application, by default it will be in dark mode, but you can go with true if false, so it will be displayed in the white mode. And that's all we have. Simply cut and paste here. And this is fine. This is the entire hook for the theme, which get the information from the local storage and set into our environment variable. Now we can come back here and let's try to build the toggle function and the apply theme. So we'll call this apply theme. It's going to take the dark mode, means what kind of mode we have. So we'll say dark. We'll say if type of document is equal to undefined, then we go with nothing. Otherwise, we'll build this condition and we're going to simply call the model. So we already have this. We already done the hard work. Simply copy and we have to update the state. Else we have to simply remove the dark mode. That's the apply theme function we have. And now we can start working on the JSX. So let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So I can click on the localhost. You can see it's local is fine. Now I can start working on the JSX straight away. So come back here. Let's take the class. And first we'll have a dynamic one because we have to display the toggle between dark and mode. So let's take the height first, screen height, and we'll say if dark mode is true, then we want to go with the background black and we'll have our text color white. Else we can go with the background white and we'll have our text gray 800, and that looks much better. You can see looks better now. Now we can come back to the transition and call this color, and duration is going to be around 300. So perfect. That's what we have applied globally on the main component. Now I can simply change this to the header because I want to display the logo and the title. That's what I can do. Means the fab icon. So let's display the title of our application. So I'll go with the token name and I can give this text, but you can give whatever text, whatever tagline you have for your token. So we'll say brightening AI with decentralization. And let's add a description as well, the metadata. So let's call the name is going to be description. And let's add the content. And for that, I'm going with this one, TokenICO tab, but you can add more details about your token. And here I want to display the fab icon. So I already have the image in my public folder. I'll go with that and then change this to be icon. And if I save it, if I see, you can see the image and the tagline is working fine. It's looking fine. So our icon and the text, all the details are looking fine. Now what I can do is I can come back here and we can take our header component. So let's take this header in which we have to pass the prop. So it's going to be the dark mode or the theme state. That's what I'm sending. And I also want to send the toggle. And I haven't created this function. So this is the function we have to create. So let's come back here. Let's try to create a function. So it's going to be a very simple function. Come back here. We'll call this toggle dark mode, in which we have to simply call some of the states. So first we're going to take a variable called new mode. And we already have the is dark mode on. Then we have to simply set that to be a new mode. And then we can call the apply function with the new mode. Then we can take a try and catch. We'll call this local storage set item to be the dark because that's the keyword. And
we can pass the value, which is the new mode, and convert it to a string. We can handle the error, so we can simply console log out the error if anything goes wrong. So we'll say error saving theme prefers preference and the error, and that's it. So copy this one, and that's what we have to pass in our prop. So this is our header section. You can see the header components are reflecting fine. This is good. Now I have to display the hero section, so that's going to be in the main section. So let's take a main tag. Inside that, we're going to take the hero section. We'll say hero section, close this one, and let's send the prop. So we have to send the theme. That's the only thing we have to receive. And because all the function call we're going to do inside the hero section, and that's the only thing as of now we have to do here. So looks great. These are two components reflecting absolutely fine. Our application is working. Now we're going to start working on the header. After that, we're going to work on the hero section. So let's close this one, come back here, and we can come back to the component, go back to global, and then we have the header. And this is what exactly we're going to work now.
Welcome back to the fourth part of our ICO DApp project. This is where we left in the last video. We have completed the index page, the context management, and the wallet configuration. Now we're going to start working on our header section. So every single thing is looking good. And let's minimize this one and let's make on the big screen. Because first we're going to work on the functionality which we're going to have in the header section. One is going to be very big part of our project where we have the Megamenu. So I have already done the import which you will have in the startup file. So we have the states import, we have the icons, we have this particular icon import, and we have our environment variable. And here you will find that we have the Megamenu. So we don't need to spend much time designing Megamenu structure. So if I open that one, you will find all of this icons, the name, that's all is given, the URL. So if you want to change, you can simply replace with your data. But this is the Megamenu. Now we have to start working on our actual logic. So first I'm going to import our wallet connect component, and that's coming from the global environment. So we'll say this, we'll go back to the global, and from there we can get that custom connect button. And that's what I have to call it here. So we got our custom button. Now we have to start working on the logic. So first we have to import the props which we have sent in our header component. So it's the dark mode. Then we have the toggle dark mode, and this is the Megamenu. Now before we start working on the JSS, let's write down all the important functions which allow us to have the feature of scroll behavior, animation, and the trigger event. So we can come back here. Let's take the state variable and let's call this use open. By default it will be false. Then we can come back here, let's take another one and let's call this scroll position, and it will be 0 because we have to calculate the screen width, and based on that we have to trigger the event. Then we can come back here, let's take another one, let's call this is header sticky. By default it will be false. Take another one, let's call this active mega menu, it will be null. We'll take another one, let's call this is scrolled. By default it will be false. Then we'll take time out ref, and we'll have this use ref which we have imported, and let's call that. By default it will be null. We'll take another one, call this menu ref, and we'll call this null. So this is all the states we have taken, and we're going to simply play around with this. These are the states. Now we can come back here and let's write down the functions. So first we're going to be toggle menu, which allow us to simply toggle the menu as the name suggests. So we can come back here, let's call this set is open. By default it will be dynamic. So if it's true it will turn to false, if it's false it will turn to true. We have that. Now we can come back to the next one, let's call this use effect, and this one is going to be trigger when the page will reload. So we can come back here and we make it empty string because I want to call this particular hook only once at the time of page reload, in which we have to build the logic. We'll say handle click outside, and it will have the event in which we have to build the condition. So we'll say if menu ref current and menu ref current contain event, then we have to simply trigger and call this particular logic. So in which we have to simply set the variable which is null by default. Okay, simple logic, simple JavaScript. Now this is fine. We can come back here, and now we have to simply called the DOM element. So we'll take this add event listener, and we have to add the class. So let's call this mouse down, and we'll call the function we have developed handle click outside, and we have to simply return. Let's take a callback function, and we'll say document remove event listener, and we have to simply remove the event and call the same function. Very simple, which will trigger for mouse down. So when someone will press, it will open and it will close. Perfect. We got it. This is fine. And that's what we are calling. Now we can come back here. Let's take a variable call handle menu leave. And this is a event. So when the mouse will over on the mega menu, so it will automatically open the mega menu. So that's the logic we are developing. So let's build that function, and in which we have to simply call this timeout ref current, and we have to simply use this set timeout, in which we'll take the callback function, and we have to call this set active menu to be null. Then we can come back here and we want to execute it for 3 milliseconds. Perfect. That's the simple one. And we can come back here. Let's take another one called use effect, in which we have to do a couple of checks. So we can come back here. We'll take this variable called handle scroll, and we have to trigger the scroll behavior. So when the user will scroll the screen, we want to have the animation which come down from top, and then our header will stick. So that feature we are working on. So let's come back here. So first we have to simply take this set is scroll to window, and we have that object called page y offset, and we'll go with 50, but you can play around with this value. Then we can come back here. We'll take window add event listener, and we have to add the scroll event, and we'll call the function. Then we have to do the same thing which we have done, and let's call this window remove event listener, and we'll call the function. And this scroll event is ready to trigger. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable called header classes, and here I'm going to define all the classes, because we're going to have a dynamic classes based on the event and based on normal behavior. So we can come back here. Let's take a template tutorial and define with full, transition all, duration 500, easy out, and we'll have a dynamic class which is coming based on the mode, whether it's a light mode and dark mode. So we'll say if dark mode is true, then we're going to add this, our brand color E0 B12, and we'll have a 90%. We'll say backdrop blur medium, else we'll go with the white background with same percentage 95. Backdrop blur will have a medium, and that looks perfect. Simple. That's for the dark mode. Now we'll take another dynamic condition. So let's come back here. Let's take this. We'll say is header tricky, because that's also we have to check, because your header will have a normal state and the sticky state based on the scroll. So let's come back here. If the state is true, then we'll say fix top 0, left 0, z index 50, width is going to be full. We'll have a shadow large, and we'll have an animate slow slide down. We'll have a border bottom, and else we'll add the relative border bottom, and this looks fine. So this is our sticky header behavior. Now we can come back here like this, take the third dynamic class for the dark mode. We'll say if the dark mode is true, we'll say border gray 800 50%. Then we'll take the another one called border gray 250, and that's our dynamic class we have for the header, which will trigger based on the event as well as the dark mode and the light mode. Now we can come back here, and this looks fine. We don't need to add anything else here. We have the ecosystem, we have the title. So this is all we have. If you want to replace, you can simply replace the link, but the rest of the thing, just keep it as it is. Just complete the project. After that, do all the experiment, and this is all fine we have. So this is the mega menu boilerplate we have. Perfect. Now what we can do, come back here, close this one. We can start working on the JSX. So what I will do, I'll come back here. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's come back here, and I'll come back here. Let's have a look. This is fine. I'm missing anything? No. Now we can simply come back here and let's remove this and bring it down. Let's take a template retro fragment, and now we'll take this block. We'll say is header is tricky. If that's the true, then we're going to simply display this particular div. It will have a class called height. We'll have a 90 pixels. Medium will have a height 98 pixels. That's the dynamic one. If the header is sticky. Now we can come back here and I can see something. So let's come back here. Let's format this one. Come back. Now we can take the header tag. It will have a class. We'll take a dynamic and we'll have a template rule. We'll say width full. We'll have a transition all. Duration 500. Easy out. Fix. Top 0. Left 0. Z index 500. Width full. We'll have a shadow large. We'll have a animate slow slide down, and we'll have a border bottom, and we'll have our dynamic class based on the mode. So we'll say if dark mode is true, then we have to background. We'll have our brand color, which is EB12 95%, backdrop blur medium, and we'll have our border gray to be 850, and we have to add the else statement. Let's call this background white 95, backdrop blur medium, border gray 200, and we'll have the 50%. Looks fine. Good. Now we can come back here and we'll take this ref is going to be menu ref. Simple, not that complicated. I hope you can follow it very easily. So we have done with all of that, and I can notice one thing, that whatever we are writing, somehow it's not displaying. So maybe I have done some sort of import wrong. So this is the header we have, and I can see that this is the header. We have written so many code, but nothing is happening. So what you can do, select all and copy, and I can see the problem what is happening here. So come back here, and right now you can see that I'm writing the code in the global component, global header, but we have to write the code in the homepage header. So we are writing in there. So come back, click here, and here you have to write the code. So come back, select all and copy, and that's what we have to simply paste here in this one. Remove and paste. Got it? And we can come back to the global one and we can simply type RFC. Perfect. Now it will work fine. So close the global one, and this is our home page. Now it is looking good. Perfect. Now we can come back to the header. Inside that we'll type hi, and you can see it's reflecting fine. Means now we are in the right component. Now what we can do, we can simply start working. So let's come back here. Let's take a dynamic block. We'll say if scrolled is not true, or whether it's false, not true, then we have to render this particular div, and we'll have a class called relative. We'll have a padding 3, overflow header, white space, no wrap. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute, inset 0, background going to be gradient to right, and we'll have a font, and this is the second primary color we have, and we'll have the two purple 600, and when I have a over effect, we'll say 600. Same we have to apply for over effect is the purple one to be 700, and we'll have a text white, and there it is. You can see it looks beautiful. Now we can see absolute inset. We have this relative padding. This good. This is fine. I'm not missing anything. This is the exact branding color we are using. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's add the class called ZIndex0. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute. We'll say insert 0, ZIndex0. We'll have a opacity 20, and it will have a custom style. So we'll take this style tag and we'll have a background image to be our gradient type of image. We're going to have it. So let's take this call radial gradient. We'll have the circle. In that we can take the RGB color and we can define that. We'll say 250, 255, 255, 255, and we'll go by 0.15. 1 pixels. We'll have a transparent 1 pixels. Out of that we will take this radial gradient, and we can define the same variable. So we'll take this RGB to 55 and we'll have this point 1. We'll have 1 pixels, transparent 1 pixels, and that's our background image. Perfect. Now we can come back here, take this background size is going to have 20 pixels, 20 pixels, 30 pixels, 30 pixels. Got it? Now we can take this background position to be 0, 0, and we'll have the 15 pixels, 50 pixels. So this is the custom style we have added on the div. Now we can come back here inside the, and it's going to be a cell. It's going to be a closing div. Okay, it's just for styling purpose we are using it. Now we can take the div. It will have a class called animate marquee, and this is the animation class we're going to create customly. So just give the name and remember it. It will have an inline block, white space, no wrap, text white, relative z index tens. Inside that will take a span. It will have a class called max for margin x, x is for text, small, medium will take text basis. Inside the span will display our token name. So we already have that in the environment variable. Let's give that and save it. And we'll give this token symbol and we'll have our message called pre-sale is now live. Be part of the future, claim your discount token and exclusive access to AI blockchain technology. You can give all the message which you have based on your branding. I'm just going with this dummy text. Now we have this. Come back here. We'll take another span. Let's have a class called margin x 1 and we'll say hey. And in this I'm going to define the icon. You can display the emoji. Right now I'm giving this hey, but I'm going to replace with an emoji. And let's take this don't. Let's have the comma and t. Wait. Join the innovative web today, and we'll have a span. It will have a class called margin left 1, and this is fine. Now what we can do is let's open a new tab and let's get the emoji. Type fire emoji, click here, and we can copy, and that's what we can paste here. Just paste here. Now we can come back here. Let's type this world emoji, click here, copy, and that's what we can paste here in place of hey. And that's the looks fine. Now you can see, just reload the page and every single thing is working fine. The animation is working good. Now I can see that this is fine. I think there is a problem in the closing tag. Why they are very close to the text. So I can see that. So this one is the self closing one. So what I can do, I can simply cut this one, and that's what I have to bring it here, because this one is just for styling, like this one. Paste here and save it. Now you will see, now we have the proper height. Perfect. So we got this. This is fine. And this look good. So we are done with the top notification bar. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called container. Margin x auto. X padding x 4. Padding y 4. We'll have justify between item center. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex item center. Inside that we'll take a link tag, and let's close this one. Let's define the property. We'll take href and we'll go back to the home page. Let's have a class called flex item center. We'll have a group, and inside this link we can take our div. It will have a class called relative, width 10, height 10, margin right 3, and we'll have a overflow hidden. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute, insert 0. Then it's going to be a self-closing one, okay, just for decorative purpose. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute, insert 1, flex item center, justify center. Inside that we'll take our image, the logo, and this logo is already coming from the public folder, so I'll simply give the location logo.png. There it is. I can give this called logo, and let's add the classes. So let's call this width is going to be 8 and height is going to be 8. We'll have our object container. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we can define our text. We'll take a span. It will have a class called text 3xl, font bold. We have the background. We'll use the clip text, and we'll have the text transparent. Background is going to be our gradient to right, and we'll have our brand color.
purple is going to be 600, and we'll have our animated gradient X. We'll have the animation, and inside that span we're going to take our text, the token name, and looks fine. There it is. You can see looks perfect. Now we can come back here. We'll take a nav. We'll take a class called hidden large. We'll say flex item center space x6. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called relative group, and it will have a on mouse enter event, and we have to call this callback function, the function we have developed called handle menu over, and inside that we have to simply pass the menu, the mega menu event. So it's a ecosystem. That's the one. Now we have to simply add the mouse leaf function. So I guess I to build this particular function. So come back here on top, and we have to add the over function, mouse over function. So we already have the function for leaf. Let's write on top of here. So this is fine. Simply copy, paste here, and let's write it down. Change this to over, and this is fine. Now all we have to do is to remove this one. Take the clear timeout, and then we have to take this time ref. We'll get the current, and then we have to simply set the menu to be menu ID, and perfect. Our over effect is done. Now we can simply start working where we left. So come back. There it is. So both the function we have, the over and the leaf. Now once we're done with that, come back inside the div. We'll take a button. It will have a class, a dynamic one. So we'll take this flex item center space x1 padding y2 padding x3 1, and we'll have a transition color. We'll have a dynamic class. So we'll say if dark mode is true, then we'll say text gray 300 over effect will add the brand color, else we'll get this text gray 700, and we'll have a over which we have the tell 600. So this is the combination we are using. We got it. Now we can come back here. Let's add a dynamic one called mega menu. If it's equal to the active menu, we'll say ecosystem. Then we have to apply this class, the brand one, else we can go with no class. Then we can simply add the onClick function, and we'll call this set active menu to the active menu. If it's equal to our ecosystem, then we'll say null, otherwise we'll go with the ecosystem. Very simple function we have. We are updating the state, so it will open the entire mega menu. Now we can come back here. We'll take a span. We'll say ecosystem. We'll take the icon, and let's apply the classes. We'll say class. We'll say transition transform. We'll have a duration 300, and we'll have a dynamic call active menu. If it's equal to ecosystem, then apply this. We'll have a rotate 180, else go nothing. Simple. Perfect. So this is the first mega menu we have. Now we're going to have the same one because we're going to have two mega menu. So let's come back and we have to copy this one. So I'll simply come here and let's close this one, and we can simply copy this one and paste here. And all we have to do is to change the name. So it will have the same event. Let's change this to, let's call this resources. Copy this one, and the same thing you have to do and provide in other places. Instead of ecosystem, simply select all and replace, and change this to capital R. And that's the only thing. This is the two mega menu. We got it. Now we can come back here and we're going to have a two normal link. So let's take this link tag and let's assign the property. So we'll take this explore URL, and I want to allow the user to redirect to the explore page. So we have already have the contract address which is coming from the environment variable. So we'll take this, come back here. If I go back to environment variable, and there we have this link to address, simply copy, and that's what we can simply come back here, and I have to simply provide here. So let's change this to TBC address, paste here, simply copy and paste here. Got it. Now simply copy and come all the way here, and we have to change here as well. So first remove this, get out of this, and then we have to paste this one. That's the first thing. Now we have to replace in other places as well. So let's copy the URL, link to address, and we have to change here as well in the menus. So change this one,
Then we have to change this 193. We can come here and change here as well. Now it's perfect. You can see the animation is working absolutely fine. So we got the first link. Now let's add other property. So let's come back here. We'll add the target is going to be blank. So it will open in a new tab. We'll add a classes. Click the template padding 2. Padding x1 will have a transition color. We'll have the dynamic color. If it's dark, we'll take the sticks gray 300. Over effect, we'll have the branding color. Otherwise, we'll go with the default secondary color we have. Text till 600. Perfect. We got the link. Now we can come back here. We'll take this explore. And that's what we have. Simply copy this one and paste here. And I noticed one thing that this is fine. We have to redirect the user. Simply remove this one. And I want to redirect to the dashboard page. Remove this one. And let's add the link to, and I want to add the icon as well. So let's make on the big screen. You can see so far every single thing is looking good. We have the menu and on the event is working, but somehow I'm getting this error. Okay, the menu ID is missing. I can see the problem. This one is missing. Simply reload the page, but the event is working fine. You can see on over event is working absolutely fine. It's not a big deal. We can easily fix that. Perfect. Now we can come back here in the function, and here we have to simply import. Let's take the function. Now it will work fine. You reload the page and give auto. Now you can see the arrow is working good. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's come down and let's have a look. So I'm not missing anything. And let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's do it properly. Click here and bring it on the right. Perfect. Now let's come back here. And I want to do one thing. Let's come here. We're done with all the menu for the desktop. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div. We'll have a class called hidden. On the last skin, we'll say flex item center space x. Let's call this space x4. Inside that, we'll take a button and we'll have an on click function, the toggle dark mode. It will have the class. We'll take the dynamic class. We'll say padding 2, rounded full, transition all, duration 300. We'll tag the dynamic class. On the dark mode, we want to add the gray gradient. So this is the gradient branding color I'm using. To right, we'll have the from, we'll have the purple 600, and on over effect, the same one we have to apply. The first one with the 600 and the other one is going to be, our purple one is going to be 700. And text is going to be white, and let's add the else statement. And I want to add the same branding in the else statement. So simply copy and paste here. Perfect. We got it. So same thing I'm going to have to apply in the both light and dark mode. Now we can come back here. Let's add this attribute. So will this Arial label to be have a dynamic one. So we'll say if dark mode, so we'll say switch to light mode, else we'll say switch to dark mode. Now inside the button, we have to take the dynamic class. So we'll take this is dark mode. Then I want to display the different icon. So we'll say sun. It will have a size 2. Let's say 20. And in the else block, we can add the moon icon, which is 20. And I can see the icon name is wrong. It's sorry, SUN, not M. Remove this one, M. Now it's working fine. Got it? So this is the our toggle icon for light and dark mode. Now we can come back here. We'll take an anchor tag. Let's redirect the user to the dashboard page. Let's add the classes called group. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called width 10, height 10. Background is going to be the same, to right. We'll have a second. You can simply copy this one, and that's what we can paste here. And let's add the other classes. So this is fine. Remove this one. We'll take rounded full, flex item center, justify center, transition all, duration 300, and we'll have a shadow medium. And on over effect, we'll have the shadow large. We'll have an over effect. We'll say scale 105. Perfect. Inside that, we can take the span. It will have a class called text white. In that, we can display the details, the name. So this is good. This is good. Now I can come back here. I can get the SVG icon, which is already given. So all the SVG icons you will find right up here. So come back to the global. Inside that, you will have this SVG, and you can simply copy it. So you can see I have given this name header 1. So that's what you can copy, and that's what you have to paste here. And got it. So all the icon, SVG icon, you will find here. So we got our icon. Perfect. Now we can come back here and we can take our custom connect button, which we're going to develop. Let's add the prop to active is going to be true. And that's the only thing we want to receive. Let's make on the big screen to see. You can see every single thing is working fine. The button is there, but somehow the icon color is not displaying. So this is the one we have to fix. The toggle is looking absolutely perfect. We can toggle between light and dark. Perfect. Now I can come back here and I can see the problem. There is a double B. So like all you have to do is to remove this one and save it. Come back to the browser and there it is. The color is applied successfully. Perfect. Toggle it and you will have this one. Perfect. You can see the over effect is working, but the component we have to develop so it go to open. We haven't developed yet. So let's make on the big screen. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So we're done with this particular section, the desktop. Now we have to work on the mobile one and the pop-up component. So come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called flex. On the last screen, we'll say hidden, item center, space x4. It will have a button and it will have an on-click function on that. We'll say toggle dark mode. And we already have this particular classes. We can come back here and I'm going to simply copy this particular button because it's going to have the similar structure. So let's replace here and you will find the button is reflecting fine. So we can simply toggle it. And now we have to simply check the classes and we need to just keep it as it is. Every single thing is looking good. The toggle mode is also working absolutely fine. Now let's go ahead. We'll take a dynamic block and now we have to work on our Megamenu, the pop-up model. On the base of the click event and on the base of the over effect we have to work. So let's take this object.key and it's going to take the Megamenu on which we have to run the map. It will take a callback function and let's build the entire one. So we'll take the variable call menu. Megamenu will pass the menu key. Then we can come back here. Let's take this return statement and work on the entire JSX. So it will have a div. Let's close this one. It will have a key to be Megamenu, menu key, and let's apply the classes. Absolute, left 0, width full, z index 40, transition all, duration 300, transform will have a dynamic class called say if mega menu have an active state, then we'll say this menu key, if it's equal to menu key, then we'll say opacity 100, translate y0, and we'll have a pointer event auto. Else we can go with opacity 0, transition y in the negative -2, and we'll have a pointer event none. Then we can add the dynamic class called if it's dark mode, that will apply the background, our branding color 14101A 95%, and we'll have the blur effect. Medium will have the border bottom, and we'll have the text going to be like border gray 850. Else we can go with the white 95, backdrop blur medium, border bottom, and we'll have the color. So we'll say border gray 250%. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's add the shadow XL and we're going to add the events. We'll say on mouse enter. We have to call the function we have developed called handle menu over. We can pass the menu key because that's what we are receiving on the over, and we're going to have the event. So mouse on mouse leave, we have the function called handle menu leave. Inside the div, we can take the div. It will have a class called container, margin x auto, padding y8, padding x4. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called grid, grid column 1. On a small screen, we'll say grid, let's say column 2. On the medium, we'll say grid column 3, and on the large, we'll have the 4 columns. We'll have a gap to be 6 pixels. Inside that, we'll take a dynamic block and we have to render the data. So we'll take this menu column and we have to simply run the loop. So we can say column index and it's going to have the instant callback. So we'll take a div. It will have a key to be ID and it will have a class called space y4. Inside that, we'll take the h4 tag. Let's h3 and let's call this class to be our dynamic class. So we'll take this text, small, font, bold, uppercase. We'll have our tracking, wider, and we'll have a dynamic class. So if dark mode, then we can say text gray 400, else text gray 500. Perfect. Now we can display the text we already have. So we'll take this column dot title, and we can come back here. Let's take this UL, and we have to render all the menu. So we'll take this. We'll have a class called space y2. Inside that, we'll take our data. So we'll take this column link map, and we have the link index, and it's going to instant return. So what we can do, let's take a li, close this one. Now it's gone. Now we can assign the id, link id, and we can apply the URL because user will have the menu. So let's call the href link dot ref. It will have the trigger is going to be blank, and let's apply the classes. So we'll take the step tutorial. We'll say flex item center space x2 padding y1 transition color, and we'll have a duration to 200. We'll have a dynamic class. Let's call this if dark mode. Then we'll have this text gray 300. On over effect, we'll go with the branding color. Else, we'll go with the text gray 700, and on over effect, we go with the tail 600. Perfect. Then we can have a click event. We'll say on click. We can call the set active menu to be our null, and in that we can simply assign the span and display the data. So we'll take the class called text large, and we'll have the link dot icon, and we also have the name of the menu. So let's take this link dot label, and I can see one problem. I have attached this href and all of this event on the li, but I have to attach on the link. So what I can do, I can come back here. I can come back here inside the li. I'll take a link tag. Let's close this one, and I have to apply all this property. So let's select here from here, cut, and that's what you have to paste here and save it. Got it. Now we can take this portion as well inside the link tag, cut this one and paste here. Now it's perfect. That's perfect. Got it. I hope you get follow it. Looks good. This is our entire mega menu. Now we can come back here, and we have to work on the feature box. So if I toggle it, working fine. Let's make on the big screen, and if I over it, you can see it's working. On over effect, the trigger is happening and it's opening. Now we have to work on the box, the feature box. So this is fine. Come back here. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Now we can come back here right below, and let's turn the dark mode. Let's take the div. It will have a class. We'll say rounded excel padding 6, and we'll have our menu feature box background because it will have a color, and inside this we'll take a h3. We'll take the class. Let's call this text excel font bold, like padding bottom 2. Background is going to be clip text. Well, text transparent background gradient to R, and we'll have a branding color, and we'll have our purple. Inside that we can display the menu feature title. Perfect. Now we can take the p tag. It will have a class called text small margin bottom 4, and we'll have our dynamic class dark mode text gray 300, and we'll have a text gray 700. Inside the p we can display the description. So we'll take this menu feature box description, and then we can come out of this p. We'll take the link, and it will have the menu feature dot link URL. It will have a target blank. We'll have a class called inline flex item center space x1 font medium background clip text, and we'll have this text transparent background is going to be gradient to right, and we'll have a brand color, so 500, and we'll have a purple to 600, and it will have a on click event. So let's call this set active menu, in which we can pass the null. Inside that we can simply display the text. So we'll take a span. It will have the menu feature and the link text, and we can also display the small arrow. So what I can do, I can simply come back here in the browser, and let's type for arrow emoji. Click here, and you can simply find, let's I guess I won't find here. Let's go back.
Let's go back here. Now let's click on this one and let's copy, or you can keep it blank. There's no problem. Let's copy this one, and that's what we can use it. Okay, come back here and paste here. Save it. Let me click this one, and now we have the arrow. Perfect. So this is our feature. Now let's make on the big screen to see every single thing is looking good. Let's reload the page and let's over on it. And here you will find that our feature box is working fine. So you can see this is looks good. This one is also working. Toggle, the color, the branding, every single thing is looking good. Perfect. So we have this box. Let's make it side by side. And now we can start working on the mobile. So the desktop version is absolutely fine. So let's come back here. We'll take a div, we'll have a class. We'll say large hidden fixed insert y0 z index 50, and we'll have a left 0 width 4 by 5. We'll max width is excel, and we'll have this transform transition transform. We'll say duration is going to be 300, easy in out, and we'll have a dynamic class. So let's call this is open. Then we can apply this class. We'll say translate x0, else we can go with the negative one. We'll say full. Then we can apply the another one which is for dark mode. We'll take this background to be our branding, like 1a. We'll have a border to be right, border gray 850%. Then we'll add the else statement to be white, border right, gray 250%. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We'll have the style to be height is going to be 100 viewport. So I'm going a little faster because this is just GSS, the styling part we are doing. Okay, so I'll go a little faster here. Then we can have an overflow to be auto. Perfect. This is good, but somehow our icon is, I think, missing. So it looks good. Now come back here inside the div. It will take a div. It will have a class called full, height full, overflow auto. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called padding 5, border bottom. We'll have a dynamic class for the dark and light mode. So let's call this border gray 850%. Else we'll go with border gray 250%. And we'll have this flex justify between item center. Inside the div we'll take a link, and let's add the property. We'll say href to be home page. Then we'll have a class called flex item center. We'll have a on click event. We'll say set is open, and we'll say false. Inside that we'll take a div. We'll have a class called relative width 10, height 10, margin right 3, overflow hidden. Inside the div we'll take a div. We'll have a class called absolute, insert 0, and it's going to be a self closing div. Okay, let's take another div. We'll have a class called absolute, insert 1, flex item center, justify container, justify center. Inside that we have to display the image. So we'll take this logo and call png. We have that one. We'll add this logo, and let's add the classes called width 6, height 6, and we'll have an object content. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's take a span, display the text. So we'll take this text to Excel, font, bold, background going to be clip text, and text transparent, background going to be to right. We'll have a branding color. Then we'll have the second branding color purple, and we'll have this animate gradient X. This is going to be our custom class which we're going to create. Perfect. Now inside this span we can display the token name. Perfect. So this is the link we have. Now we can come back here. We'll take a button. It will have a on click event, and this is going to be our close button. So we'll take this on click, and we'll call the function called toggle menu. It will have a class. Our on focus we'll say outline none. Let's add the light and dark mode. We'll say text 500, branding color, else we'll go with the purple one. Then we can take this attribute, and we can say close menu. Inside the button we can display our close icon. Let's assign the sign 24, and it's not small x, it's a capital X. Perfect. Now it looks good. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. We'll have a class called padding 5. Inside that we'll take a nav, and this navigation is going to be for the mobile. So we'll say class name is going to be flex column. Inside that we'll take this mobile acquisition item. So it's going to be a reusable component because we're going to have multiple Megamenu component. So let's define that, and in which we're going to send the prop. So right now I'm getting this one. So let's do one thing. Let's copy this one and come and create a component here. So we'll say const component, and it's going to receive a couple of props. Like we have to receive the title, we have to receive the item, dark mode, and the toggle menu. So as of now, just keep it as it is. Once we complete the upper portion, then we're going to start working on this one. So this looks good. Now let's quickly send the prop and all the data. Let's say title is going to be ecosystem. You can display multiple menu, but I'm going with this two one, ecosystem and the feature one. Let's send the dark mode item. So it's going to be an array of data. So we'll take this object. First we have to define the icon. It will have a class called text, brand color, and let's close this one. Then we have the label, link to AI, and we'll have the URL. Now simply copy and quickly paste a couple of times and change this to icon, change the name, and copy and paste. This will be our layer, framework, copy paste, and change this to be fix compass, and this will be our explorer. So this is all the menu we are sending for, but you can have multiple. Let's come back here. Let's set the toggle menu to be the toggle menu. So this is the first set of menu we have. Simply copy and paste here, and let's do the changes. This one is going to be resources. Let's change this to be file text, white paper. This will be the map, import token. This will be our document, and let's call this to be FN book, and this will be our database, and let's call this analytic, and the rest of the thing is absolutely fine. Okay, we got it. Now we can come back here. Let's take a link. Let's provide the href, and we have this explore URL, and we have the link to address. That's what we are providing. And what we can do is we already have done this hard work, so we can come back here and we're going to copy the classes. So where is the menu? We already have work up here, so I'll simply copy this one, and that's what I can provide here. So simply come here, paste here. Got it? Now here we have to do a few changes. So let's remove this one and add flex item center space x2 padding y4 border bottom, and let's remove this one. We'll say border gray 80 50% text gray 300. On over effect we'll have our brand color, and copy, and the same thing we have to apply in the same one. And let's change this to 200, and this will be 700, and this will be 600. Perfect. And this is explore, absolutely fine. And I want to have one more, so simply copy and paste here, and let's change this, remove. It's going to be a dashboard. Remove this one, and this is fine. Let's come here and let's add an on click event here. So we'll say on click, and it will take this set is open to false, and here we have to display the explore. Let's take another span for the icon. So let's take this, not a span, we'll take the icon straight away. We'll say if I compass, and we'll parse the property, the size. Now I can simply copy this one, and that's what I can simply paste here, and I can change the icon to be info, and this will be a database. Perfect. Looks absolutely incredible. So we're done with this. Now we can come back here, and we have to display the connect to wallet button here. So let's take a div. It will have a class called margin top 8. Inside that we can display our custom button, which we're going to work. Right now we haven't developed it. This is fine. Now we can come back here. We'll take our dynamic. So we'll take the is open. If it's true that we have to display this one, we'll take a div. It will have a class called on medium device. We have to hide it. We'll say fixed insert 0. We'll have the z index 40, and we'll have a background black, background opacity 50. We'll have a backdrop, so blur effect on a small, and we have the transition opposite transition opacity. Will have the duration to be 300, and it will have an on click function which
we have the toggle menu. Perfect. Now looks good to me. Now we can come back here and let's add the custom styling. So we'll take the style tag j6 and let's apply that one. So let's add the keyframe because we have to add the animation. We'll say Mercury and we want to start from 0. We'll say transform. We'll say translate x is going to be 100%, and on the 100% we can simply say transform translate translate x is going to be minus 100%. So it will go and up. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's take this animate query, the animation, and we can define that. We'll say animation going to be our animation name second 20-second. We'll say linear infinity. We'll add the display to be inline block. Perfect. And this is the animation we have now. Perfect. We got the animation. Now we have to work on this. So this is good. Let's make on the big screen to see everything is looking fine. So things are fine. This is good. This is good. Now let's check this. Okay, this one is also good. Somehow the button for the menu is not displaying, so I have to check. I think I forgot to add the button. So let's have a look one more time. And we have the toggle icon. And there it is. So we have this object. Let's close this one. And here we have to add the button, the mobile button. So let's come back here. Let's take a button. It will have a on click function. And we have to say toggle menu. Let's apply the classes. And we'll say focus, outline none. We'll have our dynamic class. We'll take this text, primary color, else we'll go with the secondary color, indigo. We'll have the attribute to be toggle menu. Inside that we can display the icon. So we'll say is open true. Then we have to display this icon. Otherwise we have to display the regular icon menu and save it with a size. And that's the only thing we have to do. So it will be hidden on the desktop, but the moment I will simply reload and make on the mobile device is going to be visible. There it is. Now I can click and here we have the sidebar. Perfect. Perfect. Looks great. Close this one. Come back here. So let's make it side by side and bring it here. Now we have to work on the last one. This is good. Click and it's redirecting because we haven't worked yet. So come back here. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We're going to start working on the component. So we have already done the props. Now let's take a variable called is open. If it's false, yes, by default will be false. Then we'll take a JSX. We'll take the return. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this border bottom. It will have a dark mode on which we have to call our border gray 850%. Else we'll go with our gray 250%. Inside that we'll take the button. It will have a class and we'll have say flex item center justify between width full padding y4. On the dark mode we can add the color to be text gray 300. Else we go with the text gray 700. We'll have a on click set is open to is open, so vice versa. If it's so true to make it false, if it's false so make it true. Now we can come back. A type is going to be button. We'll have the attribute to be expanded to be, let's say, is open. So it will have either true or false. Now inside that we can take the span. It will have a class called flex item center space x2. In that we can display our icon, the drop down icon, and it will have a class called transition transform. Duration is going to be 300 and we'll have our dynamic class. We'll say rotate 180%, else nothing. So when the user will over or click is going to rotate 180%. Then we can come back here, take a text. We'll already have that title and that's what we are rendering. And now we can come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called overflow hidden transition all. Duration 300. We'll have a dynamic class. We'll say max height 96 and we'll have the max height 0. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called padding left 6 padding bottom 2 space y2. Inside that we'll take this item and we have to render it. So we'll say items map item index
We'll take the link and let's add the property. So we'll take this item link, will have a key is index. Okay, I made a mistake. So it's item call ref, and we'll have this target blank. We'll have the class call flex item center space x2 padding y3, and we'll have a dynamic color. We'll say text gray. 400 on over effect, we'll say text our branding color, else we'll go with text gray. 600 on over effect, we'll go with the second branding color till 600. Perfect. Now we can have the other class called transition color. It will have on click, we'll say toggle menu, we'll say is open, and inside that we can take the span, we'll display the icon and the label, and that's the only thing we have to do. So I hope you have understood that we have coded this huge component, and that's what we are calling in our component. Perfect. So simply cut this component, let's bring it inside this and paste here. Now every single thing is good. Save it. Let's click here. Here we have that, click on this and it will open that. Perfect. We have all of that. Light and dark mode is working good. So we are done with this entire mega menu. I know this component is really very huge. There's tons of things we have included with the animation and events. So tons of feature we have. So all of this looks absolutely great. So this is the button which is left, which we're going to start working. So come back here and let's minimize this one. Come back here and close this one, close this one. Now we have to start working on our button. And this one we're going to start working in the next video. Okay. So see you in the next video. Have a wonderful day.
Welcome back to the fifth part of our ICO DApp project. In the last part, we have completed the entire mega menu with all the feature, with the event and global wallet configuration. Now we're going to start working on our custom connect button. So before we start working on this, first we have to get our all of the environment variables. So let's come back here and we have to get all of this environment variable. We already have this one. We have to get our logo. We have to get this is already we have the addresses, we have to get our project ID for wallet connect, and we have to get our email. So these are the three things we have to get. The first environment variable we have to get is our logo. So we have to upload our image to the IPFS Pinata, and that's the hash we have to provide. So let's come back here in the browser. Now you can open a new tab and type Pinata Cloud, and here you will come, and it is a really powerful platform which allow you to upload your document to the IPFS. So we are using this one for storing our logo image. So make sure to create your account, verify your account. I already have my account, so I will log in straight away. I'll click on login and you will come back to your dashboard. So make sure to verify your account, and once you will verify it successfully, then you can able to create your API key and all the files which you can able to upload. So we're going to simply upload the file. We're not going to create an API key because we need the hash. So I'll simply click on this upload, and I can come back to the desktop. I can go back to my public folder. Inside the public folder, I have the logo. So this is the one which I will select, and I'm going to click on this upload. And once it will upload, it's going to give me hash. So just wait. Finally, our file is uploaded. I can simply click on this copy, come back here, and that's what I have to paste. And this is the hash of the my logo. So if I copy the complete URL and open and paste here, you will find that my file is uploaded successfully. So our upload logo is uploaded successfully to the IPFS. Now I'll come back here. We got this one. Now we have to get our project ID from Wallet Connect. So it's already easy. Come back here, open a new type Wallet Connect project ID, and you will find the very first link, or maybe you will have this in the second one. So I can click here and you will come back here. You can read about the documentation that how you can configure. So there are multiple way to do the configuration. So make sure to create your account, verify your account. I already have my account, so I will simply have a dashboard like this, cloud dashboard. Click here and you will come back to your dashboard of Wallet Connect, and from here you can generate your project ID. So by default it will be open the default project. I'll click on this project, and here you will find all the project which you have created. So to create a new one, click here and you can give the name of the project. So I'll say ICO DApp. You can give whatever name you want, and you can paste your URL once you will make your website live. As of now, just leave it as blank. Click on continue. We are not using any more of this framework. I'll click here and click on this create, and it's going to create the project for me. And here I will find all the details about the domain configuration, the addition of the bundle. That's all you will have.
I'll simply copy my project ID, and that's what I have to simply paste here. And you will find that I got my project ID, looks absolutely fine. I got my logo, which is absolutely fine. Now the only thing is left is our forms pair API key. You can also get this. It's very simple and straightforward. So let me close this one, open a new tab, type FormSphere. It's a really powerful platform which allow you to send and receive email. So make sure to create your account, verify your account. I already have my account, so I will simply log in straight away. And you will come back to your dashboard once you will log in successfully, and you will find bunch of projects which I have already created. So you can create a project inside a directory, or you can create a fresh directory and you can create a project inside that. So you can click here, and here you will have the two options, like create a new form or create a project. So let's click on this create a project, and I'll say ICO DApp, and click on this create a project. Once you will create a project, it's going to create a project, and this is your project. Inside that you have to create a form. So click here, and here you will have bunch of options. You can do more advanced configuration. You can set the templates and integrate other API endpoints. That's all you can do. So let's click here, and I'm going to create a project called say ICO DApp, and click on this create form, and it's going to create the form for you. And this is what you need. You can simply copy this one, and that's what you have to provide here. That's the only thing you have to provide. Now we have all of this environment variable ready, and now we can start working on our project, the custom button, straight away. So this is what we have to work now. Got it? So I'll simply close this one, and let's start working on this. First, we have to import our packages. So we need to import our connect button, and that's coming from Rainbow Kit. Then we have to import our icon, that's coming from React icon for wallet. Now we can come back here and let's declare the name of the component. So let's call this custom connect button, and in that we have to receive the prop active child style, and let's define the component. So first what we're going to do is we're going to have all the states. We're going to have the connect state, we're going to have the wrong network connect, and we have the actual not wallet connect. So we have three different states. So we need all the information about the wallet, like the account, the chain ID, and the other information in terms of pop-up model. So let's come back here. Let's take this connect button, and we'll call this custom. Inside that we'll have our entire data. So let's take the account, we'll take the chain ID, we'll take the open account model, we'll take the open chain model, and we'll take the open connect model. We'll have our mounted, and it's gonna be in the form. So let's take a variable called ready, and that's coming from the mounted. Then we can take our connected is ready. If that, then we can simply call the chain, and this way we can able to see whether it's a connected or not. Then we can come back here and we can take this return, and we have to display the component. So first thing is going to be a div, and here we have to display the connect, that not connected. So we can come back here, let's take and deconstruct that. Then we can simply take the aerial hidden, because that's the attribute we have to provide, and we can have the custom styling to our button. So we can take this opacity going to be 0. We'll have the pointer events going to be none, and we'll have a user select none. Then we'll close this one, and we can simply close and make the div. Now we can take another dynamic component inside the div, in which we have to check for the condition if connected. In that scenario, we have to simply return this component. So let's call this button, and we have to apply our classes. So first thing, we want to add a on-click function called open connect model. So it will open, so user will have the option. Then we'll take the class name, flex item center, background gradient to right. We have the primary color, then we have secondary, and we'll have our primary color with 600, and on over effect we'll have a purple to be 700. We'll have a text white, we'll have a padding x4, padding y2, rounded, medium, transition color, and we'll have our child class, which we're going to inject and send as a prop. Looks fine. Perfect. Now we can come back here, close this one. Inside that we can simply display the icon we have. It will have a class called margin right 2 pixels, and we'll have a side of 20 pixels. And now we have to display the text connect wallet, because by default the user is not connected. So that's going to be the first stage. Now we can simply close the button. Perfect. We're done with that. Now let's close this dynamic block and close this one. Come back here. Now we have to check for the second condition if the user is connected with the wrong network. So we'll take this chain dot unsupported, and we have to do the exactly the same thing and display the wrong network message. So we'll take this return, we'll build the button, and it will have a different classes. So we'll add this open click to be chain model, so user can select the specific network, and we'll add the classes background red 500, over effect red 600. We'll have a text white, padding x6, padding y2. We'll have the rounded large. These are the classes just for red background, and we can simply close it and we'll display that wrong network. We'll say wrong network, and let's close the button. So this one is going to be a very simple button. Close this one, we'll close this, and we'll close this one. Now we can come back here. Let's take the normal state if the user is connected. So we have to display the balance and all. So let's come back here. We'll take the div. It will have a class called flex item center gap 4. Inside that, we'll take this dynamic block. We'll say if active is true, then we can simply display this particular button. And in which what we can do is we'll take this on click and it will have an open chain model. So it will have the option. We'll have a class called background gradient to right. We'll have a primary color 500, purple 600. We'll have a over effect to be 600, and we'll have a purple to be 700 text white. Padding x4, padding y2. We'll have the rounded large flex item center. We'll have the gap 2. The same regular classes we are applying. I hope by the time you guys have remembered it. Now we can simply close that one. And here we have to display the chain icon. If chain icon is there, then we can display the div. It will have a class called width 5, height 5, and in which we can display the icon. So let's call this chain.icon URL. It's exist. Then we can simply pass this URL to our image tag. Alt chain name will have say chain icon. We'll take this src. We're going to have the icon. We'll have the classes called width 5, height 5, and close the chain. Let's close this dynamic block. So finally we are done with this dynamic block for checking for the image, and this name you can display or you can hide. It's totally up to you, but just keep it for hidden. We'll test that as well. Now we can come back and we'll take a close tag. We'll block the close the element. Now we'll take the last button in which we have to display all the details. So we'll take the on click, it will say open account model. So user will have an option of connect and disconnect. Then we can apply the classes. Let's call this background gradient right. We'll have the first primary color. We'll have the second primary color, and we'll have the overview for 600, and this will be 700. Text white, padding x4, padding y2, rounded large, flex item center, gap 2. Perfect. The same regular classes. Now we can come back here. Now we can take this account dot display name. So we have to display which network we are connected, and we can also display the balance. If it's not there, then we can display the actual balance, and we can simply close that one. This is the general structure we are following in a custom component for Connect Wallet. Now we can simply close all of that, and we are ready, and we are almost done with this. So let's close the div, close that, close this one, and close this one. Now we have to simply export the custom connect button, and we are done with this. So far things are looking good. I hope you have understood that what we have done. We have simply imported the packages, then we have received the props, then we have got the function which you want to trigger in the component. We have taken the variable to check multiple stage. We have the attributes. So first is the correct wallet, and that looks fine. This is the second for the wrong network, and we have the third for the icon display, or you can simply display this one, you can bring it back. It's totally up to you. So if I click here, you can see it looks perfect. We have this one connect state, that's the first stage. If I make on the big screen, you will find that click here, and okay, our pop-up model CSS class is not working, so we have to fix that. So you can click here and you can see the CSS is not working. So we can do one thing. We can fix that very easily. I can come back here. I can go back to my pages in the app.js. Let's in pages app.js, and here I have to import the CSS file from RemboKit. So we'll call this RemboKit and slash CSS. Save it. Now, once you will save it, come back here. You can see our pop-up model is perfectly styled. Now you can click here. You will have that. Click on this. You can simply give the password and you can connect it, and you can see right now it's displaying only logo. This one is working fine. Now if you want to display the name along with the logo, you can do that. You can simply bring this back. So this is how you can custom design the entire component. If I change the network, it will display the wrong network. That looks fine. I can simply click and I will have the option, click on this, and the chain pop-up model is also working fine. So this looks perfect. So I hope you have understood. Every single thing is working fine. Like we can simply click and we can open the cider. We have the button and all the states are working fine. The drop downs. Close this one, come back here, go back to the code. So we're done with this particular section. I hope you have followed it easily. Now we have to work on our next component, which is the hero section, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. So let's move to that.
Welcome back to the sixth part of our ICO DApp project. In the last part, we have completed the entire custom component for our wallet connect button, where we have learned about the different trigger event, different function we can use from RemboKit, Wings provider to build the custom model which allow us to communicate with different wallet provider. Now we're going to start working on our hero section. So before we start, I want to come back here, go back to the global, go back to the SVG icon, and here you will find that all the three icons which we're going to use in our hero section, which is already given to all of you guys. So let's close this one. Close this one, come back to the hero section, and now we're going to start working on our hero section. So click here. This component is going to be the biggest component in our entire application, where we have to build the utility function, where we have to connect the buy function with the interface so user can call the function and buy the token. So it's going to be mainly front-end code. So I will try to go a little faster. If you think that I'm going a little faster, you can simply adjust the speed right from there. So we can start working on the hero section. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here. So let's quickly remove this one. Let's import our React use state, use effect, use memo, and use ref, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import our icons, Ethereum, and that's coming from React icon. Then we have to import our USDT, that's coming from React icon. Then we have to import our wallet, and that's coming from React/IO. Then we have to import our outline question mark, and that's coming from AI. Then we have to import our fill info, and cryptocurrency means the dollar, that's coming from React. Then we have to import our USDT and coming from RI. Then we have to get our custom connect button which we have developed in the last video, and that's what we have to import. So let's quickly import from our component. Now we have to simply import our Web3 provider, which we have already done, in which we have all the function which allow us to get the data and call the buy function. Now we can come back here. Let's import the Ether package. Then we can come back here and let's import all the environment variables. So first one is going to be the token name. Token name. Then we have to import our token symbol. This one is the token symbol. Then we have to import our token supply. Public token supply. Then we have to import our per token USD price. This one is for the calculation purpose and showing that this is the current price we have assigned. So let's get that. We'll say public per token USD price. Then we have to import next token USD price, and this will come from our environment variable next per token USD price. Then we'll import our currency, which is the native currency. Then we have to import our blockchain name because we have to display this data. And we'll say blockchain. Then we can come back here and let's take the hero section, main component. So we'll say hero section, and it's going to receive a couple of proc. First we'll receive the theme, then we'll receive the referral pop-up model. Just keep it as it is. Then we can come back here and let's take all the state variable, because we're going to take the data from the input field, and that data we're going to pass into our function. So let's take a state variable, and first let's import all the function we have in our Web3 provider, which allow us to call the function. So let's import that account. Then we need this is connected. We'll have a contract info. We'll have the token balance. Then we'll have the buy token. Then we'll have the add token to MetaMask.
and that's coming from our Web3 provider. I hope you haven't forgot this. So we got all of the function and the state variable. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable and we'll call this selected token. By default, it will be poll. And the reason why I'm taking poll, because I will tell you that how you can change the different network. All you have to do is to change the currency, and every single thing would be set up based on the environment variable and the places where you have to do the changes. So let's go with the poll at the moment. I'll tell you how you can do the changes. Let's take the another state variable. Let's call this input amount. Set input amount. By default, it will be 0. We'll take another one. We'll say token amount to be set token amount will be 0. We'll take a has sufficient balance, because we have to check the balance before we actually execute the transaction. So we'll say set has sufficient balance. By default, it will be false. So it will return either true and false. Then we have to take a is loading. Set is loading to be true. We'll take this has attempt registration. We'll say has attempt registration. By default, it will be false. Then we can come back here. Now we have to declare a couple of variables, because we have the animation, we have the 3D effect. So for that, we need to take state variable, which we're going to execute, and it will display that. So let's take a variable called Canva ref, and we already have imported this user ref. By default, it will be none. Then we'll take another one called particles ref, and it will be an array. So we'll have a dynamic array, random array of particles coming from all the direction, and that will give the 3D look. So let's take that. Then we'll take another one called animation ref. It will be null. Then we'll have to calculate the progress percentage based on sold token versus token supply. So like there would be a quantity, and we already have a function in the contract which tells us that how many token we have sold. And we have a function, we have the total quantity available in the contract, we'll have that data. So we're going to simply calculate and display the progress bar, that how many token is remaining, how many token we have sold. So that's what we have to work. So I'm giving this comment so you can simply understand that what exactly we are doing. So let's take a variable, call this calculate progress percentage, and it's going to be a very simple function. We have to do a couple of calculation. So we can come back here. First, we'll check if required data exists. Then we'll take if contract info, because in which we'll have the data about the sold token and the balance. If it's not there, and if the TBC balance, means the actual token balance, is not there, then we have to simply throw the error message. So we'll say return 0. You can throw the error message, or you can return an empty number, because if you throw in a string, it's going to create a problem and it will give a like string value error. So let's go with a normal 0 and close this one. Now we have to do the second check, convert string value to number. So we'll say total sold. We already have the data, we have to simply convert it, and we have the data about the token we have sold. We'll say contract info dot token total sold, and we have converted. Now what we have to do is we have to simply take the TBC balance, and we have to convert this as well, which we can access very easily, contract info TBC balance. So we got all of these two variables, actual balance we have in the contract. Now we can come back here. We'll take a calculation model. So we'll total supply available balance. That's how we can get it, that how many token got sold and what is the available balance. In that we can able to identify that what was the initial supply provided in the contract. So let's calculate that. We'll take a total supply. We have the total sold plus TBC balance will give the total supply. Now we have to build the calculator, and we have to convert into a percentage. So we'll take this percentage, we'll say total sold divide by total supply, and we're going to simply do the 100. So it's a very simple formula for calculating percentage. Once we have the percentage value, now we can simply take this return percentage with maximum 2 digits, but the percentage can go up to like 0.123c, something like that, but we have to take the only 2 digit after the point. So we'll take this return is number percentage, and we can simply say if 0, else we go with the mat.min, and we can simply pass it the percentage with to fix amount to be true, and we'll give this 100. Simple logic. I hope you have understood that what it will do. All we have to do is to simply call this function in the component, and it's going to return the desired number, the percentage, which we have to simply display, and our styling will take place. Got it? Now we can come back here. Let's work on the properly handle the price calculation with memo to avoid recalculation. So what we'll do, we'll simply calculate the price which we have to display when the user will put the amount. So we'll take this const price, we'll say use memo is going to take a callback function. So here we have to build the logic. We'll say default fallback value, and that's obvious, we have to have a default value, you can go with the empty one. So we'll say const default ETH price, and we already have the data in the contract info, which is an object. From there we can get the ETH price. Then we can come back here, we'll take this let ETH price, we'll say try and catch, because we have to catch if anything goes wrong while user put double amount or user just give the wrong amount. So we have to simply calculate. So we'll take this handle ETH price. So we'll say if contract info ETH price, then we have to simply, if it's already big number for a big number computation object. So we'll say if type of contract info ETH price equal to object and contract info price is a big number, because the number you will get, the value you will get from the contract is going to be a big number, you have to do the conversion. Then in this scenario we have to simply call this ETH price to be contract ETH price, else we can have to perform the calculation. We'll say if it's a string, convert it then into a number. So we'll take this ETH price is going to utils parse in, then we can pass the ETH price with a string, so it's going to give me the number in the proper format. Perfect. Let's close this one and let's add the else block. We'll say by default we're gonna display the ETH price equal to the utils parse, and we'll go with the default price which we have. Now we can come back here, let's call the catch block, and if anything goes wrong we have to handle that as well. So it's a very simple, we already have the error component, we can display our message, and we'll say ETH price is going to be our utils parse in and the default price. Perfect. And this is what you have to do whenever you are building any custom component. You have to set the value, the state value, by something default. So if it's a string, you have to set the message with a string. It could be an empty string, but if you are returning a number, you have to simply go with 0. You should never try with null or undefined. That's not a good practice. Got it? Now we can come back here, let's take this return, and in which we have to return the entire ETH price, and let's call this particular hook whenever there is a change in the contract info, means in the object. That's time we want to call this hook. So far so good, we got our price. Now we go ahead, let's build one more utility function. We'll say start loading effect when component mount. So when the component will load, means the application will open, we have to simply call this component to get the data. So we'll take this use effect is going to take a callback function in which we have to call the set is loading to true. Then we have to display this timeout to hide the loader after 3 seconds. Const timer set timeout is going to take a callback function. There we have to take a state loading to be false, and we're going to take this for 3 seconds. Now we can come back here, we'll take this clean up the timer if combination unmounted. Then we have to simply return a callback function, and we have to clear the timeout. Perfect. Got it? Very simple. It's just for loading state. We are not doing anything else. We are just displaying the loading for 3 seconds, because it will take 1 or 2 seconds for getting the data behind the scene. So we are just adding a buffer loader system. Now we can come back here. Let's check if user has enough balance before we actually purchase the token. Otherwise we have to throw the error message. So we can take this use effect. It will take a callback function. We'll say if he's connected or we have the token balance available, then we can take this has sufficient to be false by default, and we'll return empty string, means the user is not connected and the token balance data is not there. So obviously we have to throw this has sufficient to false. So in that way what will happen, the button will be hidden. But if the data is there, then we have to check the value. So we'll take the check if token is below the threshold. So we have to set the threshold. You can set it to any quantity. So we'll take this load token supply. We have to simply do the conversion. We got the token, else we go with the 0, and we need at minimum 20 I want minimum token 20 token they should buy. Okay, I have to check the supply. If it's true, then I want to allow them to execute and purchase the token. We'll say if low token supply, we'll say false, return empty. That's the first check. First we have checked for the connection, then second we have checked for the threshold, the minimum token should be available in the contract must be 20. If the token is available, then only we are allowing the user to purchase the token. Then we can come back here, we'll take this input amount and we have to simply do the multiplication. So we'll simply convert it and we'll go with the default 0. Take a variable called has balance. So by default it will be false. Come back here, we'll take a switch statement, selected token, and let's call this pole because we're going to deploy it to Polygon, or we can simply convert it to ETH. Let's go with the pole because I want to show you the changes that how you can convert it into any other network. That's why I'm going with this approach. Let's call this to const ETH balance, and we have to simply convert that, and we already have this user ETH balance. So when the user will connect and it will come in the form of object, then we have the information about the ETH balance, the token balance, all of the data. By default will be 0, and then we can say that ETH balance equal to greater or equal to the input, and input float is greater than 0. So we are doing this particular check. It's going to return either true and false. Now we'll go with the default condition in which we can simply set this to false, means the user had no balance. Simple logic. We are checking for condition that whatever quantity he or she wants to buy, does he have enough fund in the wallet to make the payment for it? If it's true, if he has the fund, then execute further, otherwise stop that. Now we can take this has sufficient balance to be has sufficient balance, so it would be true and false. And now we can simply call this hook every time there is a connection, input amount change and selected token, and we'll say token balance. So if anything changes, we have to recall this particular hook. So this is the function we have for checking the balance. Now we can come back here. We'll take this calculate token amount based on input amount selected token. Simple. Same check we have to do one more time. So we'll take a variable called calculate token amount. It will take the amount and the token. We'll build this. First we have to check whether it's a number or not. So we have to do the conversion. Perfect. Simple logic. We are doing the comparison with the quantity, converting a number and checking that. Then we can come back and we'll take a variable called calculate amount, and this will be a dynamic one. So we'll take a try and catch. We'll say switch token. In that scenario, we can take the pole because that's what we are targeting. And here we have to perform the conversion of the amount. We'll take this const amount in way. We'll take this ether utils parse. We'll pass the amount. So we got the actual amount which user are putting for buying the token. Once we have in the way, then we can take this token parse, means the quantity which user wants to purchase. Token parse, and we already have the price in ETH. That's what we got it per token. Now we have to simply call this calculate amount and we have to perform the calculation. So we got the quantity, we got the amount, and we are performing the calculations. Very straightforward. Got it? Now we'll take the break statement. We'll take a default and let's calculate amount is going to be 0 if that's not the condition is not getting fulfilled. And in the catch block, we can display our error message. Very simple, error calculating token amount and the error, and it will be 0 by default. Now we can come back here with return calculate amount. We're going to take the 2 decimal only, and perfect. And this is the function we're going to call it. Now we can take other handle input amount change. As the name suggests, I want you to pause it and just give a try. It's a very simple function. Handle amount change. It will take the value. Then we have to take the set input amount is going to be the value. And we'll take the set token amount is going to be the calculated token amount. This is the function we have built in which we can pass the value and the selected token. Got it? Now we can come back here. We'll take this handle token selection, change handle token selection. And we'll take the token. Then we'll take the select token. Same thing we are doing. We are updating the state. And here we can take this amount and we can take our calculate one input and the token. So it will give us the quantity that when we put the amount, what is the expected amount we'll get as an output of the token, and it's going to set in the state variable that can be passed into our function. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's call this execute purchase, and this is going to be our main function where we're going to perform the transaction, and we already have the function in our context management. So we'll take this const execute purchase, and it's going to be an async function. Then we can come back here. We'll say if contract is not connected, means the user is not connected, then I can say alert, please connect your wallet first, and we're going to return empty. That's the first check. Let's come back here. Let's do the second check. Parse input amount should be greater or equal to 0. If it's not that, then we have to throw the error message. We'll say this alert amount must be greater than 0, and we'll go with this return. That's the second check. Now come back here. If has sufficient balance, because obviously that's what we have to check. If the user have enough balance, then we want to execute the transaction. So the moment user will put the quantity is going to trigger and it's going to give either true and false. So we'll say if parse float token balance is equal to fx balance is 0 or get less than 20, then we'll take this alert and we'll say insufficient token supply, please try again later, and we'll call this else. Alert insufficient selected token and the balance, that how much user has, and close this one, and at the end we are going to return empty string. That's the fourth check. Now we can come back here. We'll take this try and catch, and in which we're going to call our function. So we'll say let transaction, we'll call this transaction dot buying with input amount and the selected token, means ether or pole, whichever network you have deployed the contract. Then we can perform the transaction. So we'll say set switch selected token, we'll take this course pole, and we'll take this transaction await by token. So this is the function we are calling, in which we have to pass the input amount, and it's going to have the break. We'll have the default is going to be our alert, please select a token to purchase with, and that's the only thing we have to do. So we're done with that. Now come back here. Let's take a variable called console.log, and where we can able to see the entire transaction one is got completed. Then we can say console.log, and there we can display the entire message successfully purchased, the token amount and the token symbol. That's what we can display in the console. Now we can simply take this reset amount. So all the data user have put, like the input field, we have to just reset it and set it to 0 or empty. So let's come back here. Let's call this selected input token amount is going to be 0. Token amount is going to be 0. And in the catch block, we have to simply throw the error message. So we'll take this console error buying with selected token and the error, and we have to reset that. Let's call this transaction failed, please try again, and we have to close this one. Perfect. So this is the entire execute function we have for purchase. Now we can come back here. Let's take this get current balance based on selected token. So we can come back here, take a variable called get current balance. Here we have to build a simple condition to get that, and if the user is connected, so we have to get the balance of the native currency, so we can display. So we'll say if token balance is there, then we have to, if the token balance is not there, then we have to return 0, but if it's there, then we have to simply take this switch, we have to get the selected token, and we can call this case poll, and we'll call this return is going to be the token balance, and we have to get this user ETH balance, otherwise we have to go with 0, and call this default is going to be return is 0. Simple. And close this one. That's all. Simple function we have to get the balance of the native currency. Now we can come back here. We'll take this determine button test method. So we have multiple stage for our button. We have the like list fund, approve, or different message we want to display. So let's build that system. We'll call this get button message, and here we have to do the check. So we'll take this if input amount is equal to 0 or input amount is equal to empty, then we have to display that enter an amount. So let's call this enter amount. That's the first check. We'll say if parse token balance is there or it's less than 20, because that's what we are checking, then I can say that insufficient token supply, means we have less token in the contract. That's the second. Now at the end we have to return this has sufficient balance. If it's true, then we can say buy the token, else we can display the message called insufficient and the selected token balance. Simple logic which allows us to get the balance details and display different messages in the button. Now we can come back here. Let's take this get token icon logo, and this one is just for styling purpose, because based on the token selection I have to display the icon. So you can add multiple currency. That's why we are taking the switch in case. So let's take that one. We'll take this variable called get token icon. It will take the token. Then we can take this switch. We'll take the token and we'll say case poll. And that scenario we have to return the polygon image we have in our public folder, and let's define the width 5, height 5, and all text is going to be polygon. That's the one. Else we go with the default is going to be none. Simple logic. You can also do the hard code, but I just want to keep every single thing in dynamic. So later if you want to include multiple currency for payment, so all you have to do is to simply add the condition and it will be reflecting. Now we can come back here. We'll take the theme variable. So we're going to have multiple theme for our component, because we're going to have the animation in the background and we're going to have a different color for the light and dark mode. So let's define that one. So we'll take this const background color. If it's dark mode, then we go with this branding color. Otherwise we have to go with our lightish. Then we'll take this text color white, and we'll take this gray in the little white mode. Say secondary text color, text gray 400, text gray 600. We'll have the card background to be our second primary, and other in the white mode we go with it white color with 95%. Then we'll take this card border gray 800, 30%, gray 100. Then we'll take this input background to be like, it will have a little slight lock. We'll say dark gray 900. Border is going to be 80, 805. And then let's add the else statement, background gray 100, border gray 200 by 70. Let's add the primary gradient purple, and we'll have the primary gradient on over effect. We'll say 600, and this will be 700. That's what we have been following. Let's add this Asian color to be text, and come back here. We'll call this token button styling. Let's come back here. Let's call this upper update buttons get token button style. We'll take the selected token and we'll say is selected. Then we can say this selected equal to token, and on that particular token we have to apply the styling. You can go with the hardcode data, but I just want to keep it dynamic. So if you want to add multiple currency, like taking the payment in USDT or USDC or any other native currency, you can add that, or you can add your own custom token for allowing user to buy. So that's why I'm going with this particular approach. Let's take this basis color and we'll say flex 1, flex item center, justify center, rounded large, padding wide 2.5, transition all, duration 300. Come back here. We'll take this if selected token is there, then I can simply take this let, we'll say selected color class, and let's define that. So we'll take this switch, we'll take the selected token in which we can take this case pole and take the selected color class. We'll take this background gradient to right from our primary color 500, purple 600. On over effect, we'll go with the 600 and this will be 700 text white. That's what we have been following. Come back here, we'll take this break, and that's the only currency we are taking pole. So I'll simply call this default and we go with selected token to be our empty class because we want to apply these classes only on the selected, which is our pole. And let's close this one, take the return, and we have to add the base classes, selected color classes, and text white, shade shadow large, and we'll close this one. This is our get button styling. Now we can come back here, we'll take this return and we have to return the entire class. We'll say if dark mode, then we'll go with the background gray 800 540. On over effect, we'll add this 860, text gray 300, and in the same way we have to add the dark mode. So gray, on over effect gray 300, text gray 700, and close this one. Perfect, and close this one. So this is the token button styling color we have. Now we can come back here. So now we have to work on the particles, the decorative element like the animation, the wave, and the moving particles. So let's work on that quickly. So I'll give this command, add the particles animation effect, this effect in your component. Let's take this use effect and we'll take this const canvas, which we can access this canvas ref dot current. Then we can take this, if canva is not there, then we return empty, else we can continue. We'll say const canva context get context 2d context particles count 70. You can start with 80 90, but 70 I'm taking, otherwise it's going to be too much. Let's take this base color. We'll define R is going to be 189, G 38, and this is the color we are using. Come back here, we'll take this set canva to full width of container, resize canva. I'm just going a little faster, okay? So let me quickly write it. Inner width, it's a simple JavaScript, so let me quickly write it. Offset. Then we can come back here. Let's take this resize canvas function and we'll call this window add event listener, and we go with the resize because when there is a resize will happen, the structure of the particles will also change and it will retrigger. We'll take this mouse interaction. We'll take this mouse X, mouse Y. We'll take a variable called handle mouse move. It will take the event, and we can take this react canva dot get bound client react. So we'll have the details about the entire boundaries. Then we can take this mouse X. They'll take the mouse Y, react top. Then we can come back here. We'll take this window add event listener to be our mouse move, and we'll call our function. Then we'll take this perspective setting. It's very simple. We'll take a perspective 400, focal length 300, initialize 3D particles. We'll take the particle and we have the current ref, and then we'll have the array. We'll fill the each particle with the color. So we'll go with this, run the X with the random, and we have to do with the same Y, random canvas height by 2. So it will have a equal size. Then we'll take this random 1000, random 4, and we'll go with the base size. I hope you can understand that what I'm doing. I'm simply filling out the color and positioning the particles and with the animation. That's what I'm doing. So I'm going just going a little faster. If you think it's too fast, you can simply slow down from the settings. Let me quickly complete. We'll have a speed X. We have total zebra in the PUI. Then we can take this speed Z. Then we can take this opacity. It will have a random. So it will have a light to heavy. Then close this one. Come back here, I'll take this animation. And we already have this one. So we'll take this variable called animate. Inside that we can take this clear react, and we have defined the positioning, width, and the height. Then we can take this soft particles by Z index, shorted particles, spread the entire particles and get the current one. Take the short, close this one. We'll take this update and draw particles. We'll have the shorted particles, run a loop on it and get the particle individually and apply the mouse effects. So when there is a click will happen, the particle will randomly change. Mouse X with, and it's the same thing. It will change randomly whenever the click event will happen. So we'll say mouse influence Y. Now work on the Y axis with this value. I'm going with equal range because it's a circle. But you can play around with this value. We'll say update positioning with mouse influence X, and we'll have the speed and the influence. Then we'll have the Y axis. Now we can come back here. We'll take the particle Z, speed. Now we can come back here. We'll take this if particles goes behind the viewer, then we have to reset the distance. Particle Z and the length, let's define it randomly, the positioning. This is going to be our X, and this can be done by the canvas width and height. Let's do with the height as well. Same logic. We have to simply do the multiply and divide by 2. Then close this one. Calculate 3D projection. We'll take this scale by focal particle Z. So when the animation will come, so first it will start from very small, then it will come forward and it will give you a 3D look, and it's going to scale the circle. And it will also have a brightening color. So let's make it 2D, and we have to scale it up with the width. Then we'll take this Y. On the Y axis is going to have the equal thing. Then we'll take this scale size, particle base size, and the scale model. Calculate color based on depth. Despite math.min projector, opacity, particles opacity, and we'll have the distance. Applying color, depth. I hope you can follow it. It's a very simple JavaScript for the animation element. And if you are not familiar with the canvas, then you can check this particular project which I already have, where we have built this beautiful element, that how you can play with the Canva. So I'm just using the Canva property. I'm just going a little faster here. Okay, color variant. Now define the location. This will be G, and this will be B. So we have the RGB color. Now we can come back here, draw particles. So we have already done logic. All we have to do is to simply inject the particles. So we'll take this being pin. That's the method we have, and we'll call this arc and pass the positioning. We'll call this fill style with our color. and we'll call this fill. Then we're going to simply add a glowing effect to each one of the circles as it comes close. So let's call this if distance is this. You can play around with the distance. Then we'll take this begin path, and then we can simply call the location and scale model. Once we have that, then we can simply call the styling, and we'll add the glowing effect with opacity. Let's take this fill and close this one. Close this one. Come back here, we'll take this animation ref current, and we have to simply request the animation. Close this one and call the function. Let's clean up, and at the end we have to simply call this cancel animation, the animation we have built, and pass the current ref. And we'll call this remove the add event listener for the resize. Same thing we have to do for the mouse. And close this one, and I want to execute the whenever there is a change in the mode. So if the user will change the mode, the entire canvas will be reset and everything will be start from beginning. Perfect. This one is very simple. What I have done, I use the context API for the Canva, and that's what I have used for getting the data from the canvas to remove the particles. If you're not familiar with the canvas, just type it as it is, what I have done, and it will work absolutely fine. So we're done with the canvas function. Now we can come back here. We'll build the JSX. So now it's going to be the mainly front end part, but most of the component is going to be a dynamic one. So I think let's write it this way, because we're not going to have much preview, much changes, because every single thing is going to be injected with the help of JavaScript with the dynamic component. So let's take this return. Let's take the div. It will have a class relative margin top 12 with full overflow hidden, and we'll have a background color. Inside that, we'll take a background element. So we'll take this background with glowing animation pattern. We'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute. Inside 0 z0. Inside the div, we're going to simply add the gradient layover. We'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute inside 0, and we'll have a dark and light mode. So we'll say is dark mode. Then we want to say background gradient to bottom, and we'll have our primary with the vibrant and transparent. We'll have the second primary color, which is a little darker, and we'll add the light mode as well, which is going to have a little bit grayish type of color. Perfect. Now close this one. Inside the div, we have to make it a self-closing div, and we have to make this as a self-closing div because it's going to have a waving pattern. That's the only thing we need. Now come back here. We'll take a Canva. There we have to simply call this ref. We already done the hard work for the Canva, and we can pass the Canva ref. So it will give us the waving effect, and we'll provide the class called absolute top 0 left 0 with full height full pointer event none. We'll have a zen index 10. Then we'll have the set style. We're going to have a custom, so z index is going to be 1. Then we'll close this Canva. Now we can come back here. We'll take a animation and add the glowing effect to the pattern. So we'll call this div. It will have a class absolute inside 0 gradient pattern. It's a self-closing div. Then we can come back here, moving light effect. We'll take this div. It will have a class absolute inside 0 light rays. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called right ray 1. So these are the classes we're going to work. It's going to have a self-closing div. Then we'll have a div. It will have a class called right gray ray 2. And let's have another one. Then we'll have a gray 3. Close the div. Then close the main div. So it's going to give us the lighting effect. Now we can come back here. We'll close the div. Come here, take a main content. It will have a div, it will have a class called container, max auto, padding x4, padding y 28, and on the medium device, padding y is going to be 32. Relatives at index 10, and inside the div, it will take a div, it will have a class called flex, flex column, medium, flex row, item, center. We'll have just device between gap 12, medium, gap 16. Inside that will display our component for site content and text graphic. We'll take a div, it will have a class called width full. On medium device, we'll say width 1 by half, flex, flex column, item center. On a medium device, we'll say item start, text center, medium device, text left. Then inside that will display our component called header content, and we'll say div, it will have a class called inline block, padding 2, padding x4, rounded full, background gradient to right. We'll have we'll have our second primary color, tell 400 by 10, and we'll have an indigo, it is bluish, and we'll have a margin bottom 6. Then we'll take a p tag, and we'll have a class called text small, font medium, background clip text. So we'll have our branding color. We'll take text transition and background gradient to right, and we'll have our primary color. Secondary color, we'll add animation gradient X. Perfect. Now inside that we can display the text called pre-sale now live. Simple. Now close this one, close the div, take h1, apply the classes. So we'll take the class text 4xl, medium, text 5xl, text 6xl, font bold, and we'll have a dynamic class text color and padding bottom 4. Inside this, we'll take the span, it will have a class called background clip text, text transparent, background gradient to right, and we'll have our primary color, we'll have a secondary color, animating gradient X. Inside that, we can display our token name, and let's close this one. Close this one. Now we can come back here. We'll take h2. We'll have a class called text 2xl, medium, text 3xl, font bold, margin bottom 6. Inside that, we'll display a span. It will have a class called background clip text, text transparent, background gradient to right, primary color, secondary color, and we'll have the animation. Inside that, we can simply display our token. Let's close this one. And let's take another span. We'll have a class called background clip text, transparent, gradient to right, indigo, purple, and we'll display the empty string with our sell message. And close this one. And take a span. It will have a class, and we'll have a text color, the dynamic one, in which we can say stage 1. And you can simply update this stage based on the prices change you do for your token. Now we can close the h2. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's take a p tag, and let's apply the classes called secondary text color, text base, medium device, text large, max width medium, margin bottom leading relax, and let's close this one. And let's provide the revolutionizing intelligence through decentralized innovation, and we'll join the future of blockchain technology today. And close this one. We'll take this feature highlights. There we can highlight all the things. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called flex, flex wrap, gap 4, margin bottom 8. Then we'll take a div. Let's take a class, padding x, padding y2, rounded full, and we'll have our dynamic class. We'll say is dark mode, then we'll add background tail 500, else we'll go with the tail 100, normal one. Then we'll take the second color, dynamic color, say is dark, then we'll say tell our primary color, and now we'll go with the secondary color. And we'll go with the text small, font medium, flex, item center, and close the div. And here we have to paste our SVG icon. So I have simply copy and paste here quickly. So we got the SVG icon. Now we can come back here. Let's take the text called limited presale and we can close the div. So it will have our icon and we'll have this particular text. Now take a div. It will have a class called padding X, 4 padding Y, 2 rounded full, and we'll have our dynamic class. So we'll take this is dark mode, then we'll display the indigo background color, else we'll go with the indigo 100 without percentage. Else we go to the second condition is dark mode, then we'll go with the 10 indigo 300, else we'll go with the 700 for the text. And call this text small, font medium, flex item center, and close this one. Inside the div, inside it we have to paste the second SVG icon home to. So let me quickly paste. We got our SVG icon. Now we have to give our text. So let's call this exclusive benefits, and we can simply close our div and close our div. Background decorative element, the animation pattern we have to add. Take a div, will have a class called absolute, bottom 0, left 0, width 64, height 64, background gradient to right, and we'll have a second primary color, indigo, and we'll have a rounded full, blur 3 XL, and Z is going to be minus. And it's going to be a self-closing div. Then we'll close the div. Now we have to work on the right side of the component where we have the token purchase section. Take a div, it will have a class called width full, medium with 1 by 2, max with medium, max auto relative. We'll display loading overlay. So we have added the 3-second buffer time every time the page will load. So that's the loader we're going to display. Take this is loader true. Take a div, it will have a class called absolute, insert 0, z10, 20, flex item center, justify center, background black 50%, and we'll have a blur small and rounded XL. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called flex column item center, and here we take a div, it will have a class called width full, width 12, height 12, border 4, border will have a color primary, and we'll have the transparent rounded full, and we'll have an animated spinner, and bottom going to be 4. And let's close the div. Let's close the div and close the div. So this is our loader, internal loader, and close the dynamic component. We'll take the component called main card where we have to display the entire data. We'll take the div. Let's take a class called card background, backdrop blur small, rounded XL, and we'll have the card border small, shadow XL, overflow hidden, transform, transition duration is going to be 500, and we'll have a over effect, we'll have a shadow 2 XL. Let's close this. Inside the div, we'll take a div, it will have a class called padding 6, medium may padding white 8. We'll have a dynamic component, we'll say token balance, means if user don't have the token balance or the token balance user is equal to 0, if any one of these condition is true, then we have to display this component. We'll take a div and we'll have a class called text center, text small, we'll have a secondary text color, and we'll say margin bottom 4, gradient text to right, and we'll have our primary tail color and the indigo color, and we'll have a padding y2, padding x4, rounded large. Let's close this. In this, we have to display can't find token in your wallet. So this component will display when there is no token available in the user wallet, the token we are selling. But if it has the token, then we have to simply close the div and we have to hide this particular dynamic component. Let's come back here. Now we'll call the card header. Let's call div. It will have a class called text center. We'll take it. It will have a class called inline block, padding 1.5, padding x3, rounded full, background gradient to right. We'll have our primary color, secondary color, and we'll have indigo. We'll have a margin bottom 2. We'll take the p tag. It will have a text small, font medium, background clip text, text transparent, background gradient to right. We'll have a primary color, second primary color, and we'll have the animation over the text. Inside that, we have to display our data, limited time offer. And let's close the p tag. We got that. Now we can come back here. We'll close the div. And we can take this S3, text Excel, text center, font bold, margin bottom 1, background clip text, text transparent, background gradient to right, and we'll have our primary color and the second primary color animation we have. And so that we can display this stage 1 buy and the token symbol. Now let's close this one. Then we can come back here. We'll take the div. It will have a class text center, text small. We'll have a secondary text color, margin bottom 4. Let's close the div. Until price increase, and close the div. Close the div. Take the block for displaying the price information. We'll take a div. It will have a class called flex, justify between, item center, text small, medium, margin bottom 3, padding x1. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called dynamic secondary color, flex call. Inside the div, we'll take a span. It will have a class called text small, margin bottom 1, and we'll say current price. And let's close that one. Now we'll take a span. It will have a class called text color, and we'll say font medium. In that, we have to display the price, and that's coming from our environment variable, and we'll display the currency. Let's close this one. Now we can close the div. We'll take another div. It will have a class height 10, width, background bottom. We'll have the transparent, gray, transparent, and it's a self-closing div. So we'll have a styling overlay, and let's take a div. Let's add a class, secondary text color, flex column, text right. So we have done with the left. Now we have to do with the right one. And let's close this one. Let's take a span. We'll have a class called text Excel, margin bottom 1, next stage price, and the price we have set in our environment variable. So we'll take the span, add the classes, text color, font medium, and we have the next stage price. So let's call this next price token USD price, and we'll display the currency. Now let's close the span, and we can close the div. Close the div. Come back here. Now we'll take the progress bar. We already have the function. Let's inject that. So we'll take the div, we'll take the class called with full height 4, and we'll have our dynamic class. So we'll say is dark mode, then we can display the background gray, else we'll go with the gray 200 by 70%. We'll go with rounded full, margin bottom 3, overflow hidden. Let's close this one. We'll take a div, and in that we can simply define our data. So we'll take the class, it will have a height full, rounded full, background gradient to right, and we'll have a primary gradient. We'll add an animation progress relative. We'll have the style, and this one is going to be dynamic style based on the percentage. So we can come back with, we'll have our math.mix, and we'll say calculate percentage. So this will automatically update. Very simple. Now close this one. We'll add the key called progress, and we'll call the calculation progress percentage and the function, and close the, and that will take a div. It will have a class called absolute top 0 left 0 with full, height is going to be full, background white, and we'll have a semi effect, and it's going to be a self closing div. Let's close the div. Close the div. I hope you guys are following me. Just follow it the way I'm typing it. Every single thing would be working fine. This one is the bigger component, that's why I'm going a little faster, and it's only the JSX. Okay, now we can come back here. We'll take the progress status, we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex, justify between, text small, margin bottom 6, padding 1. Then we'll take this div class, secondary text color, we'll take this total raised, and the font we have raised, which is coming from our contract. So we'll take the span, we'll have a class called dynamic text color, font medium. We'll display the space, parse float, contract info, and we have the total sold. We're going to simply multiply that the token price which is coming. So in that way we can get that what worth of token we have sold, and we can call it 0 by default if anything goes wrong. And let's take the statement. So we'll say if it's true, then we can go with our actual value. What we are doing first, we are checking the condition that do we have the data. It's a getter, we have the both the data, then we are simply displaying the data. We'll say pass token price, and that's what we have to do the multiplication. So we'll get that. So first checking that do we have the data, then we are rendering it, and we have to call this to fix, so it will take the 2 decimal, and we have the else is going to be 0. We have to simply, now we have to give the currency, let's call it pole. We'll change that letter because I want to show you a couple of configurations. So let's call the span, and let's close the div. Take a div, it will have a class, secondary text color, font medium. Take a span, it will have a class called text primary, then we'll have font semi bold. We'll take this calculate progress, and we'll display the percentage, that how much percentage of token we have sold. Let's close this one, and we'll take this completed. Close the div, close the div wider, so we'll have some space, and it's very simple. We'll take a div, we'll take the class border top, and we'll have a dynamic. So we'll say is dark mode, then we'll have a border gray, else we'll have a border gray 200, and we'll say margin y is going to be 5 pixels. Then close this one. So this will give us the border. Now we have to work on the body. So we'll say token price. So we'll take the div, it will have a class called flex, item center, justify center, space 3x, margin bottom 6. Then we have a divide, we'll have a class called width 10, height 10, rounded full, background gradient to right, and we'll have a primary color, secondary color, flex, item center, justify center. Inside that we'll take a span, we'll have a class called text large, font bold, text transparent, background clip text, background to right, and we'll have a primary and secondary color. We'll add 1. So 1 is equal to how much money? Let's close this one. Then we'll close the div, take a span, let's add the classes, text color, text large, font medium, and we'll have our token symbol, and we'll give this one. Now we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex, padding x3, padding y1, rounded large, green gradient to right. We'll have a secondary color, indigo. Inside that div, we'll take a span. It will have a class called text large, font bold, text transparent, background clip text, background gradient, and we'll have a primary color, purple, which is a secondary color. Now inside this span, we have to display our token price, and we'll display the currency. Very simple. Close the span, close the div, now close the div. Let's take this token selection component. So it's going to be simple. We'll take a div. It will have a class called flex x2, margin bottom 4. And we already have the function. We'll take the button, and it's going to be one button. So let's add the on click event, and we have the call handle token select and sport. So it will be passed on down that which currency we are purchasing. Now let's apply the classes. We'll take this get token button style. We'll say pole, so it will have a different color. Let's close this one, and we can display the, so let's call this scal class, margin right 2, width 4, height 4, and we'll have the selected token. If equal to pole, then we have to add the filter brightness 200, else we go with the empty. Simple. Then we can come back here. We're done with the classes. Now we have to define the source of the image, which is the polygon. We already have the icon. I'm going to do all the changes, just wait. And we'll add the alteration. And we'll take the pay with currency, and we can close the button, close the div. Now we can come back here. Let's add the balance display, that how much balance user has in its wallet. So it's going to be a single element. We'll take a div, and it will have a class called text small, secondary text color, text center, margin bottom 6, padding y, padding x4, rounded large, and we'll have our dynamic color. So we'll say is dark mode, then we'll have a background gray 800, background 100. Close this one. So this is the class in which we have to display the balance. Let's take a span. It will have a class called margin 2, right 2, and we'll select that selected token and the balance. We'll take a span. We'll have a class called text color, font medium, and in which we have to display the balance of the user. And we already have the function called get current balance, and this will give the balance of the user. Close this one. Let's take a span. We'll have a class margin left, and we'll display the selected token. Now take the amount from the input field. So we'll take a div. We'll have a class called grid column 1, on medium device grid column 2, and gap is going to be 4, margin bottom 5. We'll take a div, and inside this empty div we'll have our label. So we have to make it into a group. Apply the classes on the label. We'll say block. We'll have a secondary text color, text small, margin bottom, font medium. Let's close the label. Then we can display our pay with the selected token, means the native currency. Then we'll say label. Then we'll take a div. We'll have a class called relative, and there we have to add a couple of things. So we'll take this input, and let's assign the property. We already have it. So we'll take the type is going to be text. Let's call the value is going to be input amount, whatever the user will put. Then we'll have an on change, and we have to get that and pass the amount to our handle amount change, and that's how we can get it. e.target.value. Then we can apply the classes called width full. We'll have a dynamic input background, rounded large, border, padding x4, padding y3, and we'll have the text color, focus ring 1, focus ring till 4, and we'll have our border, and transitional duration is going to be 200. Simple classes. I'm just going a little faster here, and close the step. And we'll take a div. We'll display the class called absolute right 3, right 3, top 1 by 2, transform minus translate. We'll have a flex item center space x2. Close the div. Take a span. It will have a class called text small. Secondary text color. So let's quickly write it down so we can come back here. Let's type it selected token. Ticker div will have a class rounded full flex item center, justify center. We'll take the token icon and we can pass the token name so it will give us the icon. Close the div. Close the div. Now we have to work on the next section. We'll take the label. Block and we'll take the secondary color, text small, margin bottom, and we'll have a font medium. Close that one. Receive token symbol. We will have a class relative. Take the input and let's define the variable that how much token it will get. We'll have a text. Token amount. Read only. Rounded large border. And we'll have a text color. Let's take a div. It will have a class absolute. Ring 3 top 1 by 2 transparent and we'll have a translate wise and flex center space x2. Take a span. Let's define the text. Perfect. Let's define the token symbol. Let's close this one. Take a div. It will have a class flex item center, justify center. Now we have to display the image of our icon. Let's close the div. Div. Now we have to work on the button. We'll say is connected. Then only we have to display the button. It will have a on click. We'll call the purchase function. And here we're going to check the state. Disable if there is no balance. So we'll have a multiple classes based on the balance and balance not exist. Primary color and add the over effect. Add the else statement for the dark mode. Else we go with the cursor allowed. Text white, rounded large, padding 2, and we'll have a flex item center. Justify between transition or duration 300, and we'll have the shadow large. Has sufficient balance. Now we can add the else statement. Empty. Now we can simply display the button message. We already have the function. Close the button. Now we have to add the friend button, just a text component. This button will visible only in desktop mode when the user will connect with MetaMask. So let's quickly write down the classes. In which we can call the image, and we'll display the image, the logo, so user can add it. Let's add the classes. Let's give the space to the, and then we can display the span, add token to MetaMask. Perfect. Now just close this. This is the product. Now we have to work on the dynamic. If the user is not connected, then we have to display our custom button and pass the style as a prop. Let's close this. Now we can help on the helper link. Let's write it down very quickly. You can have this or you can simply skip that. Inside that, if you have to display the icon, we have outline one, and we can display the classes on this, the reddish tab. Let's close this. Now we can take this text and we'll display the classes. We'll say need help. Close the div. Now we have to do the same thing. Let's take this grid column 2 and we're going to display the links. Take the anchor and let's assign the property. So let's redirect to the dashboard, but you have to provide your link. Just do the way I'm doing it. Flex center, duration 200. Perfect. Let's call this span. Let's add the classes dot and call how to buy and close this one. And we can have one more. So let's have it quickly. connect to wallet, and close this one. So this is the second link we have. Got it? Now let's take two more. Let me write it quickly. Same thing is going to be token info. Close this, and now we're going to have one more. So we are done with all the four menu. Now looks perfect. Now let's simply close the div, and we can simply close the div, close this one, close this one, close this one. So we are done with all the component. Now we have to add couple of custom classes. So let's close this quickly. Now we can take the scroll. So user can click and they can go on top. So let's take a div. It will have a class called fix bottom ring 6. Inside the div, we'll take the button. Let's add the property. It will have on click window dot scroll to top, and we'll have a smooth. Let's have the classes. Background. We'll have a primary color, secondary color, and we'll have the animation, and on over effect we'll have the primary and the secondary color with the higher value, and we'll have a shadow with indigenous flex item center, justify center. We'll have a transitional and with the duration of over effect, and we'll have a little bit scale. Let's add the attribute called scroll to top. Close this one, and inside this we have to display the SVG icon. So let me quickly copy. So simply copy and paste. So this is our SVG icon. Let's close the button, close the div. Now we can add the custom CSS. Let me add it very quickly. This is very basic CSS I'm applying. So we'll add opacity to 150. Then we'll have the transform scale is going to be a little higher and bigger than the previous one. And that's what how we have to set the value. So let's add it. Let's add the gradient pattern from our web. So hidden, we are adding the lighting glowing effect. So opacity is going to be changing based on the dark and light mode. So let's add it quickly. Now we have to add the last one, ray 3, with the movement, with the animation, with the higher value, infinity. And close this one. Let's add the finally move ray with a 0%. On the 100%, you have to simply scale it up. Let's add the property. Add the background size. And the keyframe. Close that one. Now we have to simply close the div, and we have to simply export this particular component. And finally we have done with this huge component. Finally we have completed our entire hero section. This one is the biggest component in our application, and we have spent tons of time designing the entire front end part and building the utility function. That's why I went a little quick here. If you guys have any problem, you can simply adjust the speed and you can rewatch it. So we're done with this, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video as of now. In the next video we're going to do the testing, and we're going to do the modification and change the network right from here in the terms of currency. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly open up and let's see what we have developed and start the application and check the component we have. So our application got started. Now what we can do, we can simply save it, closed, and here you will find that as of now we are not getting any error. You can see this is loading is working fine, and the thing is working. Every single thing is going. The glowing effect is also having fine. The particles are also moving. So we are having quite good. We are having quite good, but these are the data is not reflecting quickly. So these are the fix we're going to do it, and we're going to choose the changes in the poll and the icon. And that's what we'll do in the next video. So let's move to the next video.
Welcome back to the seventh part of our ICO DApp project. This is where we left in the last video. We have built the entire utility function and entire UI component. All the animation is looking absolutely wonderful. Every single thing is perfectly aligned. If I check the responsive mode, you will find that it looks absolutely incredible. We have this in the middle and we have a UI component which looks absolutely fine. User can simply connect their wallet and they can purchase the token. If I click here, we'll have our drop down menu. That's also looking absolutely great. So now let's test out all the features we have developed. So if I see the menu, that looks wonderful. If I check the light mode, that's also looking absolutely perfect. So the moment I will change the dark mode, you will see these bubbles which we have designed, it's getting randomly regenerated. So the very first thing we have to do is to connect our wallet. So I'll simply click on this connect and it's going to give me this bunch of options. So I'll simply click on MetaMask. I'll give my credential. So let me give it. And right now you can see that I'm connected with the admin account, and this is the same account which I have used for deploying the contracts, and that's what I'm using. So every single thing is looking good. Now I have to simply set the token in the contract first before I test all the features. So I will do one thing. I'll come back here, go back to the environment variable, and we have this particular token which we have deployed when we have written this DApp smart contract, and this is the one we have to set in our ICO contract. So we already have the functionality which allow us to do that. So if you come back to the Web3 provider and if you come back here you will find all the feature we have developed. So let me make a little bit zoom out so we can see which function we have to call. So this function we have to execute to set the token in the contracts. So the very first thing I will do, I'm going to simply copy this one, and you will find that we are already exporting this particular function right up here in our value. So we are already exporting it. So all we have to do is to come back here in the Web3 and go back to our home section, go back to our hero section, and I'm going to import this particular function as well. So let's come back here. I'm going to import this particular function and I'm going to build another utility function right up here. So I'll simply come back here, call set token, and we have to simply call the function. So I'll simply paste it, and in that I have to simply pass the token address. We already have it. So I'm going to simply replicate this one. I'm going to simply select here and I have to go back to my environment variable and I can simply get the token address. I got it. Now I can simply paste here. We got it. Now I can simply paste here, and we have this particular function is absolutely ready. So I don't need to simply build the catch and log because that's all we are doing right up here in our Web3 context provider. So I hope you haven't forgot that how we have developed this particular logic and what are the feature and functionality we are following. So here we are handling all the error, all the notification. That's all we are doing here. So that's why I'm calling the function straight away. And this is the function we have to simply attach. So what I will do, I'll simply copy this particular function. I'll have this particular token. I'll simply copy that one. And that's what I'm going to pass it here. That's what I'm going to pass. So let's copy this particular name function, and I'm going to simply take a button as of now just for setting up. So let's see where we can define that button. So I can come back here. So if I come here, this is the one we have pre-sale. So there I'm going to take a button. So let's take a button and I'm going to have an on click function, and let's call the function. Perfect. Now what I'm doing, I'm simply calling the function. Let's call this set token. Perfect. Now if I come back, you will find that I got the button and it's absolutely ready. I'm the admin, so make sure you have to connect with the same account which you have used for deploying the contract. Before I do the transaction, let me check every single thing is good and I have enough fund in my wallet to execute this particular transaction. So all I have to do is to simply click on this set token and it's going to call. You will see the notification is working fine and we are calling the function. Click on this confirm. And here you will find that we are getting this particular notification, but I can check my MetaMask and see what exactly went wrong. So there is nothing problem. Our transaction is executing. There is some problem then in the notification component, which we have to see. So just wait. We are getting this pending. Just wait. Once we'll get the confirmation from the MetaMask, and finally you can see the confirmation is done and we have and we got the notification. So we have to see what exactly went wrong in our notification model. But our token is successfully set. That's the first thing we have done. We have set our token successfully in our contract. So this is the first thing. Now I'm going to simply comment this one because this is the only thing I have to do.
only once. Now I will simply come back here, and here I'm going to perform a couple of changes because I have deployed the contract to the host clay. So now let me show you how you can play with the different network. So all the configuration which I have done predefined for Polygon, but you can simply change it. All you have to do is to change the symbol. So I'll say ETH, and the same thing I'm going to replace in all the places because hostly symbol is ETH. So let me find it out one by one, and I have to simply replace. So this one is the pole. That's what I have to give. Now let's see. This one is a pole. Then we can come back here and let's see, this one looks fine. This one is a pole, and I'm to change the logo as well. So I can simply come back here. I can close this one. I'll go back to the public. Inside the public, we'll have all the images. So you will have the brand, you will have the TBC, you will have the logo, and you have to get the Ethereum as well. So let me see, do I have in this? No. And this is the Polygon I have, but I don't have for the Ethereum. Don't need to worry about it. We're going to fix that as well. So as of now, just keep it as it is. Let's change this variable. I'll tell you how you can replace that. So let's change it here as well. Change this one. And this looks fine. This is our animation, entire function we have. Now we can simply go back to the component where we are rendering. So this is the SVG icon, looks perfect, no problem in that. And we have our button in which we have assigned the pole. So this is fine. This is the next stage one. So let me get it. This is good. No need to do any changes right up here. This one is fine. Here we have it. So it's going to be pole. So change this one, and this will be ETH. And this will be ETH. We're going to change the logo. Don't need to worry about it. Let's have a look to other section that where else we are using this. And that's how you can change it. I hope you have got the drill that what exactly you have to do, how you can change all of that. So that's the first thing. Now, if you want to get the logo for Ethereum, you can get it very easily. So I'll tell you to come back here in the Etherscan, and there you will have, simply click on this, save, and you will save that one. So I'll remove this one, only Ethereum, and click on the save. And I got the icon. Now all I have to do is to simply bring into my repository. So let me see where I have the icon. I have on the desktop. I'll simply come back here, bring it here, and I got the icon. Now I can simply take the name. I'll simply copy this. So we have the Ethereum, simply copy that one, cover it. Now I can simply change it. So let's find the place where I have to do the optimization, means the changes I have to do for the icon. So this one is my icon, the recipient token, and here I will have that. Let's see. So this one is the pay one, and here we have the Polygon. Simply change this to Ethereum. Now we can come back on top, and we have our function which we can simply change it. So there we have it. This one is the util function. We don't need to make any changes, and here we have to do the changes. So this one is ETH, absolutely fine. I can see this one, and we can change this to this one, looks fine. So we have done the changes, and this is how you can replace. You got the drill that what exactly you have to do. Here we have the another one, change this to ETH. Make sure you have to change it in all the places because this one is very important, and based on this we're going to trigger the event and we're going to assign the values. So let's paste this one. Here we have also the buy function, and let me have a look one more time that I'm not forgetting, I guess. Or you can do one thing, you can tip this, type poll, and you can simply go back in all the places. ETH. Perfect. You can see I have changed in all the places. Now every single thing is good. That's the first thing you have to do. We have set the token. Now close this one, come back here, and close this one, come back here in the context, go back to the Web3 folder, and you will find that we have called this function successfully, and here we have to execute this one. So this one is fine. We have this call our fetch one. So this is the function which we have to call now. So I'll simply come back here, and you will find that I have committed this function. So let's call it. So it's going to fetch out the information for our token. Now you will come back here, close this one, and you will give a quick reload, and you will find the details about the token. So here you can see we have the buffer loader working fine. Let's do the inspect element. Come back here in the console, and you will see that we are not getting any error. So that's a good sign. So okay, we are getting some sort of error. So we have to explore that one. Let's give a quick reload one more time, and let's see what exactly the issue we have. No issue. So it was a earlier error. And let's see where I'm getting this one. So it's coming from our environment variable. So we can do one thing. We can see this is the provider and we have the information. So let's do the console log. We can do the console.log to see exactly what went wrong. So we got this one. Now I can come back here, go back to the console, and I can come back here. You can see this is absolutely fine. There's no problem. We are getting the information about our token. You can see the symbol, the address, the decimal point. That's all looks fine. We are getting all of those environment variable. Now what I will do, I'll simply copy this one, and I'm going to check one by one. If I come back here, it's in the, let's change this one, call start, and this is how you have to debug. We got this. Now I can cut this one and let's paste here. Now I'll give a reload and just wait. And finally we got the information. So this is fine. Start is working fine, and you can see we are getting from 114 and 114. So this one is also good. Now I'll simply cut this one and I'm going to paste here. I guess there is a problem in this. Let's see. If I get the data, that means everything is good here. Now I can simply give a one more time reload, and I can see that I'm having the data. So there is a problem. No, we are getting the data. So we have no issue. Still we are getting the data is 133 and we are on 133. So there is no issue in this particular one. This one is absolutely fine. I'll cut this one. Now I can simply, this one is the ending. I'll paste here, and this time I will not get the data. So let's give a quick reload, and you will find that we are not having the data. The data is not there. So that means that we have an issue right up here in somewhere. So we have to identify that what exactly the problem is. So let's do that. So we have the ERC20, looks fine. There's no problem. We are using the utils model. We have the contract ETH, and we have the ETH balance, which we are passing. Looks fine. We have the total supply. This is also good. And I can do one thing. Let's comment this one to see that which one is causing the issue. Now I'll give a reload, and let's see. Okay. So the problem we are having somewhere in this. So again, I will simply comment this one, and let's give a quick reload, and let's reload the page. We are having the issue in this particular portion. So it's a user token balance, and we have the user TBC balance. So this token balance is coming from where? It's coming from here, and we are calling this token contract, passing the address of the user. So we can do one thing. I can simply do the console log to see that what exactly happening here. So this debugging is a very important skills which you have to know. That's, I'm not removing this part from our tutorial. You can see we are getting the fund. We are getting the fund, which is absolutely fine. The user token balance, but there is some issue right up here, and that's causing the problem. So let's see the decimal, that I'm having the right decimal. So this is the decimal. I got it by default. I'll gain with this one. So there is no problem in it. We have this set token balance. And can you spot the problem? Because this one is a very basic mistake I have done. So every single thing is good here. We are taking this particular one. You might be asking that from where we are getting this preview. So here we have to define that one. So I'll come back here. Let's take this. And as we're going to have a callback function because we are going to inject it. We'll say preview. Then I'm going to provide this. And now we can take one more. That will fix the issue. So what we have done, we are taking the callback function, taking the preview. Now we have executed this one, and this time we'll get the data. Very basics. this is clear to you. Now you can come back here in the browser, and if I give a quick reload, you will find that we are getting the data now. We have no errors, and here we got the data about all of this token price, every single thing we are getting perfectly. So this is good, no problem we have so far. Now I can come back here. I'll go back to my code base. So this is fine. I hope you have understood that what fix you have to do. Take this one and wrap it. In this way, you will have the data about the token. So that's the first thing we have to do. Now what I will do, I have to transfer the token into the contract. Then user can able to purchase. So like, let's do one thing. We can have the MetaMask, and I already have the token in my MetaMask wallet. So I'll simply come back here, and I have the token address, which is this one. Simply copy this token address, and let's import this token address in your MetaMask. So click here, click on this import token, and you click here, and you have to select the network. So I'll go with Hostclay, and I'll select the address, and here you will find all the details. Click on next, and you will see the entire supply I have in my wallet. So finally I have added the token in my MetaMask. Now I can able to send the token to my contract. So I'll simply come back here. This is the address of the token, like ICO. Simply copy that one, click here, click on the send, and I can simply give the address, and now I can give the quantity. So I'll go with this, let's say 1000 or 10,000. I have enough supply. Click on confirm, and it's going to perform the transaction. So let's click on this confirm, and we are sending the token to our ICO contract, 10,000 token. So the token would be available, and the user can start making purchase. So just wait, the transaction is happening. Once the transaction will complete, you will get the confirmation, and the token would be available in our contract. And finally, the transaction is completed, and the token is successfully sent to our contract. If you come back here, it went down. Now just give a quick reload, and you will find all of these details. Every single thing is absolutely empty. There's no data is available. We can see the symbols, every single thing is looking good, the icons, that's all looking good. But here is some issue, why this balance is not reflecting. So that's the one I have to check. So I'll simply come back here, go back here, go back to my component, come back here, go back to my hero section, and I have to check the function we have which allow us to check the user balance. So this is the function which allow us to have the animation. Let's close this one. This is not what we are looking for at the moment, and I'm going to simply minimize this one. Button style button, close this one. Now we can see it's a ETH. This one is fine. This one is the button, which is good. There's no problem in this. Now I can come back here in the current balance, and here we have the ETH. We are calling this user balance, which is absolutely fine. If I try to simply do the console.log, that why it's having this particular issue. So I given this one. Now if I come back here, if I go to my console, and if I see that this data need to be there. So let's see, this is what we have, Web3 providers. So I'll come back here in our Web3, and I'm going to simply remove this one because we already have it. Now we can come back here, and this looks good, and you can see we are getting this one. Let me reload one more time. So the problem is happening that this function, I guess it's not getting called. This one is fine. You can see we are getting this from right up here, user balance. If I try to check the user ETH balance, if I check the user ETH balance, we have the balance of the user. Now let's do one thing. This is the one we have, like token balance, in which I have the entire information. So let's cut this one and paste here outside. Come back here, and let's remove this one. We don't need to have too many console log. And now it's taking undefined from the hero section. So we're getting this undefined. Not a big deal. We have to do a little bit debugging that what exactly went wrong in our component. So this is what I have. Looks so far so good. There's no problem in it. It's coming from 231. That's absolutely fine. And we have the balance. I'm getting the token. Let's see, am I missing anything else? Because I have the fund, and I can see one thing, I have to make the changes in one more place. So where I'm calculating the balance, so this is the token price, no problem in that. This is the either ETH price. We are checking the token balance. This is fine. We have the TBC. This is also good. And we have the hook. There's no problem in that. And we have the contract info. That's fine. And the sold token, which is good. There is no problem in that. This information is there. We have the token balance. It's also there. If I try to do one thing, let's say, let's minimize this one and let's do a little bit debugging. So this is the one I have. I can simply copy it and I can call in this particular hook. So I can see what exactly happening here. Paste here. And this might be giving me the data. So it will have the undefined, but soon it will give the data. Okay, the problem is that this particular function, it's calling, but in the component, it's not reflecting the data. Not a big deal. We have to do a little bit debugging to spend some more time with the code. So there's some issue in this particular function. So let's do one thing. Let's cut this one and come back here. And here we have to simply do the console log to see that do we have the data. So this is what we are updating. So let's check that we are getting this data or not. So here I've got it. Token balance. If I come back to my browser and give a reload, and there you will find that we are getting the data. The data is coming from the contract. So you can see we got it. Now I can click here and I can see in the initial load, the data is undefined. The data is not there. So it's coming from Web3. Let me check that in which place I have. So this is good. I can do one thing. So let's see where I have. So fine, no problem in that. Let's give a quick reload one more time. I can come back here and I can simply come here. Problem is here. So we have to do a few checks. So I can come back here where we have the insufficient and I can see there is a mistake I did. It's TBC token. That's what we are looking for in the execute purchase function. And then we are calling it. We are checking this one and then we are calling it. Here we have the transaction log. Let's come remove this one as of now. And we have this one. Let's call this and console.log. Paste here. Now we can come back here and let's give a reload. And here we have the undefined. Start is looking good, but the data is not there. The data is not there. If I come back here, I have to have a look. So somehow the data is not getting called off, but we have already called this particular function.
Finally, I found the error. Every single thing is good in our hero section. So the only fix we have to do here in the Web3 folder. And you can see here one thing that we have taken this token balance. There is a S. But if I come back here, if I go on top, you will find that it's only token balance. So we have to add the S and save it. Now we have to come back inside the function where we are setting up. So let's call this S. And we can simply go all the way down and here we have to provide the S. So it's token balance and save it. Save it, come back to the application and simply give a quick reload and you will find the balance of the token and every single thing will be reflecting fine. So here we got the balance we have in our wallet. So if I do the inspect element and if you're stuck, if you're not getting any data, you can simply open up your console and then you will find all the details about the balance. So right now you can see that there is no balance available in our contract. This is the price of the token we have set. This is the token TBC we have transferred in the last transfer, 10,000 token. This is the total supply we have. This is our ETH balance and this is our TBC balance because I'm connected with the admin account and I have used the same account for deploying the token. So that's why it's reflecting fine. So this looks fine. This looks fine. Now I can ready to buy the token. So let's give a try. So I want to give 1 ETH and you can see that I'm getting this particular price. So our calculation is also working fine. If I go with less, I'll have this one. If I go with 2, I will have this one. So let's try to buy with 1 ETH. And here I'm getting this option. This dynamic button is also reflecting fine. So I can simply click on this buy Tillman and here it's processed. And here is going to open the MetaMask and you can see that we are buying it. Click on this confirm and just wait. You can see
waiting for confirmation. Okay, just wait. I think I have applied the wrong icon, but if I open the MetaMask, you can see the transaction is pending. Every single thing is good. The icon is, I have used the wrong icon, so that's the changes we have to do in our notification section. So just wait. We are getting this, and finally the transaction is completed and we have bought the token. Successful purchase L2 token. Now if I give a reload, you will find that here we are. If you come back here, do the inspect element, check this one, and you will find the balance is went down and we have bought 1000 token. And I have used my same account for buying the token, so the fund is still there. So what I will do, I'll come back here and let's test with a different account. So this time I will go with account number 5 because I have enough fun in that, and I'm going to give a quick reload and you can see the balance is got updated. This one is also going to be update, and finally we got the balance. Now I can buy, let's say, 1000 token, and this dynamic progress bar is also working fine. We have bought the 10% of the token. If I click on this, and if I click on this buy, and it's going to call the function, we are calling the buy function. So this icon we have to fix. If I show you, you will see it's in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, we will buy the token. So just a moment. The transaction is in the process. Right now we are doing the transaction on the host click test network, so this might takes a little bit time ratio, so just wait. And finally we got the confirmation and we got the notification that we have bought the token. Now you will come back here. If I simply reload the page, you will find that our progress bar will go up, so it's 20 now, and you will find that we have paid 1 ETH for the token, and this 1 ETH transferred to the admin. So if I come back here, and right now you will see that this token is not added here. So I want to add this token. So I have the function called add token to MetaMask. Simply click here, and here it's adding. You will find this is the logo. This is much balance I have. Click on this and the token is added successfully. So if I come back here, go back, my image is reflecting fine and the balance is also working fine. Now I'll come back here, go back to the account number 3, and right now you can see it went up to 13. Earlier it was 12. So the buying feature is working absolutely fine. That's how user can buy the token. The progress bar is also looking absolutely perfect. All the features looking absolutely good. So I hope you have understood. Now I can do one thing. I can come back here and I have to check the buying function. So why I'm getting this waiting and that icon error. So let's come back here. This one is absolutely fine. Come back to the buy token and let's see where I'm getting this waiting for confirmation. This is the toaster ID and this is the process. This one is executing, but it's throwing the wrong icon. So I can come back here. I can go back to my toaster and I can see the icon which I have applied in the processing. So let's come back here. We have the reject and we have the stop processing. We have the style. We have called this one. Looks fine. And we have our branding color for processing. This is what we are applying. We have the show processing, which is absolutely fine. We are displaying the messages, and we have this one. We have to do a little bit changes because that state is also absolutely fine. So we can come back here. This is the classes we are applying, and I notice one thing that here we have to provide info, not fail, because we have already applied the fail on the fail component. Now I can simply come back here and let's add this check. Before we execute, we have to simply check whether the ID exists or not. Then we have to call the dismiss, and the rest of the things would be absolutely fine. This is what we have. The process, all the states are looking absolutely great. If I come back here in the Y function, we are executing this one, and this is what we are providing, waiting for confirmation, which is absolutely fine because this toaster is dynamic. Now I can come back here. This looks fine. Let's try to buy one more time, and you will find that we will have that state available. So I'll simply give one, and I'm going to buy and process buying, and we'll click on this confirm. We're getting this waiting for the confirmation, means you have to wait. Perfect. Now I can come back here and you can see the transaction is processing. Perfect. Just a moment. Once we get the confirmation, all the state will change in our contract. So perfect. And finally, the transaction is completed and we have bought the token. You got the notification, the states that got update. Now it's 30%. So every single thing is working fine. I hope you have understood that how powerful this application is and how we have developed it. It looks absolutely incredible. We have this effects. That's all look great. We have all of this model. So the main function is absolutely ready. If I do the inspect element, you will find the data we are storing in our local storage is also there. You can come back here, go back to the application, and there you will find the data we have stored. It's there. So this is the main function for our application which allows the user to buy our token. So finally we are done with the entire feature of our application, that how we allow user to buy, and the header section and the hero section, and the rest of the component I'm not going to design, because if I start designing it will take next 15 hours to complete all of this, and there we don't have any feature related to the smart contract blockchain. It's just the hardcode component where we are displaying the details. So I'm not going to develop any one of this component, just the footer one which I'm going to develop. So it will have this one, and I'm also not going to work on the desktop, otherwise it will take me a lot of time to design this portion as well. Like this will take extra 20 hours to work on the dashboard, then user info. The main focus I want to give here, that our application is ready where we can allow user to purchase. If you want to add, you can simply add it, because we already have the functionality. You can simply design and you can simply attach the function. Every single thing is ready. Perfect. I hope you guys have understood. Now what I will do here, I'm going to work on the footer section. After that, we are done with this application. My main motive for this particular project is to teach you that how you can write the smart contract, how you can connect, and how you can bring all the functionality so user can purchase it. If you want to take the complete template, complete project, you can simply come back to the blockchain coder, and you can simply come back here in the source code section. You can go back here, and from here you can able to find the project, and you can get the complete template. You can get the complete source code of the project, in which you will have the dashboard and all the other component. And the reason why I'm not developing, because it will take more than 25 hours to develop, and it's just a front end part for the UI component. So what I will do, I'll start working straight away on my footer section. So let's start working on. So I'll simply come back here in my code, and I'll simply close this one, and we already have all of these details in our environment variables, like this email ID, which allow us to send the email ID. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here, close this one. I can come back here in the footer, and this is what we have to work now. Without taking much time, let's start working on our footer section. So let's remove all of the code. Now we're going to simply import from fresh React, and where that's coming from. Then we have to import the link, because we have to redirect the user to different pages. Now we have to simply import the use form, use validator, and that's coming from forms pair, because we have to allow the user to give their email ID and send email. Then we can come back here and we have to import the icon, Twitter, Telegram, Discord, Medium, GitHub, and that's coming from React icon. So we got all of this import. Now we can come back here and we have to import our API key for forms pair. We got it. Now we can simply take the component footer, and it's going to take the dark mode. Now we have to simply take a couple of state variables. So let's declare that forms pair integration. It's a very simple. This package is really powerful, which allow you to send email and receive email. Come back here, we'll take a variable called set and handle submit, and that's coming from our forms pair, in which we have to pass the API key. Perfect. Now it will have multiple stage, and we have to display our color. So let's take this on dark mode. We'll go with background gradient to bottom, primary color, secondary. Then we'll have our else statement and provide that one. So this is the background gradient color we have. Now we can come back here. Let's take another one, heading color. Let's provide the clip text. So we are applying the same classes, nothing new. We'll go with the second primary. Let's take the link over color. We'll say clip text over effect transparent gradient, and on over effect we have the primary and the secondary color. Then we'll take a border color. We'll say border gray, and we'll take this border gray 340%. We'll take the text color, text gray 300, text gray 700. Then we'll take the text color section secondary, and we can add the color we have, the same color we have to apply. So let's do little quickly. Okay, text gray, and we'll take text gray 500. Then we have to work on the JSX and write down all the code. So we'll take a footer tag. It will have the class. We'll have the background gradient, text color, transparent colors, duration 300, relative, overflow hidden. Inside that, we're gonna take a block. We'll say background, decorative element, have a glowing effect. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute, inside 0, overflow hidden, position pointer none. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute, top 0, top minus 40%, right 40%, width is going to equal with the height and branding color and other classes. It's going to be a self-closing div. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class rounded full. We'll have a blur effect and we'll have the same color like the closing div. Let's close the div. Let's take a div. It will have a class relative z10. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called grid. On the medium, we'll say 2, large 5, gap 8, and we'll have a on the medium we'll gap 12. Inside the div, we'll have display our logo and the description. So let's take that. We'll take a div and we'll have the classes. Inside the div, we'll have our div. It will have a class called margin bottom 6. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class inline flex, item center, space x2. In that, we'll take a div. It will have a class width 10, height 10, rounded full, flex, item center, justify center. And inside that, we have to take our image and display the logo. So you know the drill. It's very simple. Now let's close this one. We can come back here. Let's take the h3 and we can display the tagline, means the header. We can call the link to AI. You have to give your, and let's close this one. That's the heading. Now we have to display the description. So we'll close the div. Now we can take the div, close it, and once we have that, now we can simply take a p tag and then we can display the div. So the class, the text. Let's apply the classes. Leading, relaxed, ins. In that we have to give the text. Ecosystem, enable transparent, secure and intelligent decentralized application. Now we can simply close the p tag. So you can give your description based on your branding. Come back here, take a div. It will have a class top 6. Now inside the div, we'll take an anchor and there we have to display the ref and the classes. So let's take this class, add the classes, flex item center, justify center, background gradient to right from tell and indigo 500. Over effect will have a primary, then we'll have a secondary purple, transitional and duration. We'll have a group. So I'm going a little faster because this is the same classes we have to apply. Now we can simply come here, take the attribute. It is going to be Twitter, and there we can display the icon we have and take the size. Then we can take the class, ground over, text white and transition color, and let's close this and we can close our anchor. So this is the first link. You can simply provide your Twitter link and it will be redirect. In the same way we have to take for all of that. So let me do that very quickly. Now we have to create the same link for all the social media icons which we have imported. So let me do that very quickly. Telegram, and there we have to define our Telegram icon and the properties. So call it, and let's give the props. Close this one. Now we have to take the third one. Discord. Close this one and provide the Discord icon and the property. Close this one. Now we have to take another one. And as of now, I'm going to take only these 3 links, but you can take many more. Now close the div. Come back here. Now we have to display the newsletter, the input field, so user can put their email ID and sign up. We'll take a div. It will have a classes. Gradient. We'll have the second primary color, indigo, and we'll have the blur effect. Inside that, we'll take our heading. We'll apply the classes, and there we can display the text. Will say stay updated with our newsletter, and close this one. Then we have to take the form where the user can put that email and they can submit. So we're going to use the form where this is the function we have, and click on this on success. We have to display the data. Say state success. Then we're going to simply call the div, and there we can assign the properties. So let's take the classes. We have the div. Now let's close this one. Inside that, we'll take our icon and provide the classes as a prop. Take the span, and there we can display the message. Your message has been sent successful. We'll get back to you soon. Perfect. Now we can close the span, close the div, and we can close the dynamic block. Now we can take a div. It will have a classes. So let's apply the flex, and in that we have to display the input field where user can put the email, and let's assign the type. It's going to be an email. Let's assign the basic properties. Let's give the class placeholder, and now we can apply the classes. On the dark mode, we're going to apply this one, and on the light mode, we're going to do a slight change. So it will be white. That's it. Now, add the border, and we are done with the classes. Now we have to close the input field. Take the validator. If the user not provide the accurate data, we have to throw the error message, and we can use the prefix because that's what we are targeting, and we can give the field name is the email. and we'll call the error.error status and close this one. Take the button, call this disable, classes. This is simple front ends, that's why I'm going a little faster. So let's apply the same classes on the button we already have. Primary, then we have the secondary, we'll have the transition all and duration 300. Let's close the button, and that we can define our text. We'll say state.submitting. If it's true, then we can take the fragment in which we can display the dynamic text. So let's take the span. We'll have a class inline block width 4, height 4, border 2, and we'll have a transparent rounded full, and we'll have an animation effect. So it will display the circle animation, and we can take submitting. That's the first message we have. Close this one. Else we have to go with a different and default text message, which is very straightforward. So we'll take this subscribe, and we have to simply close the dynamic block and close the button. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We'll take the div, it will close the div and close the form. So we are done with the form component. Now close this one, close the one. Now we have to work on the menu. So we can come back here, resources. Altogether we're going to have 3 columns. Let's take the div and let's assign the properties. First one is going to be the header. Let's give the classes, resources. We'll have the UL, provide the class. Then we can take the menu. You can take it dynamically from the object, but I'm going with this one. We'll take the li, we'll provide the key, and we can simply provide the link, and there we can simply redirect the user. So by default here we have it. So you can do dynamically, you can take a separate object in which you can define the name, URL, tons of variable, but I'm going straight over directly. So what I will do, I'll simply give this command. So if you want to take as a form of object, you can do that, but I will redirect the user to the desktop page. Give this one desktop. Perfect. And let's apply the other classes. Very simple. All duration 300. Flex item center group. Close this one, and then we have to simply display the item. We already have it. We'll take a span, apply the classes, rounded full, purple, margin right, and we'll have the over effect, opacity, transition opposite, opacity, it's a self-closing, and we can display our item. So it will have a small dot, and close the link. Close the UL, li, and we can close the dynamic block and the UL. That's the first section. Now we have to take a couple of more just like this. So let's close the div as well. Now we can take the second one, which is the community. This is how you can define. So let me do it very quickly. It's exactly the same. So let's write it down quickly. And let's close this one. We have to close the dynamic block and we have to close our UL and the div. Come back here. Next, take the third one, contact, and apply the same. Let me do it very quickly. Take the menu and let's close all of that. Link, li, ul, and div. Let's close the div. So this is the entire menu. Now we have to work on the bottom. So we'll take this bottom section. We'll have view menu and a copyright text. Let's add the classes. Border top, we'll have a brand color, border color, and let's apply all the classes, item center and all. Inside that, we'll take a p type. It will have our class. We'll take the classes, and inside that we will display our copyright. We'll go with the current date. Perfect. All right, reserved, and we'll take this reserved. Close this one. And we'll take the div and we'll have the flex, and there we're going to display a few menus. So let's take this terms of service, privacy policy, and we're going to simply render it. So we'll take this link and let's assign the property. So target is going to be a blank, and let's add the key. Then we can add the href, and I'm going with this particular GitHub URL, but you can provide your URL dynamically. You can give the classes, and you can simply close this one. In that we can display the item and close the dynamic link, close the component, close the div, and that's the only thing we have to add. Let's close all the div quickly. Close the footer, and here we have it. And now we have to simply export the footer component. And with that, we are done with this entire footer component. I hope you have understood that what exactly we have done. It's simple JSX. All we have done is we have imported our API key. We are using FormSphere for sending the email, and all the states are available here, and that's what we are calling. So that's the last component we have completed in our application. Now we have to import this component. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here and let's copy the name footer, and we can close this one. We can close this one. Now we can come back to the pages in this, and I can come here and have to import the footer component. We got that. Now we have to simply call the footer component. You can call it inside or you can call it outside, both is fine. You can call it, and here we have to send the prop. So we're going to send the dark mode, and perfect. So this is fine. Now we can come back to the application, and I'll give a quick reload, and there you will find that our footer is looking absolutely perfect. Now you can simply give your email and you can click on the submit, and you will find the loader is looking good and our message is sent it, and you're going to receive the message in your mobile device. You will have this one, you can click, it will take you top. So every single thing is working absolutely fine. I hope you have understood that how we have designed this beautiful application. It's really powerful, it has tons of feature, and the most important feature where user can simply click and they can buy the token. So if I want to make the purchase in a decimal one, I can simply give that and I can simply buy 100 token. I can click on the transaction, here it's processing, click on confirmation, and here we can see wait for the confirmation. You can click on the MetaMask and you will see the transaction in the pending. Once the transaction will complete, you will purchase the token and you will have in your wallet, and the fund would be transferred straight away to the admin account. So just wait, the transaction is completed, and here you got the message, every single thing is got updated. It's got updated. Now we have 31%. So this looks absolutely perfect. Now I want to come back here in the code, close this one, and I want to come you here in the context Web3 provider, and there you will find that we have tons of feature, tons of functionality. So you got the drill. We have tested this one. If you want, this is the one which will give us the storage. If you want to update the pricing of your token, you can simply do it from here, or you can do it from the remix side. It's very simple. So all you have to do is to simply pass the new price and simply call this particular function, and it's going to update the price. It's very simple. In the same way, if you want to update the token, you can simply call the address, give the address, and it's going to transfer the token address to the contract. If you want to withdraw, so all you have to do is to simply call the particular function and attach the function on the button and call it, so you will withdraw all the token from the contract. If you want to rescue, you can call this and give the address, and the rest of the thing is really powerful. Okay, so I hope you have understood that what are the feature and functionality we have built. The most important thing is the contract and how you can integrate, and the rest of the component which you can see is just the front end part. So this is the important section. That's what I want to cover. If I want to complete and build the complete template including the dashboard, it will take next 25 hours to do that, because these components are huge. If you really want to get the complete project code with all the component, all the dashboard and all, you can simply come back here and you can check this and you can take that. Or the main thing is we already have all the functionality, so you can simply follow it and you can simply build this particular one. So that's the only thing I want to cover. I hope you have understood that what exactly we have developed, how every single thing is looking good. It's really powerful. The menu, all of these things are looking absolutely incredible. So with that, we are done with this particular project. I want you to rewatch the video, rewatch the project, rebuild it, try to understand the architecture we have implemented, the functionality we have built, the smart contract and the Web3 provider. Every single thing will make sense. If you want to get the final code, you can get it. And if you really want to master complete blockchain development, then you can come back here and check this particular course. This will teach you every single thing which you have to know to become a blockchain developer, and you would be ready to build any kind of application. You're going to master Solidity programming language, you're going to learn about the Web3 ecosystem, you're going to build one of the advanced smart contract which has 5 different business model with the buying with token, bidding, tons of we have. So you can check that. We're going to build and have crash courses on the important technologies. You're going to learn about the security and optimization. You're going to learn about the global backend API development. So tons of things we have. So once you will complete this entire bootcamp, which is 8 hours plus long, you will be ready for any kind of application building to get into the industry. So make sure you have enjoyed this particular project. With that, I'm ending this. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.
Hope you have understood that what exactly we're going to develop and what are the feature and functionality we have included. Now let me show you how you can do the final code setup once you will take it, and it will give you valuable contribution that will help us to bring more tutorials just like this. When you will download the final source code, you will get the zip file. Make sure to extract this zip file and you will get this particular folder in which you will have the complete source code of this particular project. So make sure to have a zip extractor installed in your system, then you can able to extract this particular folder. And this is the folder we have to open in our VS Code. So I'll simply click on my VS Code. I'll click on this open, go back to desktop, and I'm going to simply drag and drop the folder we have extracted. Close this one. Let's make on the full screen. And now let me give you a complete walkthrough of the folder and file structure and the project we have developed. So let me close this one and close this one. The very first folder we have is the component in which you will find all the code for the component we have designed for this particular application. So the very first thing we have is the admin function. From there, you can able to control all the feature we have built in the admin. So you don't need to make any changes. Every single thing is dynamic. I'll tell you what are the changes you have to do. So this is the admin function. The next one we have is the admin overview. Then we have the contactors. Then we have the dashboard section. Then we have the global, in which we have the regular component and like a connect wallet, overlay, error, with banner, header. So that's all the regular component we have. You don't need to touch anything, just keep it as it is. If you want to do any modification, you can simply open the component and then you will find the details. If you want to do the changes in the text, you can do that very easily. You can only change the text which is white and add based on your, but you don't need to make any changes because every single thing is 100% optimized. Close this one. The next one we have is the home page, and here you will find all the code we have written for our landing. We have the feature section, blockchain slider. That's all the component we have, and that's all we have imported, and we are exporting from this particular center location so we can utilize into our different pages. So this is our entire landing page. You can simply do the changes if you want. The next one we have is the token calculator. Then we have the token documentation, we have the token cell, we have the token transfer, we have the transaction, we have the user dashboard and the withdrawal. And we are simply importing all the component, and that's what we are utilizing in different part of our application. So you don't need to make any changes, just keep it as it is. Every single thing is dynamic. I'll tell you what are the changes you have to do. So let's close this one. The next one we have is the context, in which you will find all the main functionality we have built. So this is going to be our toaster where we are handling the notification. That's all you can see. We have the util models where we are using the regular function which allow us to display different messages. And we have the Web3 provider which allows us to communicate with the smart contract and the blockchain and perform all the transaction. So just keep it as everything as it is. Don't need to make any changes here. Close this one, close this one. The next one we have is the pages. So it's going to be a single page application. So here in the app.js, we have done the configuration for our wallet and wallet providers. That's what we have imported, and we have done the global configuration in our system for context management. The next one we have is the dashboard. So all the component we are displaying in the dashboard section, that's all we have. So we're getting all the important environment variable, and that's what we are injecting in all of the components. So that's all you will find here. We have multiple tab system, which user can click and they can open. So that's all we have here. Keep it as it is. The next one we have is the index, and then you will find all the code we have written for our landing page on the home page. And we have multiple component as well. So if you want to activate or deactivate, you can simply do that. If you want to remove the video slider, you can simply comment just like this and it will be removed from the front end. So whatever you want to keep it, you can keep it. Or if you want to do any edit, you can simply go to that relevant component and you can simply do the modification based on your branding and providing your detail. For example, if I want to do the changes in the FAQ section, I can come back here and go back to the home page and go back to the FAQ section. And then I will find all the details. I can simply change the question and the answer, and I can provide all the details. So whatever is white, you can simply able to customize that, but keep the rest as it is. Got it? So close this one. So this is our page section and this is our home page. Close this one. So we have seen that, and here we have the provider where we have done the global configuration for our wallet connect, because we are following the different architecture which will help us to perform the transaction on mobile device as well. So we have built our own custom signer object and provider object. That's all you will find. We have the Bing config. You don't have to make any changes here. Make sure whatever name you are giving to your brand, that's what you have to provide, which I will show you what you can provide. And if you want to import any blockchain, that's all you can do right from here. So you can simply import the blockchain. I have deployed this particular smart contract to Polygon mainnet, and that's what I have activated. So all you have to do is to simply import it and activate it here, and it will convert automatically with that relevant blockchain. So just keep it as it is. Close this one, close this one. We have the public, in which we are keeping all the assets which we are utilizing in our project. So we have the brand, we have the thumbnails, we have other images. That's all we are displaying. So just keep it as it is. If you want to do any modification, make sure to change the images. For example, if you want to put your own images, make sure to design it and keep the name as it is. Just change the image, and all the changes will automatically get reflect in the front end. Got it? So this is our public section. The next one we have is the style. So we are using Tailwind in our project, and that's the configuration we have done. So just keep it as it is. Don't make any changes. Just keep it as it is. And here we have the Web3 folder. So our front end is different and our Web3 is different, in which we have the contract and all the important packages which allow us to simply deploy the contract. So inside the Web3, you will find the artifact. Actually, I'm going to simply delete this one because it's not that important, because when you will deploy the contract, it's going to be regenerated automatically. So we have the contract, in which you will have this two contract. We have the token contract. So this is the token contract which I have created. You can create your own token. If you don't have it, make sure to provide the supply, that how much supply you want to have to your token, supply of your token. So this is the token contract which I'm providing. Or if you already have your token, you can use that token as well. There's no problem in that. And here we have the main contract which allow us to perform all of the cells. So here you will find all the contract and all the functionality we have included, which allow us to do the verification and buying and purchasing of the token. So don't make any changes, just keep it as it is. Close this one, close this one. The next one we have is the script, and here you will find that I have done the configuration for the Polygon mainnet because that's where I'm going to deploy, and that's the chain ID I have provided. So whichever network you are deploying, make sure to provide the chain ID right up here and do all the changes instead of Polygon to that specific network, which I will tell you. So this is our huge section. We have this contract. That's what you can provide if you are deploying to any other network. So just keep it as it is. Close this one, close this one. Now come back to the most important thing, which is the environment variable. So click here, and here you have to get your own details. So I'm going to deploy to Polygon mainnet. So you have to get your RPC URL for Polygon mainnet. If you are deploying to any other network like Ethereum, Binance, you have to get the RPC URL for that particular blockchain, which I will tell you how you can get it. And you have to provide your wallet private key, which you're going to use for deploying the contract. And you have to provide the same wallet private key address right up here, which you're going to use it for deployment of the contract. And you must have some fund, then you can able to deploy the contract. So these are the three information which you have to provide, which we're going to use it for deploying our contract. So close this one, come back to the Hardhat config file, and here I've done the configuration for Polygon because we are going to deploy to the Polygon main network. So it's all coming from our environment variable, which I have provided here. Correct? Just keep it as it is. Now you can come back to the package.json file, and you will find that we have done the configuration for the packages. Currently I'm deploying to Polygon, but make sure if you're deploying to any other network, all you have to do is to simply do the changes right up here. So come back to the Hardhat config file. You can change the name. For example, if you want to deploy to Ethereum, change this to Ethereum, and you have to also change this for Ethereum. Ethereum has one chain ID, so you have to change that. And whatever name you're going to give right up here, that's the same name you have to provide here and here. So it will automatically deploy the contract to that specific network. Got it? It's very straightforward. We are using the most stable version of the packages and well audited. So this is our entire Web3 folder in which we'll have the entire smart contract, which we're going to use it for deploying our contract. So close this one. Then we have this environment variable for our front end. So this environment variable you have to provide so we can easily able to communicate with the front end and have the data. So first thing, you have to provide the details about the token. So this is the name of my token. That's what I have given. This is the name of my symbol of the token I have given, and this is the decimal point, which is going to be the same exactly. And here you have to provide that how much supply you have created for your token. So this is the supply I have created for this particular token. That's what I have provided. This is the first stage price for my token, and this is the second stage price which I have provided. Make sure you have to decide what is going to be your first stage price and what is going to be your second stage price. And here you have to provide the hash of your logo. So you have to deploy your logo to IPFS, and you have to provide the hash, which I will show you how you can get it. And here you have to provide your domain URL. So obviously you're going to have your application live on internet, which you're going to deploy on a domain. So we're going to test in our local environment, but before you move to actual mainnet, you have to provide your domain URL. And we are deploying the contract to Polygon mainnet. So that's what I have activated. This is the currency. This is the Polygon. This is the chain ID. And here you have to provide the same RPC URL, which you're going to provide right up here. Got it? So close this one, come back here. And here we have to provide these three contracts. So you have to provide the ICO contract address, which we're going to deploy. You have to get your wallet address, which you're going to use for deploying the contract of the token, as well as the ICO contract. So that's the account address you have to provide. And here you have to provide the token address, which we are selling. Connect wallet project ID, and that's what you have to provide. And it's going to be a unique ID for your project. So you will have a smooth connection when the user will connect with the wallet. So that's what you have to get, which I will show you. And here we have a different explore URL. You don't need to make any changes. If you are going to any other blockchain, make sure to replace with that particular blockchain. And you have to get your forms pair API key, which allow us to simply send email and receive email. So this is the entire environment variable you have to provide on all the changes you have to do in the environment variable. Anywhere else. Got it? So close this one. The next one we have is the get ignore. Just keep it as it is. Don't need to make any changes. Close this one. The next one we have is the code setup, in which we have given all the instruction about how to do the setup. So if you watch this video, which I'm recording this video till the end, you will understand every single thing that how you have to do the setup and what are the things you have to do. So that's all I have given instruction here. And I'm going to deploy this application to Hostinger, make it online so user can start using our project. And you can simply watch this particular video if you want to launch your ICO DApp in multiple currency. So if you want to sell it using USDT, USDC or native currency, so make sure to watch this video. and watch this video, you will understand everything that what are the features we have included. And if you have any question, any doubt, you can simply shoot an email. I'll try to help you in that and provide all of these details. So make sure to watch this video till then. You will automatically understand that what are the requirements you need to have to do the setup. So close this one. We have the next config, just keep it as it is, don't need to make any changes. We have the package.json file, just keep it as it is. We have the post CSS, don't need to make any changes. We have the readme file, there I have given all the important details about this particular project and all the resources which you need to get. So that's all you will find. So just keep it as it is, don't need to make any changes. And here we have the tailwind config file, you don't need to make any changes, just keep it as it is. We have written some custom classes, custom models. So if you want to do any changes in the branding, you can simply play around with this value, but just keep it as it is. So this is the complete source code of this particular project which you have got. Now let me show you how you can do the setup and deploy the contract. So the very first thing you have to do is to come back in Web3 folder and you have to get the environment variable. You have to get these three variables. So first let's get our RPC URL. So what I will do, I'm going to simply open a new tab and type ARNK. Click on the very first link. This is a very powerful website which allow you to get the RPC URL for multiple blockchain and it's free to use. So make sure to create your account and verify your account. So I'll simply click on the sign on. So finally I'm logged into my account. So make sure to create your account and verify your account. Then you can able to get your own API key. So once you will log in successfully, you will have the details. You can click on this chain list and you will come back here. So I got the list. Now I have to find Polygon. So I'll simply type Polygon and you will find that this is the one which we need. So click here and it will take you to the dashboard, and from here you can get an option to copy the endpoint. You can literally use any provider. It is one of the provider which give you the endpoint. Right now we have Infura, Acme, Third Web. So tons of node provider we have which you can use it, but I'm using this one. So I'll click on this copy endpoint and it will give me this option. So I will go with the mainnet. So I'll simply copy that one and that's what I'm going to provide here. I'll simply provide here RPC URL. That's the one thing. So make sure to create your account, verify your account, then you can able to get your own API key. Otherwise you will get this half-hearted endpoint. So that's what you have to provide here, and you have to also provide the same RPC URL right up here. And here I have to provide my RPC URL. So simply come back here, remove, and I have provided the RPC URL here. Now I can come back here and here now I have to provide these two environment variable, private key of my wallet and wallet address. So let me quickly get these two. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here and I'm going to click on my MetaMask and I'm going to use my first account. This is what I'm going to use. I'll simply copy that one, come back here, and that's the address I'm going to provide here. So this is the address of my wallet which I'm going to use for deploying the contract, and I have to get the private key of this particular wallet. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here. I can click on this account details, click on this show private key. I can give my credential and I can press on hold. So let me quickly copy so I have copied my private key successfully. You should not share your private key with anyone else. If someone will know your private key, they will steal your fund. So I have copied the private key and that's what I'm going to provide here. So let me quickly provide it. So I have successfully provided the environment variable in .env file, which I'm going to use it for deploying the contract. So that's the only thing we have to do. Let's close it as of now. Now we have to simply get the address of the owner. So I'm going to use the same account, and I have used the same account for deploying the token as well as the ISO contract. So make sure to use the same one. And that's what I have provided. And here you have to provide your token address. So if you already have your token, you can provide that address. So what I will do, I'm going to use this particular token, which I already have. This is the token which I'm going to use, which I have already deployed. And if you don't have your token, you can deploy that very easily. You can simply come back here, go back to the contract, copy this one, copy this entire smart contract. Now you can come back to Remix ID. And you can simply come back here in the Remix ID and you can simply create a file. So let's click on it here, click here, called token soul, and paste here, and you can simply deploy your token. Whatever name you want to give, you can simply give it to the contract. You can change the supply, you can change the symbol, and you can simply connect your wallet. Click on this, connect your wallet to MetaMask, and now you will have this option. You can see it's connecting and it's fetching out the balance, and you can simply deploy your token, deploy it, and you will get the address, and that address you can simply provide right up here. That's how I have created my token and I have provided the address. So I got my token address and I have got the admin. Now I have to get the contract address. Now you have two options to deploy your smart contract. You can use Remix ID for deploying your smart contract, or you can use the Hardhat configuration we have done. So for your convenience, what I have decided that I'm not going to use the Hardhat for deploying the contract, because some of you will have a different configuration, different node version, and you might face some sort of issue. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here, copy the contract, and I'm going to deploy the contract using Remix ID. So this is the name of the contract. So what I will do, I'll simply close this one. First, I'm going to simply copy the name, make sure to copy the name exactly, and now we can come back here in the remix ID. I'll simply come back here and I'll simply delete all the files. Make sure to delete it properly. Let's delete this one. Let's delete the artifact. I have deleted. Now I'm going to create a new file. So let's come back here. Let's call this token ICO, and I'm going to give a quick reload. Let's give a quick reload because I was quite inactive for a long. I'll come back here. This is the folder we have created. Now all we have to do is to simply copy this entire contract. Copy this entire contract, and that's what you have to paste here. Paste here. Close this one. You will find that our contract is compiled successfully and every single thing is well optimized. You don't need to make any changes. Just keep it as it is. This is the default price I'm setting for my token. If you want to go like little higher or little lower, you can go with that. But this is the default price I'm setting for my token. And we are setting the contract owner. So I'm using this particular void address for deploying the contract. So it will become the admin of the contract. And that's what I have already provided here in my front-end environment variable. Got it? This is very important. Now come back here and now let me quickly deploy the contract to show you. So I'll simply come back here. I'll click here. I'll go back to injected provider and it's going to connect with my wallet, and you will find the fund I have. This one actual fund I have in my wallet, and I'm going to simply come back here. I will select this particular ICO token. I like token ICO, and I click on this deploy. And it's going to make a call to my wallet, and I have to simply confirm the transaction. You can see I'm paying the fund. I'm deploying to the actual mainnet. I'll simply click on this confirm and the transaction is happening. You can come open up your MetaMask so you can see the transaction in the pending. And this token would be, this contract was deployed successfully to the Polygon main network. If you want to see on the Explorer, you can click here and you can come back to the Explorer, and we are on the Polygon mainnet. We have deployed the contract successfully. It's in the indexing and we have done with that. So once you will deploy this successfully, you will get this particular address, and this is what you need. Simply copy that one, and that's what you have to provide right up here. Provide right up here. Let's see how much money I have paid for deploying the contract. So currently how much pool I have. So I've paid very less, like 0.2 I have paid for deploying the contract, which is very less for the Polygon. So once you get your contract address, you are done with this. Now you can come back here, close this one. So we have deployed the contract successfully. Now we have to get the ABI of our contract. So I can come back here and you can click here and type simply ABI.json. And here you have to paste the ABI of the contract. So you can simply come back here in the file and you can go back to the ABI, simply click on this copy all, come back here, and that's what you have to paste here. So this is the complete ABI of our smart contract. Once you have that, now you have to do the changes right up here. So simply close this one, come back to the Web3 folder, and you will find that this is the place where we have it. Simply remove this one, paste, and we have this ABI. Type ABI.json. So you got the ABI of our contract. And that's the only thing you have to do. So in that way, you can easily able to avoid the entire Web3 folder and you're not using the Hardhat version. Got it? So we got all of the setup. So close this one. We got the ABI, we got the contract address. Now we can come back here and we have to get the other details. Make sure you have to provide the relevant information about the token. Now we have to get the hash of our logo. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here, open a new type Pinata Cloud. It's a really powerful platform which allows you to store your document to the IPFS. So make sure to create your account, verify your account. And when you will do it for the very first time, it will take a couple of hours to do the verification. So I already have my account, so I will simply log in straight away. And I'm logged into my dashboard and you will find all the files which I have uploaded. So all you have to do is to simply click on this add file. Here you will have an option called file upload. And it's going to give you this option. Now I have to go back to my project, public. Inside that I have my logo, which is going to be this one. This is the logo which I'm going to deploy. Click on this, you can make it public and click on upload. And here it's uploading. And finally, we have uploaded the file. I can simply copy the hash and that's what I have to provide right up here. So if you copy and paste in browser, you will find your logo is uploaded to the IPFS successfully. Now you have to get your domain. So whenever you buy your domain and try to make on live, make sure to provide the domain URL. Just keep it as it is because we have deployed to the Polygon. So I'm not going to make any changes. And we got our addresses of our contract and the admin and the token. Now you have to get your project ID from Wallet Connect. And this will allow you to connect with multiple wallets. So all you have to do is to come back in the browser, open a new tab, type wallet connect project ID, click on the very first link, and you will come back here.